Darling, it's time to take your medicine. Half asleep, something soft pressed against my lips, and warm medicinal liquid flowed in. The bitterness jolted me awake, and I opened my eyes abruptly. Cracked mud walls, a straw roof, cold wind seeping through the gaps. What kind of place is this? A young lady in her early 20s sat by the bedside, with delicate features and a beautiful face. Unfortunately, her clothes were tattered, and her lips were chapped, clearly showing signs of long-term hunger. Darling, you're awake? She held a bowl of medicine, her face full of joy. Darling, my heart skipped a beat. A man lying in bed, a gentle lady feeding him medicine. Could this be Yanggu County? I cautiously asked, where is this? Chenjiago. As long as it's not Yanggu County. But I was clearly partying with the campus beauty at a hotel last night. How did I wake up in this shabby hut? The young lady handed me a bowl of medicine. Drink it while it's hot. Where's the spoon? No. I instantly realized what that softness just now was and looked up at her small mouth. Her face turned red in a flash, and she left a quick, get some rest before running off. I quietly poured the medicine into a corner and buried it with dirt. In an unfamiliar place, with medicine of unknown origin, no way I was drinking that. Lifting the tattered quilt, the bathrobe was still there, with the class beauty's red lipstick mark on it. I checked my pocket, empty. My phone was gone, not even a piece of paper left. I got up and pushed the door open, and was completely stunned. A small courtyard filled with scattered rocks, mud walls, a thatched house, a few wisps of smoke rising sporadically. It was desolate, like the end of the world. A young lady was squatting in front of a clay stove, cooking something. I glanced at the pot, roots and tree bark. Is this medicine? This is food. I fell silent. What kind of ridiculous era is this? The food was served, a big bowl of thick brown soup. I had no appetite and pushed the bowl toward her. I don't know why I'm here. Send me out, and I'll give you 100,000. She looked at me blankly. 200,000. That's all I have. She put down the bowl and said seriously, if you're leaving, just give me 1 or 2 taels of silver. I used a lot of effort to drag you back from the east end of the village and even borrowed money to get you medicine. The village chief and Aunt Chen can vouch for it. Silver instead of money? I was stunned for a moment, then nodded. All right, I'll give it to you once I get out. I'm not stupid. If you leave, you definitely won't come back. I spread my hands. Miss, where on me could I possibly be hiding silver? No silver. She blinked. Then stay and become my husband. I was stunned. This woman, with just a few months of care, would definitely become a great beauty. In my previous world, you couldn't marry someone like her even with a dowry of 680,000, and now she's offering herself for free? She raised her chin. Though I am a widow, my family has 1 mu of paddy field and 2 mu of dry land. If we hold out until spring planting, we won't starve. Wait, I asked, which dynasty is this? She counted on her fingers for a long time. The 8th year of Yanli, or the 9th year? The Dayan dynasty. I was completely dumbfounded. I've really time traveled. Seeing that I wasn't speaking, she lowered her head. If you don't want to, you can leave tomorrow morning. I won't take your money. I asked gently, why did you choose me? Her eyes turned red. The clan wants to drive me out and seize the farmland, saying that as a woman, I can't hold the family together. I also wish I had a man to support the household, but they say I'm a white tiger jinx, a husband killer, and no man dares to touch me. But my husband was forced to drink himself to death on our wedding night. He never even touched me, so how is it my fault? No wonder such a beautiful young widow is living such a miserable life. As someone with a higher education, I don't believe in this feudal superstition. I smiled and poured half of the wild vegetable soup into her bowl. Who said I was leaving? At night, there was only a tattered quilt, and the two of us warmed each other back to back. Her name was Lu Yunyang, 22 years old, married into the neighboring village just half a year ago. Her husband drank himself to death on their wedding night. This year's flood disaster left no harvest, and they could only survive by digging up wild vegetables. The October-autumn wind was bone-chilling. My teeth chattered, and I couldn't help but inch closer to her back. Don't. Too hungry, no strength. She said weakly. The ancients truly did not deceive me. Warmth and fullness indeed lead to indulgent thoughts. Right now, I'm both cold and hungry, so I have no such thoughts. Just want to steal some warmth. I feigned ignorance and leaned back, but the cold wind rushed in again. She tensed for a moment, then finally inched closer bit by bit until the two of us were pressed together. Just as I was about to drift off to sleep, a cold voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Ding! Hegemony system activated. I suddenly opened my eyes wide. My cheat has arrived. Acquired. Body of a 100-man warrior. Archery, swordsmanship, horsemanship, spearmanship, perfect level. A warm current surged through my entire body, transforming my muscles and bones. Pom-pom should be fine, right? My hand instinctively rested on her waist and gave a gentle squeeze. Pop, my hand was slapped. I immediately withdrew my hand and mumbled, Yin-yang, I promise you, I'll stay, pretending to talk in my sleep as if it were real. She didn't move again, and the two of us leaned against each other and fell asleep. At dawn, the rooster crowed. Ding! Task: the host and Lu Yunyang have a full meal together. Reward: 100,000 dan of rice. 100,000 dan is 1,000 tons, enough for the two of us to eat for 10 lifetimes. These days, everyone is gnawing on tree bark, and having a full meal is truly not easy. But with my perfect archery skills, it's no big deal. Whimper. Yunyang opened her eyes, found herself holding me. Her face instantly turned red, and she quickly closed her eyes pretending to sleep. I held her tightly. Yunyang, you're awake? She blushed, broke free, and got out of bed to head out. It's still early. Why not lie down a bit longer? Winter is approaching. We need to stock up on more firewood. You go back to sleep. I'll come back at noon to cook. Seeing her frail figure, how could I sleep? I threw off the covers and got out of bed. She turned her head away, blushing. When I looked, her bathrobe was half open. I tied the bathrobe properly. Are there any other clothes at home? She rummaged through the boxes and found a patched-up set of men's clothing. I put it on. Though it was a bit tight, I slipped on some straw sandals and headed out the door. Seeing me come out dressed in ancient-style clothing, Yunyang froze for a few seconds, her eyes full of admiration. Darling, wash your face first. She brought warm water and willow branch charcoal. Don't call me darling anymore. Then what should I call you? Call me Su Lang, her husband. Got it, Su Lang. 7 times a night, Su Chilong. Sounds nice. Yunyang, do we have a bow and arrow at home? No. Fine, perfect archery skills are useless here. I casually picked up a stone and hurled it forcefully. Whoosh. The stone cut through the air, striking the protrusion on the low wall with precision, sending fragments flying. Yunyang's eyes widened. Su Lang, you have this kind of skill too? Just a little demonstration. It's enough to hunt wild rabbits or pheasants. I carried a machete and hemp rope, while she carried a bamboo basket and hoe, and we left the village together. The road was filled with women and half-grown children, and I was the only adult man. Could this be a village of widows? Men stay in bed and only head up the mountain after sunrise, Yunyang whispered. It turns out that these days, men wait for the beasts to come out of their dens before going up the mountain. Those who rise early are all women and children. Hadn't walked far when 3 women carrying baskets stood ahead, greeting Yunyang upon seeing her. The one leading was in her early 30s, dressed in indigo cloth, with a plump figure, fair skin, and a pair of bright, lively eyes that scrutinized me. Su Lang, this is Sister Chun, who lent me money yesterday to buy medicine, Yunyang introduced, blushing. This Chinchunner was a renowned beauty in the surrounding 10 miles, married to a scholar's servant husband, who squandered the family fortune year after year attempting the imperial exams. This is Su Chia Su Lang. Oh, you're already calling him Su Lang. Chinchunner and the others laughed uncontrollably, their eyes darting back and forth between the two of us. Along the way, they huddled around Yunyang, whispering to each other. Yunyang, you better hold on tight to such a handsome young man. Last night, you definitely slept together, right? Last night. The question left Yunyang stammering, and even I, an experienced one, blushed upon hearing it. Women are even bolder than men in private. Leaving the village, there is a wide river, with fields on both sides submerged in silt and in complete disarray. There are fish in the river, but they're almost all caught. The ones left are really clever. Chunner leaned in, the scent of soapberry wafting over, her fair neck right in front of me. I averted my gaze. Thank you, young lady, for lending me money yesterday. She curled her lips into a smile. If you're going to thank someone, thank Yunyang. She was the one who carried you back all by herself. How could such a frail body have so much strength? My heart warmed. Don't worry. I won't let Yin Yang suffer any grievances. Yin Yang whispered. Sister Chen helped too. Chen Chunner glared at her. Silly girl, your sister is helping you. At the foot of the mountain, all the wild vegetables and trees had been stripped bare, so we had to climb upward. I was at the back, with Chen Chunner's plump figure ahead of me. Ah! She slipped and fell backward. I caught her in my arms. Are you all right, young lady? She froze in my embrace, her face blushing to the tips of her ears. Thank you, young sir. Yin Yang turned her head. Sister Chen, are you okay? Chen Chunner hurriedly stood up and adjusted her clothes. I stepped wrong. Then, blushing, she switched places with Yin Yang. They arrived at a sparse forest, where there were scattered wild vegetables on the ground. The three of them dug for vegetables while I went into the forest to chop trees. Bang, bang, bang. With my strong physique, I quickly felled a large tree. But after chopping for a while, I was panting heavily, purely from hunger, as I hadn't even had wild vegetable soup in the morning. The sun rose, shining warmly. I looked around, hoping to spot a wild rabbit. Unfortunately, there were only a few sparrow-sized birds, not a single hair of a larger beast in sight. I picked up the machete and continued chopping. Bang, bang, bang. As I was chopping, a sudden crack came from behind, the sound of a large animal stepping on fallen leaves. I suddenly turned my head. A dozen meters away, a gray-brown hornless deer looked up curiously at me. Silly roe deer. I've seen this thing in videos on Blue Star before. It's incredibly curious and wants to get close to everything. I kept chopping wood while keeping an eye on it. Sure enough, the silly roe deer stretched its neck and leaned over. Two-legged creature, let me see what you're doing. When it got within 2 meters, I suddenly dropped the machete and lunged at it. The silly roe deer bolted, turned its head, and ran straight into a tree. Bang. It knocked itself silly on the spot. Looking at the dazed roe deer lying on the ground, I finally understood why it's called a silly roe deer. I pulled off the hemp rope, folded it in half, twisted it tightly, and tied a dead knot around its neck. This creature is a size larger than a sheep, enough for Yun Yang and me to eat for a long time. The task is secured. I lost the mood for chopping firewood. I divided the wood into 2 piles, tied one pile to the back of the roe deer, carried the other myself, and led the roe deer to find Yun Yang. The family is about to eat meat. Why bother digging for wild vegetables? At the foot of the hill, Yun Yang, Chen Chunner, and a few other women were squatting and digging for wild vegetables. Their tight clothing revealed their curves. Seeing me leading the roe deer over, several people widened their eyes in unison. Wait, weren't you supposed to be chopping wood? When did you catch it? Yun Yang stood up with a hoe in her hand, her eyes full of admiration. Su Lang, did you catch it? Let's go home to eat meat. The moment the words eating meat were mentioned, Chen Chunner and the others swallowed their saliva. Yun Yang said shyly, 3 sisters I. Chen Chunner teased, go on, and don't forget what we just said. Men always fall for that. Yun Yang nodded, blushing. I smiled at the 3 of them and said, once the deer is slaughtered, I'll have Yun Yang send some to each of you. Being new here, it's important to observe social customs. Besides, I'll soon have 100,000 loads of grain. What's a bit of meat compared to that? The 3 of them, Chen Chunner included, were both surprised and delighted. How could we possibly accept this? It's settled, I said, not giving them a chance to refuse, and led the deer away. Yun Yang understood that I was helping her maintain relationships, and her gaze became even more affectionate. On the way down the mountain, we encountered quite a few villagers who had just woken up and were preparing to hunt. When they saw the roe deer I was carrying, their eyes turned red with envy. A burly man, yawning, happened to block the middle of the road. Widow Lu, why are you leading my roe deer? I was so angry that I laughed. This is the village thug, Yun Yang whispered. His name is Li Dazhuang, a notorious scoundrel in the village. After speaking, she held up a hoe and stood in front of me. Li Dazhuang, this roe deer was caught by my husband Su Lang. What does it have to do with you? Li Dazhuang sneered coldly. Well, Widow Lu, getting bold after hooking up with a wild man. This roe deer was caught in my trap. Hand it over if you know what's good for you, or don't blame me for getting rough. If you dare to lay a finger on my Su Lang, I'll fight you to the death. Yun Yang, like an enraged she-beast, shielded me firmly behind her. Li Dazhuang didn't dare to truly snatch me away and turned to shout at the crowd. Villagers, who can testify for me? I'll share some meat with you later. The crowd stirred restlessly. A tall, skinny man jumped out, leering at Yun Yang. I'll testify. I saw it when Dazhuang set the trap. Yun Yang gritted her teeth. Sun Erlin, you bastard, get lost. Sun Erlin had been eyeing Yun Yang for a long time, waiting for her to be starving to the brink of death so he could use some food to manipulate her. He didn't expect me to show up and ruin his plan. Yun Yang was so angry her chest heaved. I stopped her. Yun Yang, leave it to me. I put down the firewood and handed her the rope. Dealing with thugs, words are useless. You have to be tougher than they are. I stepped forward and coldly stared at Li Dazhuang. Since the deer is yours, then come and take it. If you can grab it, it's yours. Su Lang. Yun Yang's face was full of worry. Don't worry, I'm here. Li Dazhuang laughed and tossed the bow and arrow to Sun Erlin for safekeeping. Brother, hold this for me, and I'll share some meat with you later. I spoke directly. No need to trouble yourselves. Both of you can come at me together. Li Dazhuang and Sun Erlin exchanged a glance. 2 against 1, any fool could win. Why bother being polite? The 2 of them lunged at me from the left and right. I twisted my waist and stepped aside, my right leg whipping like a lash onto Li Dazhuang's waist. Bang! He flew 2 or 3 meters like a torn sack, clutching his stomach and rolling on the ground, screaming miserably like a slaughtered pig. Sun Erlin threw a punch at me, and I met it head-on. Crack! His wrist broke instantly, and he clutched it while retreating, screaming, my hand is ruined. 2 thugs fell to the ground, and not even the hem of my clothes got dirty. The onlooking villagers gasped, and no one dared to think about hunting the roe deer anymore. Yun Yang gripped the hoe, her eyes full of admiration. Having a man at home feels truly wonderful. I walked toward Sun Erlin. Don't. I give up. I was just talking nonsense earlier. I couldn't be bothered with him and walked over to Li Dazhuang, stepping on his ankle. Who did you just say was fooling around with a wild man? It's me. Ow. It's my wife fooling around with a wild man. Yun Yang's eyes were brimming with tears. As a helpless and lonely woman, when had anyone ever protected her like this? I lifted my foot and picked up Li Dazhuang's bow and quiver. Consider this compensation. Next time, don't blame me for being ruthless. Li Dazhuang's face turned deathly pale as he wanted to stop me. After all, that bow was his family's lifeline for surviving the winter. But he was too scared from the beating to dare say a word. After walking some distance, Yun Yang asked softly, Su Lang, will they be all right? It's nothing, just lying down for a few days. With so many onlookers, I can't possibly kill them all to silence them. Yun Yang looked at me with an even more complicated expression. Who exactly is this Su Lang? Back in the courtyard, we bled, skinned, and cleaned the innards. In the pot, chunks of meat were bubbling and stewing, the aroma of meat wafting everywhere. I stretched the animal hide on the wooden frame to scrape off the grease, preparing to make leather boots. Yun Yang was handling the innards. During years of famine, not a drop of grease could be wasted. The small courtyard was filled with warmth. Bang, bang, bang. A hurried knock on the door. I'll go. A young woman with an oval face stood outside the door, wearing a tattered cloth garment that faintly revealed a red dew. Noticing my stare, she hastily tried to cover herself, her face turning red. Are you Su Lang? I am Dazhuang's wife, here to apologize on his behalf. A husband causing trouble outside and the wife coming to apologize. Why does this plot feel so familiar? How does Madame intend to make amends? Her name is Lin Mingxiang. She raised the small clay pot in her hand. This is some coarse salt and spices. Please, you must accept it. During times of famine, salt is more precious than gold. I happen to be short of seasoning for stewing meat, so I accepted it. She pressed her lips together, her eyes filled with hope. Now that you've accepted the items, can you return the bow to me? It turns out that the apology was fake, and taking the bow was the real intention. That bow is a hard bow, not something that can be made easily. With winter approaching, without the bow, her family truly wouldn't make it through. Seeing me remain silent, she became anxious and said in a trembling voice, Young master, this was Dazhuang's fault. As long as you return the bow, whatever you want me to do, I am willing. The familiar plot unfolds. I looked her up and down. Really willing to do anything? She clutched her collar, struggled for a moment, and nodded with difficulty. I'm willing to do anything, I said seriously. Then build a lithography machine. A what machine? Lin Mingxiang was completely dumbfounded, her hand loosening its grip on her collar, revealing a hint of fair skin. Young master, how is this machine made? Didn't you say you'd do anything? You can't even make a lithography machine. Were you just boasting? Young master, as long as it's something I can do, I'll agree to anything you ask. I was just about to see what was embroidered on her doo-doo when Yun Yang's voice came from behind. Su Lang, who is it? Talking for so long. Lin Mingxiang hurriedly adjusted her clothes. Mingxiang's sister? A rare guest. Yun Yang immediately recognized her, a flash of wariness passed, then turned into enthusiasm. Come in and talk. Yun Yang's sister, I'm here to apologize and ask for the bow, nothing else. Yun Yang's face darkened. Sister Mingxiang, this is no small matter. If it weren't for my Su Lang's skills, not only would the roe deer have been stolen, but the two of us would have been beaten too. The four words, my Su Lang, were full of a sense of declaring ownership. Lin Mingxiang's eyes reddened. I know it's Dazhuang's fault, but I can't control him. If I say even a few words back, it's a round of punches and kicks. Yun Yang's heart softened, and she pulled her into the courtyard. You've only been married a few days, and that bastard already dares to hit you? Lin Mingxiang nodded, quietly wiping away her tears. I closed the door and went into the kitchen, tossing a few star anise into the pot, and the aroma instantly burst forth. I returned to the courtyard to continue scraping the animal hide, but while it looked easy in the video, I realized how difficult it was once I tried it myself. Lin Mingxiang noticed my clumsy technique and offered, Young master, if you don't mind, shall I lend a hand? I've handled animal hides back at my parents' home. Having an experienced hand to help is exactly what I needed. As soon as she started, she was indeed efficient. Yin Yang moved a stool for me to sit and bask in the sun, then poured some hot water. Lin Mingxiang chatted idly while scraping off the grease. This hide is intact and looks pretty good. What are you going to make with it? Leather boots. She paused. Such good leather would be perfect for making a short jacket or a vest. The leftover scraps, combined with a few rabbit hides, would be enough to make a pair of boots. My eyes lit up. So you know how to make them? Simple ones are no problem. Well, this is definitely a practical talent. I'll have to get closer to her in the future. Then after it's dried, I'll trouble you, madam. Neighbors helping each other is no trouble. She paused. About the bow and arrow. I'll personally deliver it to your door tonight. You don't mind letting me use it for half a day, do you? Half a day is fine. Go ahead and use it. Yun Yang frowned slightly. Su Lang, go check if there's enough firewood on the stove. I went into the house and lifted the pot lid. The aroma of meat wafted out, and I couldn't resist tasting a piece. The juices burst in my mouth. I filled 2 bowls to the brim with meat and called Yun Yang into the house. After thinking for a moment, I served another bowl for Lin Mingxiang. Soon there will be 100,000 loads of grain, so why would I begrudge 1 bowl of meat? Yun Yang saw the 3 bowls of meat on the table, her gaze growing even gentler. A capable and kind-hearted man like this. How could following him ever feel like a grievance? Don't just stand there. Invite Sister Lin in to eat. Su Lang, you're such a good person. She gazed at me dreamily, unable to hide her joy. Lin Mingxiang refused to come inside no matter what, feeling too ashamed to eat. Yun Yang had no choice but to bring the bowl out to the courtyard and hand it to her. The stewed meat with coarse salt smells incredibly good. I devoured 3 bowls in one go and slumped in the chair, unwilling to move. When you're starving, devouring meat is better than anything, except for the wedding night. Yin Yang put down her chopsticks after just 1 bowl. What's wrong? Not to your taste. I'm full. I remained silent. There was no system prompt indicating the task was complete, which meant she wasn't actually full and was trying to save it for me. I filled another bowl to the brim and placed it in front of her, speaking firmly. You must finish it, or you can't leave the table. I'm really full. What's wrong? Can't bear to part? Or are you worried that following me will leave you hungry? No, If not, then eat. I interrupted her with a mischievous grin. Who was the one saying they were so hungry they had no strength last night? Yin Yang's face instantly turned bright red. Su Lang, calling your husband won't help. Look at how thin you've become. Eat more. get nice and plump, so it'll be more comfortable to hold you. Su Lang, there are people outside. I'll eat, all right. She lowered her head, blushing to the tips of her ears, and ate quickly. Lin Mingxiang, who was in the courtyard, felt her face heat up as well. Yun Yang's little sister actually ran out of strength at night. In her heart, there was more bitterness and sorrow. Since marrying Li Dazhuang, she hadn't had a single full meal, let alone heard a word of concern. All the work was piled on her alone, while Li Dazhuang would lie on the bed waiting for food as soon as he returned from hunting. How unlike Su Lang, who even helped with the chores. Her stomach growled. She glanced at the steaming bowl of meat, pressed her lips together, and forcibly looked away, focusing on peeling the skin. Inside the house, Yun Yang barely finished 2.5 bowls when the system chimed. Ding! Task completed. A reward of 100,000 dan of rice has been added to the warehouse. A screen popped up in front of me. Warehouse, slot 1. Rice times 100,000 dan. The corners of my mouth lifted. Food problem, completely solved. Ding! New task, survive 1 day. Reward, malfunction. I was thrilled. A shopping mall. Cotton-padded clothes and quilts, salt, sugar, vinegar, tea, medicine, weapons. Everything could be bought. And the task was ridiculously simple. Just survive for a day. Even an elementary school kid could pass. Truly worthy of being a golden finger. While others fight tooth and nail, exhausting themselves for scraps, my system directly feeds me the meat. Lu Yunyang cleaned up the dishes, and I got up to the yard to digest. Lin Mingxiang still had a small piece of animal hide left unfinished. I glanced at the bowl of meat she hadn't touched and said coldly, "If Madam is unwilling to eat the meat of the Su family, then leave. I won't return the bao either." Lin Mingxiang suddenly turned her head, her face full of disbelief. "Refusing to eat your family's meat and saving your rations is wrong?" Her lips moved as if to explain, but Lu Yunyang happened to walk out and gently persuaded, "Sister Mingxiang, eat with peace of mind. We'll need your help in the future." Only then did Lin Mingxiang nod. "All right, consider it as payment for me helping you process animal hides in the future." After speaking, she looked at me with a hint of pleading. "Can I take this bowl of meat home?" A bowl of meat with wild vegetables can make a big pot of satisfying soup. Not to mention Li Dazhuang is still bettered in recovering from his injuries. I didn't object. The meat was given to her, and how she used it was her business. Before long, Lin Mingxiang had cleaned the entire deer hide thoroughly and placed it along with the wooden frame in a cool, ventilated spot. Once it's half dry, she would apply brain matter to tan it, and after it's fully softened, it could be cut and sewn. When she left, I returned the bow and arrow to her. "I'll wait for the mall to open and buy a compound bow. What's the point of keeping this primitive bow?" This made Lin Mingxiang even more grateful, thinking I was a gentleman. Lu Yunyang and I continued to stay busy, rendering fat into oil, smoking, and preserving the leftover venison. Lin Mingxiang, carrying the stewed meat and holding the bow and arrow, happily pushed open her courtyard door, only to be met with a furious roar from inside the house. "You little wretch, are you trying to starve me to death? Took you so long. Now hurry up and cook." She trembled all over, her joy vanishing instantly. Just as she entered the room, a broken bowl flew past her head, shattering into 7 or 8 pieces against the wall. "You little wretch, you still know how to come back." Li Dazhuang cursed viciously from the bed. Seeing the meat and bow in her hands, his face darkened, his eyes like those of a beast driven mad. "Did you do it with that pretty boy?" "No." Lin Mingxiang placed the meat on the table and hung the bow on the wall. Li Dazhuang slammed the bed hard. "If you didn't do anything, why would he return the bow to you and give you meat?" She squatted down to pick up the fragments. "He asked me to help process the roe deer hide, so he returned the bow to me and gave me meat." "Huh, that pretty boy is actually a gentleman? Doesn't even touch a woman who throws herself at him." Li Dazhuang sneered, pulling at the bruises on his abdomen, grimacing in pain. After catching his breath, hunger gnawed at him, and he directly grabbed the meat in the bowl and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing in big bites. Lin Mingxiang watched his rude, eating manner, her heart growing colder. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and go up the mountain to dig for wild vegetables. Do you want me to go hungry tonight?" She cleaned up the fragments and turned to take the bow and arrows from the wall. Li Dazhuang sneered. "You wretched woman, Still thinking about hunting? Why not go sleep with that pretty boy a few more times and trade for more meat? He didn't touch me. Li Dazhuang's face suddenly twisted with ferocity. Then why didn't you take the initiative to let him touch you? Anyway, I can't touch you, so that pretty boy might as well benefit. He gets his pleasure, I get my share, and the Li family has an heir. Everyone wins. No one in Xinjiang knew that Li Dazhuang had injured his vital parts in a fight when he was young and was no longer a man. Because of this, he deeply hated women, as seeing them reminded him of the humiliation of not being a man. Marrying Lin Mengxiang was merely to silence others. Amid his curses, Lin Mengxiang, expressionless, took her bow and arrows and walked out the door. The fat from the roe deer was rendered into 2 small jars of oil, and just a little bit added to stir-fry made it incredibly fragrant. The leftover cracklings were both aromatic and crispy. Lu Yunyang scooped a bowl and brought it out for me. I set up a wooden rack, hanging pieces of roe deer meat on it. Below, I burned semi-dry firewood to produce thick smoke for curing. Without salt, this was the only way to preserve it. Su Lang, have a taste fresh out of the pot. Lu Yunyang smiled charmingly. My hands were dirty. You feed me. She paused, pursed her lips, and delicately picked up a piece of butter residue with her slender fingers, slowly bringing it to my mouth. I opened my mouth to catch it. Sure enough, it was fragrant and crispy, though it lacked salt and chili powder. She withdrew her hand, her fingertips seemingly still lingering with the sensation of the touch just now, and a blush spread across her cheeks. My heart stirred slightly. Yin Yang, feed me a few more pieces. She responded softly, her eyes shy, and fed me a few more pieces with her own hands. The sight of her as a gentle and obedient wife made my heart grow warm. Lu Yunyang also ate a few pieces herself and then went inside to get busy. Taking advantage of the moment, I took out the roe deer's brain, a large, tender white piece, and set it aside for later use. I then skinned, cleaned, and halved the roe deer's head, adding it along with the chopped innards into the morning's meat soup. Lu Yunyang chopped some meat into small pieces and mixed it with the roe deer's blood, preparing to make blood sausages. After more than half an hour of work, the remaining venison was finally processed. I picked out 3 pieces of venison with some fat, each weighing about 1.5 pounds, tied them with straw, and sent them to Qin Chun'er and her family. After locking all the meat in the kitchen, Lu Yunyang and I went out, locking the courtyard gate as well. We first went to the Niu family's house, then to the Pan family's house. Both families opened their doors with surprise and joy, not expecting me to actually bring meat. They warmly invited us to stay, but I politely declined. Exchanging a few pleasantries, we headed towards Chun Chun'er's house. Chun Jie's husband is the only scholar in Xinjiang. He goes to the provincial exams every year, and the villagers hold him in high regard, Lu Yunyang explained on the way. Participating in the provincial exams every year means he's just a student, not even a scholar. However, being literate alone makes him better than 90% of the people in this remote mountain village. I wonder how different the characters of the Dian dynasty are from those of Blue Star. If they're similar, I might count as a scholar myself. Qin Chun'er sat in the courtyard, sipping the thin porridge mixed with wild vegetables in small sips. Under the shadow of the eaves, a man in a faded blue shirt leaned on a chair, flipping through a book, and said leisurely, "Stop digging for wild vegetables in the future. I, a scholar of the classics, can't even support you." Qin Chun'er looked at the sparse grains of rice in her bowl and said softly, "If we don't dig for wild vegetables, what will we eat in winter? Charcoal and cotton-padded jackets cost money, and the silver for your provincial exam next year also costs money." The man in the blue shirt put down his book, revealing a fair face, and said impatiently, "These are all your responsibilities. You've managed the household into this state, and you still have the nerve to talk. Anyway, you're not allowed to pick wild vegetables anymore. If other scholars see it, won't they laugh at me for not even being able to support my family?" Qin Chun'er said indignantly, "Do you want me to starve to death? It's not her fault that there was a flood disaster this year." The man in the green robe sighed deeply. "Fine, I'll think of something when we're truly at the end of our rope. Just stay at home in peace." Qin Chun'er stopped speaking, feeling even more uncomfortable. She also wanted to persuade him to give up next year's provincial exam, but all she got in return was a round of cold sarcasm. Outside the courtyard wall, Lu Yunyang and I arrived carrying the meat. The small courtyard was tidy, with clusters of green bamboo planted on both sides, bluestone steps, a vermilion door, and a plaque inscribed with the words Ho Fong Cottage. It was evident that this family had lived well in the past. Looking at the words on the plaque, the corners of my mouth lifted slightly. The characters in this world are not much different from those on Blue Star. Kuanpung awaits the wind, ready to soar straight up 90,000 miles. The person who wrote this plaque harbors great ambitions, comparing themselves to the Kuanping, just waiting for the east wind to rise to great heights. Unfortunately, the scholar inside is merely a student who hasn't even passed the provincial exam. Lu Yunyang stepped forward and knocked on the door. Before long, Chin Chunner's graceful and gentle face appeared, a hint of surprise flashing across her eyes. "It's you?" Lu Yunyang handed over the meat. "Sister Chun, the meat we agreed on this morning." Chin Chunner declined. "How could I accept this? Your family is already struggling. You should keep it for yourselves." I stepped forward. "Madam, the meat has already been delivered. How could we take it back? If you don't accept it, it would make us seem untrustworthy." Chin Chunner raised her eyes to look at me, her gaze lightly brushing mine. Suddenly recalling what happened this morning, her face flushed, and she hurriedly averted her eyes. Lu Yunyang stuffed the straw rope into her hand. Unable to refuse any further, she finally accepted it with repeated thanks. My gaze swept past her and into the courtyard, a few green brick and stone-tiled houses, kept quite tidy. Under the eaves sat a man in a blue robe, engrossed in reading. He must be her husband. After seeing the book in his hand clearly, I was stunned. The cover of the book prominently displayed the words, "The Tale of the Broken Sleeve." How is this a book of sages? It's clearly a Liu Bei story, and it's about men. Broken sleeve plus page boy. I suddenly thought of something and almost burst out laughing. Ignoring Chin Chunner's attempt to keep us, I quickly pulled Lu Yunyang along to take our leave. After we left, Chin Chunner closed the courtyard gate and carried the meat back inside. A man in a green robe peeked out from behind a book, frowning as he looked at the piece of meat. "What were they here for?" Chin Chunner whispered. "I borrowed money from them earlier to buy medicine. Bringing the meat was to ask for an extension on the repayment." His expression finally softened. He let out a faint hum and continued burying himself in his book. Chin Chunner secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If she had directly said she was here to deliver meat, her husband would rather throw it away than eat it. How could a scholar consume food given in such a condescending manner? After walking some distance, I suppressed my laughter. "Yin Yang, did you say Chun Chunner's husband used to be a book boy for a wealthy family?" "Yes, I heard he was a book boy for the young master of a prominent family in the prefecture." Chapter of the Broken Sleeve. The book boy goes to the prefecture every year. I suddenly wanted to laugh. That person probably isn't going to take the prefectural exam, but to meet an old lover. No wonder they go every year. Do they have children? Lu Yunyang shook her head. "Never had any." I secretly cursed in my heart. This is too much. Someone with a fondness for Long Yang, why marry a wife? Poor Chin Chunner, such an exceptional beauty, left to guard an empty boudoir. She needs a warm-hearted companion. Noticing my strange expression, Lu Yunyang asked, "Su Lang, what are you thinking about?" "Nothing." I shook my head and sighed. I just can't understand why some people like to take the hard road and go against the grain. Lu Yunyang looked completely puzzled. How could she possibly understand these words? I raised my hand and naturally wrapped it around her slender waist, laughing heartily. "If you can't figure it out, then stop thinking about it. Let's go home and eat some meat." Her cheeks flushed as I held her, and she glanced around nervously. Seeing no one, she half-heartedly resisted but ultimately let me hold her. As the sun set in the west, we walked home affectionately. I sighed inwardly. Lu Yunyang's figure was truly too delicate. But it's okay, sooner or later, I'll nurture her into a voluptuous beauty. At the alley entrance, my gaze darkened. I saw from a distance a person in tattered clothes sneaking around outside my yard. "Is he stealing meat?" Lu Yunyang exclaimed in shock. "It's Chun Haizi, a loafer who sneaks around stealing chickens and dogs in the village." The man had already climbed onto the stone wall, sticking his butt out and struggling to climb higher. I casually picked up a stone and hurled it forcefully, hitting him squarely on the butt. Ouch! Chen Haizi fell heavily to the ground and was about to start cursing when he saw us approaching. Startled, he limped away. This morning, he was also present when I beat up Li Dazhuang and Sun Erlin. Knowing I'm not someone to mess with, he naturally didn't dare to linger. We quickly opened the door. Fortunately, the kitchen was locked, and all the meat was still there, not a single piece missing. Lu Yunyang scolded. That damned Chen Haizi dared to come and steal meat. I'll tell the village chief later and make him suffer. I was curious. Who is this village chief? The head of the village owns a lot of land, and his 3 sons are skilled hunters. Their family never lacks food. He has high prestige, and the village's ancestral rules are all set with him leading the way. Even me carrying you home was approved by him. It seems this village chief is not a tyrant. I nodded and called for the meat. The meat soup simmering on the stove over a small fire had been stewed to perfection, its aroma filling the air. The roe deer head was split in half, with the meat already falling off the bone. A gentle pull was enough to separate it, and it was all lean meat. Every spice and coarse salt had been used, making this pot incredibly fragrant. Outside, the cold wind howled, while inside we were eating hot meat, and it was simply delicious. The only regret was not having a bowl of plain white rice. Pouring some meat broth over it would have been perfect. I was still a bit uneasy and didn't take out the rice directly. I'll find an excuse to take out a bag tomorrow. It's not too late. The 2 of us ate and drank to our fill, and there was still plenty of meat left in the pot, enough to continue eating tomorrow. Lu Yunyang brought over hot water, and we washed our faces and brushed our teeth. When it came time to wash my feet, she squatted down to remove my straw sandals, only to discover several cuts on my feet, with the blood already dried. She felt a pang of heartache, gently wiping with a damp cloth, not daring to let water touch the wound. Sulang, tomorrow let's trade some meat for a pair of cloth shoes. You absolutely can't keep wearing these straw sandals. This morning, she couldn't even bear to eat more meat herself, yet now she's willing to trade meat for cloth shoes for me. My heart warmed slightly, and I said softly, "We'll talk about it tomorrow, Yin Yang. Go to sleep." Her face flushed red, and after washing her feet, she climbed onto the bed and slipped under the covers. Autumn wind rattled the wooden window, and whispers occasionally drifted from inside the house. "Sulang, I'm scared." Lu Yunyang murmured softly, her voice as faint as a mosquito's, tinged with shyness. "Don't be afraid. I just want to hold you. I won't do anything." "Sulang, how could I be afraid of you? I'm afraid that I truly am the white tiger star descended to Earth, bringing harm to you." "Good Yin Yang, don't you know that I am the true lord of subduing tigers descended to the mortal world, specifically to subdue the white tiger?" "Sulang, you. Wait a moment, Sister Chunner and the others taught me a method. Don't laugh at me." After a night passed, the sky was just beginning to brighten, and the crowing of roosters echoed from the distant mountains. I hadn't fully woken up yet when a system notification sounded in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surviving one day in the chaotic world of disaster and unlocking the shop function. The heavyweight feature has finally arrived. I was overjoyed, and all my sleepiness vanished instantly. I immediately opened the shop, and a dazzling array of goods greeted me, leaving me overwhelmed. Food, appliances, medicine, general merchandise, clothing, furniture, cars, manuals, firearms, everything you could possibly need. Click on food, mineral water, chocolate, compressed biscuits, canned beef, frozen dumplings, even more comprehensive than Taba and Pinduoduo. Curiously click on secrets, postpartum care of sows, on the planting and grafting of fruit trees, the process of handcrafting an atomic bomb. I was stunned. Handcrafting an atomic bomb is possible? Flipping through a couple of pages, my eyes lit up. Great universe shift, 9 yang divine skill, desolate heaven imprisoning finger, 13 deadly swords, Shaolin Dragon Claw technique. Click on Shaolin Dragon Claw hand, priced at 10,000 survival points. Just as I was wondering what survival points are, the system provided an explanation. For every day the host survives in the chaotic world, 10,000 survival points are rewarded. The longer you survive and the better your life, the more daily rewards you receive. In other words, I don't have to do anything right now. Just relying on the daily credited survival points, I can live worry-free. This system is so considerate. It's like feeding you the food directly. The goal from now on is, live long, and live comfortably. But for now, there's only 10,000 survival points, so I need to buy the most urgently needed items first. Close the cheat sheet and open firearms. Fire lance, matchlock gun, flintlock gun, revolver, Desert Eagle, S686 shotgun. Who wouldn't get excited seeing this? Modern firearms in ancient times are practically a dimensional reduction strike. Modern people traveling back to ancient times can't avoid firearms. Now the system skips the research and development phase, providing ready-made products for immediate use. Absolutely thrilling. With these, forget about conquering a single country. The entire planet could be swept clean. If I form a firearms squad, I'll transform into a national hero, doing whatever I please. Mwaha. But as great as firearms are, they're also expensive. For now, the most important thing is to improve living conditions. The more survival points rewarded daily, the more things can be purchased, and the better the quality of life. It's a perfect cycle. Took a look at the classic firearm M4A1, 20,000 survival points. Not too expensive, but I can't afford it. After some browsing, I spent 5,000 survival points on a Glock 17mm pistol, commonly used by police officers in the US. 17 rounds of 9mm bullets, an effective range of 70 meters, light recoil, and it even came with 100 extra rounds. Looking at the pistol in the warehouse, I just want to go out and fire a few rounds for fun. What man can resist the temptation of shooting a pistol? Of course, except for those with full auto. If you have full auto, who would still use a pistol? After a while, Lu Yunyang opened her sleepy eyes and was about to get out of bed. I said softly, "It's okay, we won't go up the mountain to dig wild vegetables today." She nodded with a blush. "All right, Su Lang, your foot is injured. I'll stay home and take care of you today." My foot was only scraped by the straw sandals, not serious. A bit of antibiotics and iodine for disinfection would suffice. I held her close. "Yunyang, now that you're awake, would you like to eat something?" She blinked and whispered, "Can I not eat it?" "No way." I bought a few bottles of vitamins and trace element tablets from the mall, poured out a few of each, and handed them to her like performing a magic trick. She stared at the pills in surprise at first, then blushed, so it was these she had to eat, she had thought. Took the pills, got up to pour some water, and swallowed them all. "A bit sweet. Su Lang, what is this? Where did you find it?" I smiled. "Your husband is the white tiger god descended from the heavens. Performing a little trick is nothing. It's cold outside. Come in first and we'll talk." Lu Yunyang pursed her lips and walked toward the bed. When the sun rose, the small courtyard was already filled with the aroma of meat. After rinsing my mouth, I sat in the courtyard basking in the sun, pondering what excuse I could use to reasonably bring out daily necessities like salt, chicken essence, toothpaste, and toothbrushes. I couldn't possibly keep brushing my teeth with charcoal every day, could I? Talking about the system is too troublesome, so I decided to keep it a secret and not tell anyone. It would save me a lot of hassle. Just as I was thinking, Lu Yunyang brought out the steaming meat and called me to eat. The meat soaked in the rich soup overnight, becoming more flavorful and tender, infused with spices, making it incredibly satisfying to eat. While eating, a system notification sounded in my mind again. Ding. Task issued. Please survive for 1 day. Reward: 100,000 cotton coats, military overcoats. The corners of my mouth lifted. This task is simple. 100,000 military overcoats are practically a free gift. Just finished eating and wanted to get another serving when the system popped up again. Ding. Would the host like to bind Lu Yunyang as a trusted aide? Once successfully bound, her panel can be viewed. Bind. Without hesitation, I clicked agree and opened her profile panel. Name: Lu Yunyang. Gender: female. Age: 22 years old. Appearance: 90. Health status: 71. Normal is 100. Skills: farming, proficient. Needlework, proficient. Cooking, proficient. Note: as a confidant, she will never betray the host. Compared to these, I'm more concerned that her health status is only 71, but I have plenty of ways to supplement her nutrition. And the note about confidants never betraying. How thoughtful. After breakfast, I spent 50 survival points to buy iodine and antibiotics, cleaned my wounds, took anti-inflammatory medicine and calcium tablets, and tore the bathrobe I was wearing during the time travel into strips of cloth. I wrapped the cloth around my feet and put on straw sandals to prevent chafing. I also wrapped Lu Yunyang's feet. Starting now, I want her feet to gradually return to being smooth and delicate like jade. Seeing the good fabric being torn apart, she was somewhat reluctant. But with just one sentence from me, "I like soft feet," she no longer objected and even took the initiative to wrap her own feet. As long as it's something Su Lang likes, she complies, just like last night. Tried walking a few steps. It felt soft and didn't hurt my feet. I thought I might as well head up the mountain to test the Glock I bought last night. When Lu Yunyan heard I was going out, she wanted to lock the door and follow me. I gently said, "Yunyan, I'll just take a couple of rounds up the mountain and come back. You stay home and keep an eye on the meat. In the meantime, check for any drafty spots in the house, and we'll fix them together when I return." Although she was reluctant to part with her dear one, she nodded in agreement. The weather was getting colder. It was indeed time to repair the house. I left the house and headed toward the mountain. Passing by the fields, I saw 2 or 3 men with bare torsos catching fish in the river, but they had no luck. I really wanted to say, "If you can't catch any, just drain the water. It's not embarrassing." On the way up the mountain, I came across a few skinny children gathering firewood and several women squatting to dig for wild vegetables. I glanced around but didn't see Chen Chunner or Lin Mingxiang, so I kept walking. Further up, a few men with bows and arrows were chatting and laughing, most of them with fist-sized birds hanging from their waists, and one with a wild rabbit. They glanced at me from afar, but didn't come over to talk, and I wasn't in the mood for small talk either. After walking for over a quarter of an hour, I finally reached a deserted forest. Confirming that no one was around, I took out my pistol, removed the magazine, and loaded it with 9mm bullets one by one. Chambering around, turning off the safety, I aimed at a plump sparrow perched on a tree. Holding my breath, I pulled the trigger. Bang! The piercing gunshot shattered the forest silence, and the sparrow exploded with a pop, while other birds fled in panic. When I lowered the gun, all I saw were feathers drifting in the air. There was no trace of the sparrow. The pistol's power is too great. It's not suitable for shooting birds. I raised the gun again and pulled the trigger at a tree 50 meters away. Bang! 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 Since I'm already here, let's have some fun. I fired over 50 rounds in a row before stopping. Although a few missed, within 10 meters, I was confident I could land a headshot with one bullet. After putting away the gun, I picked up all the shell casings on the ground. These are brass and worth quite a bit of money. Thinking I might as well make the most of my trip, I spent 2,000 survival points to buy a 50-pound compound bow, paired with a few carbon fiber arrows, and started hunting. Maybe the gunshots scared away the prey, as I wandered around for quite a while before managing to shoot 8 birds. I switched to another hill and soon spotted a gray rabbit in the grass. Over 20 meters away, for my perfect archery skills, it was like meat delivered to my mouth. Drawing the arrow, knocking it, aiming. Just as I was about to release, I suddenly noticed someone else in another direction also drawing a bow and aiming at the rabbit. Distracted for a moment, that person shot first. The wooden arrow whistled through the air, thudding into the dirt mound a meter away from the rabbit. Missed by over a whole meter. What terrible archery! Startled, the rabbit darted into the grass, about to disappear. I swiftly released an arrow, piercing through the grass and hitting the rabbit dead on. I stepped forward to pick up the rabbit, curious to see who had such poor archery skills, yet dared to go hunting. Pulling out the arrow and wiping off the blood, I looked up, and it was Lin Mingxiang. She was thin and frail, her tattered clothes bearing several new tears, faintly revealing fresh wounds. It was clear she had endured a lot of hardship. When she saw me, her eyes lit up, and she licked her pale, chapped lips. "So it's you, Su Lang. Excellent archery." I glanced at her empty waist. "How long have you been on the mountain?" "Haven't caught anything. At dawn, I went up the mountain." She gripped the wooden bow tightly and lowered her head in defense. "It's not like I came back empty-handed." "What did you get?" "A few wild vegetables." Her face flushed red in an instant, and she quickly bent down to pick up the wooden arrows on the ground, faintly revealing a glimpse of a red dadu. Seeing her fingers trembling slightly, I knew she hadn't eaten anything all morning. If no one noticed, she'd eventually die in the mountains from low blood sugar. I just gave her a bowl of meat last night. How could this happen? Damn, could it be that Li Dazhuang didn't give her any at all? I originally didn't want to meddle, but a thought crossed my mind. Could she be taken in as a dependent? I spent some survival points to buy a nougat from the mall, tore open the packaging, and handed it over. Eat it, then come to my place. Lin Mingxiang suddenly looked up, her face full of disbelief. If Su Lang wanted her, she would naturally be willing, but is Yun Yang at home? She blushed and looked away, whispering, Su Lang, this, in broad daylight. I immediately knew she had misunderstood and said with a laugh, I was asking you to help handle the deer hide. What were you thinking? Lin Mingxiang's face turned so red it seemed like it could drip blood. I wasn't thinking anything. I was just thinking, we should hunt more while it's still daytime. I didn't expose her and smiled. Eat the candy first, and I'll teach you how to shoot arrows. Thank you, Su Lang. She popped the candy into her mouth, and the sweetness melted on her tongue. It was sweeter than anything she had ever tasted. She quickly asked, Su Lang, is this candy very expensive? Don't ask so many questions, or don't blame me if I start having improper thoughts. All right, Su Lang, why is this bow so strange? Keep your shoulders level, hands steady, and breathe lightly. I stood behind her, guiding her hand in hand to draw the bow. She felt the warm breath by her ear, her heart racing and her cheeks burning. She followed everything I said. After over 10 minutes of close guidance, she was already able to hit targets within 10 meters. Before long, she even managed to shoot a turtle dove, a faint smile appearing on her face. I found an excuse to part ways with her and continued wandering around. Half an hour later, I had a wild rabbit hanging from my waist, hiking boots on my feet, and a bulging cloth bag in my hand, filled with salt, MSG, 5 spice powder, toothpaste, toothbrush, and 5 or 6 pounds of white rice. On the way down the mountain, I happened to meet a few women who had just finished digging for wild vegetables, including Mrs. Nyo and Mrs. Pan from yesterday. Mrs. Nyo glanced enviously at the wild rabbit hanging from my waist and said, Mr. Su, why didn't Lady Yun come this morning? I smiled and replied, she was too tired, and I couldn't bear to let her work anymore. All the women blushed, turned their heads away, and stole glances at me out of the corners of their eyes while pursing their lips. Pan curiously asked, Su Lang, what are you carrying? I came across a peddler and traded some game for a few things. I calmly replied with the excuse I had prepared long ago. The women's eyes immediately held a trace of envy. Just look at him. Not only can he let Lu Yun Yang eat meat, but he also has extra game to trade for goods. In contrast, their own men could only catch a sparrow with barely a few ounces of meat, and even that had to be rationed over several meals. Comparing them was simply infuriating. At the village entrance, I parted ways with them. Turning the corner and just about to enter the door, I suddenly bumped heavily into a woman, as if colliding into warm, soft jade. Ah! The woman exclaimed in surprise, her body uncontrollably falling backward. I reacted quickly, wrapping my right arm around her waist and pulling her into my embrace. By the time Chin Chunner came to her senses, she was already lying in my arms, her charming face still showing traces of lingering fear. Madam, are you all right? It's nothing, it's nothing. Chin Chunner blushed, hurriedly got up, her chest gently rising and falling, and said, Thank you, Su Lang, before quickly leaving. Watching her graceful figure fade into the distance, I sighed inwardly. Without a doubt, in this small mountain village, Chin Chunner's figure was the most alluring. Unfortunately, her husband is not into women. Pushing open the courtyard gate, Lu Yunyang was intently filling the cracks in the mud wall with yellow clay. Seeing me return, her face blossomed into a smile as she softly said, Su Lang, come inside and rest. There's hot water on the stove. After eating meat for 2 days and taking some vitamins and calcium tablets, her face had gained a healthy flush, making her even more charming. I untied the prey from my waist. What is Chunner here for? She came to talk about a livelihood. A wealthy family in the city asked her to collect charcoal and wants to involve us in making it. Winter is approaching, and the demand for charcoal is increasing. Wealthy families need to stock up early. Did you agree? Not yet. Waiting for you, Su Lang, to decide. The mall has everything like honeycomb briquettes, smokeless coal, and bamboo charcoal, so I don't lack anything for heating. I rolled up my sleeves and stepped forward to help. Yin Yang, do you want to go make charcoal? Her clear eyes looked at me. Su Lang, we don't lack food right now. If we go make charcoal and earn some silver, we can repay Sister Chin's money. With what's left, We can buy some rice seeds next spring and a few little chicks. Wouldn't life be even better then? Her voice was gentle, filled with longing for a simple life of him farming and her weaving. The corner of my mouth lifted into a smirk. Did you forget something? She blinked, looking completely puzzled. Don't you want a few chubby sons and daughters? Shyness flickered in her eyes as she blushed and nodded lightly. I will listen to whatever you say, my dear Sue. Listen to me? Then in the future, we'll go to the city and buy a big mansion, let you wear silk, and eat delicacies every day. You won't have to live in a drafty house, wear simple cloth clothes, or worry about the next meal. As for achieving great deeds and conquering the world, I didn't say it out loud, afraid of scaring her. She gently shook her head. I don't desire those things. As long as I can be with Sue Lang, that's enough. My heart warmed, and I couldn't help but lift her chin and kiss her tenderly. Sue Lang, it's broad daylight, and my hands are still covered in mud. She was both shy and flustered, yet she tilted her head up and cooperated gently. After a moment of tenderness, I let her go, still reluctant. The two of us busied ourselves sealing all the cracks, then went to the well to fetch water and clean up. I lifted the cloth bag, ran into a peddler in the mountains and traded for some good stuff like salt and rice. I took out a pair of sneakers from the cloth bag, had her sit down, removed the straw sandals and cloth strips from her feet, and put on cotton socks and the sneakers for her. Lady Lu Yun was clutching the hem of her clothes, overwhelmed with emotion. She never imagined that Master Su would personally help her change her shoes, and such soft and beautiful ones at that. Master Su, these shoes must be very precious. I just wear them with ease. There will be even better ones in the future. I interrupted her and told her to get up and take a few steps to try them out. She could barely walk in the new shoes, afraid of scuffing or damaging them. I told her to step freely. After all, a pair only cost 100 survival points. After placing the cloth bag in the room, I pushed open another empty room, preparing to clean it out to store the items bought from the marketplace. Lu Yunyan, on the other hand, was handling 2 wild rabbits and 7 or 8 small birds. She occasionally glanced at her new shoes and couldn't help but smile. After a while, I called out from inside the room. Yunyan, do you know which family in the village has a daughter ready for marriage? Lu Yunyan's heart trembled, her eyes instantly reddened, and she replied in a trembling voice, of course there is. The youngest daughter of the village chief's family is 19 this year. Hearing that her voice sounded off, I stepped out and saw her quietly wiping away tears. What's wrong? Did someone bully you? No one bullied me. She shook her head, but tears still welled up. I'm just afraid that Su Lang might fancy another woman and no longer want me. I said no more and directly stepped forward to hold her in my arms. It seems your husband needs to properly teach you a lesson, so you won't keep overthinking all day. Her ears turned red. Su Lang, don't. The stove is still lit. I refused to listen and carried her directly into the room. Half an hour later, feeling refreshed, I pushed open the door, cooked a pot of white rice, and then dealt with the remaining game. I rubbed fine salt on a wild rabbit, hung it up to save for later, and chopped the rest into small pieces, stir-frying them over high heat with plenty of oil. Once the meat was almost done, I added dried chili peppers, 5-spice powder, and chicken essence, and a pot of spicy dry rabbit was ready. The rice was done, so I reheated yesterday's stewed meat, and a sumptuous dinner was complete. I set the table and called Lu Yunyang to eat. She obediently sat down, no longer daring to let her thoughts run wild. Looking at the steaming dishes on the table, she pursed her lips. This smelled so good, it could make the neighbors' kids cry with envy. I picked up a piece of dry pot rabbit for her. It's a bit spicy, give it a try. She nodded slightly and put the meat into her mouth. The meat was tender, fragrant, and spicy. It felt like she could eat 2 bowls of rice. She had never tasted such delicious food before. Su Lang, where did you learn this skill? It's nothing, as long as there's enough seasoning. Even straw sandals would taste good. I scooped up the white rice, craving this bite too much. The enticing aroma drifted through the village on the autumn breeze, making the wild vegetable soup in many villagers' hands suddenly lose its appeal. I said softly, Yin Yang, it was you who carried me home and took care of me. I may fail others, but I will never fail you. Don't let your thoughts run wild anymore. She obediently responded with a soft mm. Don't worry, No matter what, you are my main wife. I'll just find 2 equal wives, and the rest will be concubines. You are the head mistress of the household. Do you think they would dare to rebel? 2 equal wives aren't enough, and he still wants a bunch of concubines. Even the usually gentle Lu Yunyang couldn't hold back and said coquettishly, Su Lang. I put down my bowl and chopsticks, speaking earnestly. It seems you didn't take in what I just said. Come, let's go inside. Her face turned red, and she quickly lowered her head to eat, behaving obediently. After the meal, I brewed 2 cups of hot tea to ease the greasiness. Lu Yunyang took her calcium tablets and started boiling a large pot of hot water on the stove, preparing for a bath. I took a foldable plastic bathtub out of a cloth bag and also bought a fleece blanket to ensure she wouldn't catch a chill after bathing. Lady Lu Yun couldn't help but ask, Su Lang, is this bag of yours some kind of treasure bag? I hunted a wild boar weighing 300 to 400 pounds. The peddler traded me all his goods for it, and he took the boar to exchange for a wife. At this time, a wild boar could indeed be traded for a few young maidens, so she didn't think much of it. After the water boiled, I originally intended to bathe with her, but she was too shy and only agreed to help me wash. I didn't insist and enjoyed a refreshing hot bath, then let her bathe. I came to the bedside, pulled out all the moldy old cotton from the bedding and threw it into the stove to burn. Then I bought a new warm quilt core from the mall and replaced it, crawling into the bed. After splurging through the day, only 70 survival points were left out of 10,000. But another 10,000 will be credited tomorrow morning, so there's no rush. After filling the wall cracks and replacing the quilt core, the bed indeed felt much less cold. Moments later, the sound of water behind the curtain stopped. Lu Yunyin emerged, wrapped in a small blanket, shyly walking out. After soaking in hot water, her face became even more rosy, and the lingering moisture on her snow-white skin made her look even more charming and alluring. I patted the spot beside me. Yin Yang, it's cold outside. Come in quickly. She lightly pressed her lips together in response and walked toward the warm bed. The night grew deeper, and the autumn wind outside was bone-chilling. A night passed, and the horizon began to lighten with the first hints of dawn. I was awakened from my deep sleep by the system notification sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully surviving one day. Reward: 100,000 cotton coats, military overcoats. This task is way too easy, just stay alive. Looking at the 100,000 cotton coats in the warehouse, the corners of my mouth lifted into a smile. No need to fear the coming winter. Ding! Task issued. Please wear appropriate clothing to stay warm. Reward: 100,000 packs of Kong Shui Fu instant noodles. Instant noodles are a hard currency in any era. Ancient famines, post-apocalyptic futures. Just add hot water and they're ready to eat. If Mr. Kong Ming had this at his disposal back then, he might have even succeeded in the northern expeditions. However, the military coat obviously didn't fit the appropriate era's clothing and had to be replaced in town. Just as he was thinking, a rapid pounding on the door suddenly came from outside the courtyard. Bang! 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 Su, you bastard! Give me back my wife. I looked frustrated. How could a victim come knocking on my door when I hadn't even done anything yet? I originally didn't want to bother, but who would have thought they'd escalate further? You scoundrel! Having a young widow to warm your bed isn't enough, and now you're stealing my wife. If you've got guts, open the door. Su, if you know what's good for you, hand my sister-in-law back, or I'll beat you adulterers to death. Widow Lu, open the door quickly. The village chief is here. You can't escape. 7 or 8 people shouted and cursed, startling the villagers who hurriedly put on clothes and gathered around. Anger flared up in my heart, and I got dressed to go out. Lu Yunyang was also awakened. She frowned and listened for a moment. It seems to be Li Dazhuang. How did he find our house? Get dressed. I'm going out to take a look. I quickly threw on my clothes, put on my hiking boots, grabbed the machete from the corner of the wall, and forcefully pushed open the courtyard gate. Outside stood 7 or 8 men holding torches and wooden sticks, led by none other than Li Dazhuang. Seeing the knife in my hand, his momentum faltered a bit. He was still hurting from the beating last time. He glanced back at his stick-wielding companions and mustered his courage. Su, where's my wife? I scanned the crowd, my gaze slightly cold. Your wife? Asking me? Do you dare say you didn't touch my wife? Li Dazhuang sneered. This scoundrel had long lost all shame. I don't mind if my wife sleeps with you a few times, as long as you give us some meat. But damn it, you can't just monopolize her. From yesterday until now, you only sent back one pigeon, not even enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. One pigeon, and you kept her for a whole day and night. Isn't this bullying an honest man? Damn, don't insult the term honest man. Who talks about their wife like that in front of so many people? I almost laughed in anger. Li Dazhuang, are you even a man? Who talks about their wife like that? Li Dazhuang, as if his sore spot had been hit, turned red-eyed and finally cursed through gritted teeth. You shameless pair dare to do it. So why wouldn't I dare to say it? Hand over that wench now. Sun Erlin also shouted. Don't think about stalling for time. The courtyard is already surrounded. Sister-in-law can't escape. I looked at the villagers' faces flickering under the torchlight and said firmly, Lin Mingxiang is not here with me. We are innocent. Rubbish. I have a witness. Li Dazhuang glared at Chun Haizi, the guy I had chased off with a stone a few days ago when he was caught stealing meat over the wall. In front of the whole village, tell them what you saw yesterday. Chun Haizi glanced at me slyly and shouted, It's him. I saw him yesterday in the grove hugging my sister-in-law, hugging her so tightly. I said calmly, I was teaching her archery. Rubbish. Does my wife need you to teach her? Li Dazhuang cursed angrily. A man and a woman alone in the woods hugging each other, and you still dare to claim innocence. Falsely accused despite my good intentions, I couldn't be bothered to explain further. Anyway, Lin Mingxiang isn't with me. Believe it or not. He refuses to hand it over? Then break in and search. Li Dazhuang shouted. Sun Erlin and Chun Haizi led their men into the courtyard. I raised my foot and kicked, sending Li Dazhuang flying backward, knocking down a group of people behind him. Anyone who dares take another step, don't blame me if my blade shows no mercy. The crowd struggled to their feet, eyeing the hatchet in my hand with apprehension, hesitating to move forward. At this moment, an elderly man in his 50s stepped out from the crowd. He was neatly dressed and appeared robust. Young man, I am Chen Shanha, the village chief of Chenjiago. Put the knife down first, and I will help you resolve this matter. I merely glanced at him indifferently and did not put down the knife. Chen Shanha frowned. Young man, there are witnesses who saw you with Lin Mingxiang, and now she is missing. If you are innocent, why not let them enter the house and take a look? Li Dazhuang nodded. Right, if you didn't sleep with my wife, why won't you let us in? At this moment, Lu Yunyang also came out fully dressed, holding a wooden stick with her eyebrows raised sharply. Sister Mingxiang isn't here. Why should we let you search? Sun Erlin saw her rosy complexion. His heart tightened, and he gritted his teeth. Widow Lu, you've long become this pretty boy's lover. Of course you're siding with him. He then incited the crowd around him. This pretty boy has only been here a few days, and he's already seduced 2 young wives. He must give us an explanation. The surrounding men immediately looked at me with hostility. This pretty boy is naturally handsome, fine, but he eats meat at every meal. If even their wives start fancying him, how can they compete? The crowd began shouting along. Enough, all of you. Chen Shanha gave a low shout, glaring at Sun Erlin. Stop stirring up trouble here. It's not your place to cause a commotion. The village chief indeed commanded respect, and the crowd gradually quieted down. He looked at me and said, Young man, as long as I'm here, no one can wrong you. What will it take for you to let us into the house to search for someone? I replied calmly, You can come in and search. But what if you don't find anyone? Li Dazhuang sneered. If we don't find anyone, I'll kneel and apologize to you. I stared at Sun Erlin and Chun Haizi, who were stirring up trouble. What about you two? The two hesitated for a moment, then nodded reluctantly. If we can't find it, we'll kneel and apologize to you. As dawn broke, more and more people gathered to watch. I said coldly, Fine, come in and look. But let me make this clear. If you break anything or take something, don't blame me for showing no mercy with my blade. I pushed open the courtyard gate, and Li Dazhuang, along with Sun Erlin and Chen Haizi, rushed straight to the main house, followed closely by the village chief, Chen Shanha. Lu Yunyang and I followed them the entire time to prevent any tricks. The main house contained only a broken bed and shabby furniture. Where was anyone? They even searched every corner thoroughly. Lu Yunyang sneered. Li Dazhuang, Where's your wife? And the kitchen. Li Daswang waved his hand and rushed into the kitchen. As soon as they entered, their eyes widened. Hanging from the beams was a row of smoked cured meat, glistening with oil. They couldn't even fill their stomachs with wild vegetables. And now, staring at my house full of meat, their Adam's apples kept moving. Seeing me holding a firewood knife and glaring coldly, they didn't dare act recklessly. After circling around, they slunk out dejectedly. The remaining few thatched huts, even the latrine, were searched, but naturally, they found nothing. Li Daswang even asked the people guarding outside to confirm that no one had climbed over the wall and escaped. I reminded them, finished searching? Time to kneel, isn't it? The three instantly wilted, lowering their heads in silence. Kneeling before the entire village. How could they continue to show their faces in Chinjigu after this? Li Dazhuang cast a pleading look at Chinshanha. Unexpectedly, the village elder sighed and said, "A true man keeps his word. Kneel. Don't let the men of Chinjigu lose face." Li Dazhuang's face turned ashen. Gritting his teeth, he knelt down with the other two and gave a heavy kowtow. Just as he got up, Li Dazhuang pulled at the wound on his waist, hissing in pain, and suddenly pointed at me, roaring angrily. "Su, this isn't over. If you hadn't injured me, would my wife have gone hunting in the mountains and not returned?" Sun Erlin and Chun Haizi immediately chimed in. "That's right, it's all your fault in the end." Lu Yunyang trembled with anger. Wasn't it because he wanted to snatch the meat and got beaten for it? Serves him right. Li Dazhuang argued unreasonably. "Who told you to drag such a big roe deer? I was just joking around. How was I supposed to know you'd actually hit me? A typical stubborn person, you can't reason with him." Chin Chunner, standing at the back of the crowd, couldn't take it anymore. "Meng Xiang didn't come back all night. Why are you all making a fuss? Hurry up and search the mountain." The villagers lowered their heads in silence. They couldn't even fill their own stomachs. Who had the time to care about others? Chin Shana sighed. "We're all neighbors. Everyone, just keep an eye out while you're on the mountain." The villagers remained silent. During years of famine, it was hard enough to fend for themselves. I couldn't be bothered to waste words with them and directly issued an order to leave. "If the person isn't here, then everyone go." Turning to Lu Yunyang, I said, "Yunyang, pack some food and water. We're going up the mountain to search." Lu Yunyang immediately went inside to prepare. The villagers dispersed, and Chun Shanha sighed helplessly, having no choice but to return home and ask his family to help with the search. Chin Chunner walked up to me and said softly, "Su Lang, may I go with you?" "Of course, have breakfast with us first." "Huh? I'll skip it." She quickly waved her hand. I interrupted her. "How will you have energy if you don't eat? It's just simple food, don't be picky." Breakfast was last night's leftover spicy rabbit stir-fry with some cured meat, reheated and served with leftover rice. Chin Chunner held her bowl of white rice, looking at the fragrant plate of stir-fried meat on the table with a complicated expression. This was called simple food? It was better than what her family ate in half a year. She took a small bite of the rabbit meat, and her eyes immediately widened. It was tender, slightly spicy, and incredibly delicious. Lu Yunyang apologized. "Sister Chun, my cooking isn't as good as Su Lang's. Please don't laugh at me." Chin Chunner silently lowered her head and focused on eating, too lazy to engage with this subtly boastful couple. After the meal, she took the initiative to help clean up the dishes. Lu Yunyang wrapped the cooked slices of cured meat in cloth, while Chin Chunner went to the well to fill 3 water pouches. I, on the other hand, stored all the cured meat, rice, and seasonings from the kitchen into the system space, then spent 500 survival points to buy a few animal traps and buried them in pits I dug in the kitchen. Mistress Lu Yun and Chin Chunner watched from the side, their brows slightly furrowed, but neither said a word. Stealing grain during a famine year is a matter of life and death. The fact that I didn't poison it is already merciful. Mistress Lu Yun put an iron lock on the kitchen. I carried a bow and a knife. Mistress Lu Yun took some dry rations, and Chin Chunner carried a water pouch. After locking the courtyard gate, we headed up the mountain. We first went to the forest from yesterday, but didn't find Meng Xiang. Then we searched several more mountain ridges, shouting until our voices were hoarse, but there was no response at all. Along the way, I came across a few bamboo partridges but didn't shoot them. This time, the priority was finding someone. On the way, We also encountered a few villagers searching for Meng Xiang, which showed they still had some conscience. The midday sun was scorching, so I found a shady spot for the two to rest. Lu Yunyang took out a handkerchief, intending to wipe my sweat, but after glancing at Chinchunner, she handed it to me instead. I wiped my sweat and returned it to her. Are you tired? I'm fine, just wondering where Sister Mingxiang is. A few strands of Chunchunner's black hair stuck to her fair cheeks due to sweat. Her chest rose and fell with her breathing as she took a sip of water and said worriedly, "She hasn't eaten for a whole day and night. I hope nothing's happened to her. She has her bow and arrows with her. She should be fine. Let's rest for a bit and then continue searching." The three of them shared the cured meat, drank some water, and regained some strength. On another mountain, Li Dazhuang and his two companions were also exhausted. Sun Erlin looked up at the scorching sun. "Brother Dazhuang, how long are we going to keep searching?" "One more round. If we don't find her, we'll head back." Chun Haizi slumped on the ground. "Big brother, that's the wife you traded 2 bamboo partridges and 5 rabbit skins for. You're giving up." "Stop looking," Li Dazhuang waved impatiently. "You think I'd kill myself over a woman?" Sun Erlin sighed. "If I had known, you might as well have let us borrow your wife for some fun. Dream on. If you want to play with my wife, trade me some meat. She's the most beautiful woman in Xinghua village. Back then, I even pulled a knife on her father to marry her." Chun Haizi suddenly said, "Big brother, speaking of meat, did you see that row of cured meat hanging at Widow Lu's house this morning? Anyone with eyes can see it, making me drool." Chun Haizi chuckled. "That pretty boy and Widow Lu have gone up the mountain to look for someone. There's no one at home now." The three exchanged glances, understanding each other without words. Li Dazhuang waved his hand. "Let's go down the mountain to eat meat." The three scoundrels sneaked down the mountain just like that. "Come back to my side." The three of us, full and satisfied, continued searching. Before long, we came across a young brother and sister. The man, in his early 20s, held a bough with prey hanging from it. The girl, around 17 or 18, had fair skin, an oval face, and eyes as clear as a lake. The young girl smiled and greeted Chinchunner and Lu Yunyang. The three women gathered together to chat, while the young man and I exchanged a distant glance, neither of us speaking. The young girl clasped her hands behind her back and approached me curiously, asking, "How did you catch that roe deer?" I smiled faintly. "It was as curious as you and came to me on its own." The young girl blinked her eyes, finding it amusing, and was about to speak when the young man spoke. "Little deer, let's go." "Got it, bro." The young girl glanced again at the strange bough in my hand and ran off. Lu Yunyang leaned over and whispered, "This is the youngest daughter of the Muramesa family, Qin Xiaolu." Xiaolu, the name suits her well. Curious like a silly fawn. After wandering for more than half an hour, we emptied 2 water pouches. When we reached a spot above a valley, Lu Yunyang suddenly exclaimed, "Su Lang, look down there." I looked down, my expression tensing. Below, there was a black bear, clawing at something between 2 large rocks. Chinchunner turned pale and pointed tremblingly. "By the bear's feet. Is that Mengxiang's clothing?" The gray fabric was indeed from the clothes Lin Mengxiang wore yesterday. Mengxiang couldn't have been eaten, right? The two turned deathly pale in fear. "There's no blood or bones nearby. She must be hiding in the crevice of the rocks. Don't make a sound. I'll go drive the bear away." With Chinchunner present, I couldn't draw my gun. From over 50 meters away, even using a gun might not guarantee a hit. I raised the compound bow, knocked a piercing arrow, and slowly drew the string to aim. The black bear was restless, sometimes clawing at the cracks, sometimes pushing rocks, making it more challenging. The two women held their breath, not daring to make a sound. To ensure accuracy, I simply aimed at its eye, hitting a walnut-sized, constantly moving eye from 30 to 40 meters away was almost impossible for an ordinary person. But I didn't hesitate and released the string. Whoosh! The armor-piercing arrow shot out as a streak of black light, piercing straight through the black bear's right eye. Blood and flesh splattered as the arrowhead sank incompletely. Roar! The black bear's miserable cries echoed through the valley as it frantically squeezed into the crevice. Without hesitation, I drew my bow again and aimed at its head. Thud! The second arrow pierced through the skull, and the black bear struggled a few times before collapsing to the ground with a thud. "Su Lang, you hit it." The two women finally relaxed, their eyes full of admiration. From such a distance, 2 arrows killed a bear. I'll go down first. You take the long way around and come slowly. I secured my bow, grabbed the vine, and slid into the valley. The black bear lay motionless on the ground. I didn't let my guard down, gripping the machete as I cautiously approached. After walking a dozen steps without any reaction, I finally reached the crevice and peered inside. Lin Mingxiang curled up in the deepest corner, hugging her knees and burying her head, trembling violently. "Don't come over. Please don't come over." I let out a sigh of relief and softened my voice. "Mengxiang, it's okay now, you're safe." "Don't eat me," she cried out in a trembling voice, on the verge of tears. "Su Lang." The next second, she reacted, lifting her tear-streaked face in disbelief. Seeing me, an indescribable mix of bitterness and grievance surged in her heart. I smiled gently. "It's me, come out." Her face suddenly turned pale as she shook her head frantically. "Su Lang, run quickly. There's a bear outside." "It's fine, the bear has been killed by me." As soon as the words left my mouth, a noise came from behind. I whipped around. The black bear was actually wobbling as it got back up. Despicable beast, playing dead. Lin Mingxiang heard it too and quickly reached out her hand. "Su Lang, come inside quickly." "It's fine. A single bear can't stir up much trouble." I gripped the machete tightly. The black bear panted heavily, its remaining single eye locked onto me, and its limbs pushed fiercely like an out-of-control truck charging forward. It was too close to draw the bow in time. It lunged forward, its bloody maw wide open. From afar, Lu Yunyan and Chun Chunner, who had rushed over, screamed in fright. "Su Lang!" Roar! The black bear suddenly let out a miserable cry and turned to flee. I seized the moment and swung the machete horizontally, slashing into its open mouth, leaving half its face a bloody mess. How could I let it go? I chased after it, leaping high like a cheetah, and brought the machete down heavily onto its head. With a crack of bone, the bear's head split in two, and the massive creature collapsed to the ground with a thud, completely lifeless. I pulled out the machete, wiped the blood off on the bear's hide, and waved toward the distance. "I'm fine." Lu Yunyang collapsed to the ground, and Chun Chunner was too frightened to move, her chest heaving violently as she looked at me with a mix of fear and reproach. This Su Lang, trying to scare someone to death? Just as I was about to turn and check on Mengxiang in the crevice, a soft, warm figure suddenly threw itself into my arms, knocking me down onto the bear's corpse. It's Lin Mingxiang. Her long-suppressed fear erupted completely, and she lay on my chest, crying her heart out. I managed to push her away slightly, but she pleaded, "Dear Su Lang, please take me." Her voice was both aggrieved and frantic, and then she clung to me tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. Looking at her trembling in my arms, I couldn't bear to push her away and only gently patted her back. She cried for an unknown amount of time, her sobs gradually weakening. At this moment, Lu Yunyang and Chun Chunner approached. Lu Yunyang frowned slightly. "Sister Mingxiang, are you all right?" Lin Mingxiang's whole body stiffened, and she let go of me as if electrocuted, hurriedly wiping her tears. "I'm fine, thanks to young Master Su." Her heart was in a panic, hugging him in front of the main wife. If Lu Yunyang wanted to hit her, should she run or stay? I got up nonchalantly. "As long as you're fine, it's not in vain that Yunyang and Chunner came out early in the morning to look for you." Chun Chunner shot me a glare. Since when did she allow me to call her Chunner? The gentle Lu Yunyang stepped forward, raised her small hand, and lightly pounded my shoulder. "Su Lang, don't be so reckless in the future. You scared me to death. If something happens to you, I won't live either." Tears welled up in her eyes. I pinched her cheek and said, all right, it's fine." Who knew the bear would play dead? "I'll shoot a few more arrows next time." She pressed her lips together and said no more, but her gaze fell on the tear-stained mark on my chest. Dream-fragrant sister. Honestly, why are you crying on my Su Lang? Lin Mingxiang also calmed down. It was just a moment of impulsiveness earlier. Chun Chunner broke the awkward silence. "Mengxiang, how did you run into this bear?" "Yesterday, I wanted to hunt more prey. I came here and it spotted me. I don't even know where I dropped my bow and arrows." Before she could finish speaking, her stomach growled, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Lu Yunyang took out some cooked meat and handed it to her. "Yunyang, no need. I'll eat when I get back. I patted the bear. Go ahead and eat. Thanks to you, I managed to hunt this bear. Our family won't lack meat this winter. Chin Chunner also handed over a water pouch. We're all family here. Lin Mingxiang took the meat. Her eyes reddened, and she ate in small bites as silent tears rolled down her cheeks. When had she ever felt such warmth? I looked around. You all rest here. I'll cut some vines to make a sled and drag the bear back. If no one were around, I would just store it in the system space. But with outsiders here, I can only put in some extra effort. After I walked away, Lin Mingxiang lowered her head in shame. Yin Yang, just now I didn't mean to. Lu Yunyang blinked her clear eyes in confusion and said, What happened just now? We were in a hurry and didn't see clearly. Lin Mingxiang felt a surge of warmth in her heart and was deeply grateful. Thank you. Not long after, I carried back some vine and wooden sticks. The four of us worked together to make a sled and tied the black bear onto it. I looped the vine over my shoulder and started pulling it down the mountain. In autumn, black bears are fattening up, and this one weighed about 200 kilograms. With my body strengthened to rival 100 enemies, my strength and endurance had greatly increased. With the help of the other three, we managed to get out of the mountain in just over an hour. Dragging such a large bear, we hadn't even entered the village when a crowd of villagers gathered around, their eyes red with excitement. Yin Yang, how did you hunt such a big bear? At least 300 jin, enough meat for a family to last the winter. I think it's at least 600 jin, worth 2 fat pigs. This hide, bear paws, and bear gallbladder could sell for 50 or 60 taels of silver in town. 50 or 60 taels. That's enough coarse grain to feed Chinjigu for a long time. The more they calculated, the greedier they became. The villagers crowded closer, their eyes like those of starving hyenas. Lu Yunyang and the other two grew uneasy. Starving people were capable of killing for meat. I swept my gaze over the crowd and said coldly, I hunted this bear alone. If anyone wants to take it, come and try. Sensing my murderous intent, the villagers calmed down. Who would dare provoke someone ruthless enough to hunt a bear? They weren't starving to death yet, so it wasn't worth risking their lives. A man swallowed and said, Brother Su, this bear is so big, the two of you can't finish it. How about sharing some with me? I only want the offal. The other villagers immediately fixed their eyes on me. I knew that once I opened this door, it would never end. I said firmly, even if this bear is divided among all of you, it would only be a few ounces of meat, not enough for a meal. When I exchange it for grain and come back, I'll lend each family a few pounds. The villagers immediately smiled. Trading one meal of meat for several meals of grain was a calculation they could easily understand. Surrounded by the villagers, I dragged the black bear to the front of my yard. Lu Yunyang stepped forward to unlock the door. While I glanced toward the corner of the wall, there were a few dark bloodstains on the ground. I sneered inwardly. Someone really came to steal the meat. Those people wasted their effort. The food at home had long been stored in my system warehouse. Not a single grain could be found. Just as I was about to drag the black bear into the yard, at the other end of the alley, Li Dazhuang hobbled over with a few villagers, glaring at me venomously, as if I had stolen his wife. But as soon as he saw the big black bear behind me, his eyes immediately froze, filled with greed. I put down the bear's carcass and looked at him. What's the matter? He glared at me, but couldn't muster a single harsh word. Instead, he turned and shouted at Lin Mingxiang. You little wench, what are you standing there for? Get back here and watch how I deal with you. Lin Mingxiang trembled in fear, lowering her head as she shuffled forward. Got guts now, huh? Staying out all day and night without coming home. Li Dazhuang cursed, his face darkening. Where's my bow? Lost it. Lin Mingxiang stammered. What? Li Dazhuang roared in fury, dragging his lame leg as he rushed forward, raising his hand to slap her. I kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying 2 or 3 meters away, rolling several times on the ground. He clutched his stomach and curled up on the ground, gritting his teeth and cursing. Su, mind your own business. I'm disciplining my own woman. I looked at him as if he were a dog. Speak up. What do you want in exchange for letting Lin Mingxiang go? Lin Mingxiang stood frozen in place, her eyes filled with disbelief as she looked at me. Li Dazhuang was momentarily stunned, then became even more furious. I knew there was something fishy between you two. Did sleeping together make you catch feelings? Do you really want to die? I coldly took a few steps forward. He scrambled backward, panting heavily. You pretty boy, seducing my wife and still think you're in the right. At this moment, a lackey beside him whispered a few words in his ear. His eyes immediately lit up. Sue, do your words from earlier still count? I always keep my word. He swallowed and stared at the black bear. Give me this bear, and Lin Mingxiang will be yours. I'll write the divorce letter immediately. The surrounding villagers instantly erupted. Li Dazhuang, have you gone mad for money? Trading a woman for a bear? A single bear can usually be exchanged for 3 virtuous women, let alone one who's already been married. If that's the case, I'll trade my daughter. Lin Mingxiang's head hung lower and lower, while Chun Chunner stepped forward, gently holding her hand to comfort her. Li Dazhuang, afraid I might change my mind, quickly said, don't listen to them. Lin Mingxiang is the most beautiful woman in Xinghua village. It's just the famine that made her like this. I've been married to her for over 10 days, and I haven't even touched her finger. She's still a pure maiden. The villagers burst into laughter. Li Dazhuang, stop talking nonsense. With such a lovely young wife, you wouldn't be able to resist touching her. Li Dazhuang's face alternated between pale and flushed as he blurted out. Years ago, I got into a fight with Air Guzzi from next door, and my manhood was injured. I've been useless ever since. Everyone immediately looked at him with a bit more pity in their eyes. Sue, do you agree or not? If you don't, I'll go back and kill this little wretch. A flash of killing intent appeared in my eyes. Go get someone to write a divorce letter as proof. Once I have the letter, Xiong will be yours. Li Dazhuang was overjoyed and quickly urged his subordinates to invite the village chief, fearing I might change my mind. A villager couldn't hold back. Brother Sue, I'll trade my wife with you. Trade with me. I'll trade both my daughter and daughter-in-law, and I'll write the divorce papers immediately. I only want half the silver. My wife isn't bad either. The scene instantly turned into a human marketplace. In chaotic times, human lives are indeed as cheap as grass. I shook my head. I already made an agreement with Li Dazhuang. It won't change. Li Dazhuang let out a sigh of relief and even gave me a thumbs up. Brother Sue, you're a real man. Wishing you a happy wedding tonight. Soon, the village chief Qinshanha, several respected elders, and the only scholar in Qinjiagu, Yang Bo, arrived. Yang Bo picked up his brush and eloquently wrote a divorce letter, which he read aloud to everyone. The village chief and the elders pressed their fingerprints on it, and Li Dazhuang unhesitatingly stamped it with a red seal. The divorce letter was placed in front of Lin Mingxiang. She looked at me and said tremblingly, Su Lang, I'm not worthy. You don't want to be with me? Of course I do. She quickly shook her head. Then sign it. She trembled as she pressed her fingerprint. From this moment on, she had nothing more to do with Li Dazhuang. Li Dazhuang was overjoyed and called his men to move the bear. Wait. I stopped them abruptly. What? Are you regretting it? The divorce letter is already in your hands. Who said I regret it? I stepped on the black bear. Without my permission, no one can take it away. Li Dazhuang grabbed a stick, fuming. Sue, are you trying to act tough? I'm acting tough, so what can you do about it? He didn't dare to step forward and could only turn to the village chief for help. Uncle Chun, you're the village chief. Do something. Chun Shana frowned and said, watch your words. Lin Mingxiang is no longer your wife. Then he turned to me. Young man, according to the agreement, the bear is his. Why won't you give it to him? Because this bear is his compensation gift, I said firmly, leaving no room for doubt. Everyone was stunned. Li Dazhuang was furious. Sue, you stole my wife and now you want me to give compensation? Is there no justice? I calmly said. He brought people to steal all the cured meat from my house, so this bear is compensation. When Lu Yunyang heard this, her expression changed slightly. She rushed into the courtyard to check, and soon a cry of surprise came. Su Lang, all our meat is gone. The villagers looked at Li Dazhuang. Everyone had seen that row after row of cured meat in the morning. Rubbish. Li Dazhuang stiffened his neck. Your meat is gone. What does that have to do with me? Who saw me steal it? I glanced at his lame leg. Before I went out, I was afraid of thieves, so I set a trap in the kitchen. Li Dazhuang, do you dare to roll up your pant leg and show everyone how your leg got injured? He was guilty but still stubborn. I stepped on the trap, while going up the mountain to look for Lin Mingxiang. Then may I trouble the village chief to have someone check on Chen Haizi and Sun Erlin to see if their legs are also injured. Li Dazhuang's face instantly turned ashen, his teeth grinding audibly. He had forgotten to align his story with those two. The villagers quickly brought back the news. Sun Erlin said it happened in the pine forest. Chen Haizi said it was in the bushes. The three of them couldn't agree on their stories. Li Dazhuang stubbornly retorted, "What does that prove? I didn't steal anything." I was exasperated with him. "Yin Yang, bring out an animal trap. This trap is custom-made and can't be bought elsewhere. If the shape doesn't match the wounds on his leg, the bear is his, and I'll even apologize to him." Li Dazhuang still tried to resist. "Why should I let you see it?" Muramasa waved his hand, and a few villagers stepped forward to forcibly roll up his pant leg and tear off the herbal medicine, revealing a circle of gruesome wounds. Li Dazhuang gasped in pain. "I'll remember this, you bastards." Muramasa compared it with the clamp, an exact match. The elders looked and had no objections. The evidence was irrefutable. I said coldly, "Li Dazhuang stole meat from my house. It's not too much to take some compensation, is it?" The villagers all fell silent, but there was a hint of schadenfreude in their hearts. Li Dazhuang, realizing he couldn't deny the injury on his leg, simply changed his tune. "We did go into your kitchen, but the meat was already gone when we got there. So you're admitting you went in?" I raised an eyebrow. "Since only you went in, where did my 600 pounds of cured meat, 2 jars of coarse salt, and 10 taels of silver go? Damn, a single deer only yields 50 pounds of meat. Where did you get 600 pounds from?" Dare to act, but not admit. "I really didn't steal." Li Dazhuang, eyes blazing with anger, shouted at the villagers, "Folks, I swear to the heavens, if I stole his family's meat, let me, Li Dazhuang, be cursed with no descendants." Huh. The villagers' gazes were filled with pity. "Wasn't it true that your vital part was injured, and you were already unable to have descendants? This oath suits you perfectly." Li Dazhuang came to his senses, his face alternating between green and pale. "Anyway, I didn't steal anything," I said calmly. "Why deny it? Accept this bear as compensation, and I won't pursue the 600 pounds of meat and 10 taels of silver." Li Dazhuang clenched his fists so tightly they cracked, his chest seemingly about to burst into flames. Humiliated. He had never felt so humiliated in his life. He clearly hadn't stolen anything, yet he was being falsely accused. He pointed a trembling finger at me, shaking with anger. "You ruthless bastard. From the start, you never intended to give me the bear. You're just using this to snatch my wife." My gaze suddenly turned sharp. "Watch your mouth. Lin Mingxiang is no longer your wife. The bear was given to me by you as compensation." Li Dazhuang's eyes turned red as he roared, "Villagers, if you help me take back the bear, I'll share the meat. Everyone gets a share." His gang of scoundrel friends howled and charged forward with sticks, while the onlooking villagers began to stir restlessly. "You've gone too far." Chun Shanha's furious roar silenced the crowd. "I'm not dead yet, and Chenjiagu won't let you run wild." But he could control the villagers, not those few thugs. The leader swung a stick down at my head. I sidestepped and slashed the machete fiercely at his hand. Ah! The man's hand fell to the ground with a thud, blood gushing as he clutched his severed wrist and howled. The bloody scene stunned everyone, leaving the remaining thugs pale-faced and trembling, no longer daring to step forward. Usually, they bullied only the weak, but when had they ever encountered someone as ruthless as me, who would directly resort to using a knife? There were 50 or 60 villagers present. I couldn't kill them all, but making an example out of one was enough. Won't listen to reason and still want to steal the meat? Do you really think I have no temper? I swept my gaze across the crowd and walked straight toward Li Dazhuang. Li Dazhuang's face turned pale. Realizing I truly intended to kill him, he dragged his lame leg and hid behind the village chief, clutching him tightly. "Don't come any closer. Village chief, stop this madman." Poor old Chinshana, being pushed out as a human shield, was both anxious and furious. "Dazhuang, what are you doing?" Unable to shake him off, he had no choice but to shout at me. "Young man, calm down. Taking a life changes everything. Yes, yes. If you kill me, you'll have to pay with your own life. My life is worthless, not worth it." Li Dazhuang cowered behind his back. I stopped in my tracks. Either way, I was determined to kill this man, and not even the village chief could stop me. Passing by those terrified thugs, I shouted, still standing there, waiting for me to treat you to some meat. Go, go, go. The thugs scrambled away in a panic, and Li Dazhuang slipped away with them. The one with the severed hand tried to run, but I stopped him. Wait. His face was deathly pale, looking worse than crying. I was wrong. Pick up your hand. He tremblingly picked up his severed hand and fled as if flying. After the thug left, I glanced at the nearby villagers. Each of them, as if being stared down by a tiger, lowered their heads and dispersed. I walked over to the black bear, pondering how to deal with it. Chun Shanha approached from a distance, keeping a safe gap. Young man, this bear is a treasure, but also a root of trouble. Better deal with it quickly. Uncle Chun, do you have any suggestions? Hearing me call him Uncle Chun, he visibly relaxed. Take it to the city to sell. It could fetch a good price. I'll have San Huzi drive the ox cart to accompany you. I have connections with the fur shop over there. I smiled and said, Thank you, Uncle Chun. I'll definitely visit to express my gratitude later. We're all neighbors. Chun Shanha waved his hand and added, Try to avoid using the knife if you can in the future. Blood brings trouble. Don't worry, Uncle Chun. I'll try to use knives less and rely more on bows and arrows in the future. Chun Shanha sighed helplessly, shook his head, and went home. Yangbo cupped his hands and stepped forward. What impressive skills, warrior. You've truly opened my eyes. I glanced at this pale-faced scholar. You want to snatch the meat too? Yangbo choked for a moment, said, I wouldn't dare, and then pulled Chin Chunner away. When I turned around, Lu Yunyang and Lin Mingxiang were looking at me with strange expressions. I coughed and said, I have the utmost admiration for scholars in this life. They're all so talented, and they speak so eloquently. Changing the subject casually, I invited the two of them. The ox cart will take a while. Come inside first. Neither of them moved. Lu Yunyang subtly signaled with her eyes, urging me to quickly handle Lin Mingxiang. Lin Mingxiang clutched the hem of her clothes, pressing her lips tightly together, standing there like a homeless kitten. I stepped forward and took her hand. Mengxiang, you were pretty bold when you pounced on me before. Why so timid now? Su Lang. She was both shy and flustered, sneaking a glance at Lu Yunyang. After all, the main wife was watching. I said softly, Mengxiang, do you want to be with me, to be my woman? A mist instantly welled up in her eyes as she gazed at me in a daze, her lips slightly parted. She wanted to, dreamed of it. But Lu Yunyang was here first. Lu Yunyang leaned against the doorframe. I'm not the kind of person to get jealous and unreasonable. Lin Mingxiang had just regained her freedom, and with me taking care of her all along and just now playing the hero to save her, her heart had already secretly fallen. Hearing the first wife speak, she quickly bowed. Younger sister greets elder sister. Lu Yunyang helped her up. We'll all listen to what Brother Su says. A family should discuss things together. I held Lin Mingxiang's hand with my left and Lu Yunyang's with my right as we entered the courtyard together. From now on, the three of us will live our days well. That's better than anything. Yangbo had just arrived home and hadn't even sat down before he started asking Chin Chunner about the bear hunt. Chin Chunner recounted the events truthfully. Yangbo lay on the rattan chair, deep in thought. From 100 paces away, you shot an arrow into the bear's right eye? Yes, at that time, the black bear was squeezing into a crevice, shaking its head back and forth. Within 100 steps, the valley carries the wind. Yangbo sighed. This Su Lang's archery is extraordinary. He shouldn't remain obscure. Chin Chunner also felt he didn't belong in a place like Chinjiagu, but she didn't dwell on it and got up to cook. Yangbo asked again. After the bear played dead, he confronted it head-on, chased it down, and killed it with one strike? Dragged the bear back from the valley all by himself. Yes. Yangbo squinted his eyes. This young man has the makings of a fierce general. If he were in the army, it wouldn't take long for him to make a name for himself. Unfortunately, in this Dian dynasty, he won't get that chance. He shook his head and picked up a copy of The Precious Mirror of Flowers, engrossed in reading. On my side, Chun Hu, the youngest son of Muramesa, arrived driving a water buffalo cart, the young hunter I had encountered in the mountains during the day. Several people worked together to secure the black bear onto the cart, covering it with a cloth to avoid trouble. The weakened Lin Mingxiang was seated on the cart, while Lu Yunyang and I walked alongside. Bringing the two women into town served two purposes. First, to prevent anyone from seeking revenge while I was away, and second, to buy them some decent clothes. After all, they couldn't keep wearing patched-up rags every day. My own ill-fitting outfit also needed replacing, and I could complete the system task along the way. Under the setting sun, a group of people left Chinjiagu. Chunhu tossed me a cloth bag. My dad asked me to give this to you. I opened it and found a few baked coarse-grain pancakes. Since we hadn't had dinner, I shared them with the two women. Chunhu said he'd already eaten at home. The pancakes weren't soft, but they were filling. If only there were some green onions with sauce, they'd be even better. Chunhu turned back. You managed to hit the bear's eye. Your archery must be pretty good. How about a competition sometime? I struck a masterful pose. My arrows are meant to draw blood, not for mere competition. Chunhu turned his head in frustration and didn't say another word for the rest of the way. After traveling for over an hour, as we neared Qingshu City, both sides of the official road were lined with shabby tents set up by refugees, inside which lay pale and emaciated people. Lin Mingxiang whispered, "They're all people who couldn't survive at home. They thought coming to the town would give them a way out, but the city guards won't let them in." Lady Lu Yun sighed softly. I wonder how many people won't survive this winter. The refugees' eyes lit up when they saw the ox cart passing by. Some secretly hid their hatchets and daggers, ready to make a move. I drew an arrow from the quiver, swept a cold gaze over them, and made a show of deterrence. Fortunately, no one dared to act. At the city gate, the guards recognized Chunhu. After a brief exchange of pleasantries and collecting the entry fee, they let us through. The city scene was much better, with clean pedestrians, vendors hawking their goods, and an atmosphere of harmony. Chunhu drove the cart through several streets and stopped in front of a shop called Lu's Mountain Goods. A servant came up to exchange a few words and directly led us to the backyard, both to avoid prying eyes and to prevent competitors from stealing the goods. After entering the backyard, the servant closed the door and went to inform the manager. I asked Chunhu, "Do you come here often?" "A few days ago, I just sold a batch of flying squirrel pelts." Not long after, a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in fine clothes, came out. He nodded at Chunhu first, then casually glanced at us. He walked up to the cart. "Xiao Huzi, what good stuff have you caught this time?" "Manager Lu, a black bear. But I didn't hunt it. It was this brother Su here who personally took it down." Manager Lu's eyes lit up, but he quickly regained his composure. "Pull back the cloth and let me take a look." Chunhu stepped forward and pulled off the cloth, revealing a black bear as large as a small mountain. Manager Lu stepped forward to inspect it, grabbed a handful of bear fur, and curled his lip disdainfully. "The quality is average, and there are 2 cuts on its head. The hide isn't intact. At most, 50 taels." Lu Yunyang and Lin Mingxiang were secretly delighted upon hearing this. 50 taels could buy so much grain. I couldn't be bothered to waste words. I simply covered it back up with the cloth and told Chunhu to drive the cart away. "Do you take me for a fool? The bear's injuries are all on its head, its meat is plump, and its fur is shiny, yet you say the quality is average? This is just the usual trick of a profiteer. First devalue the goods to make them seem worthless, then pretend to reluctantly buy them at a low price, only to resell them at several times the price while still crying poverty." Seeing that I was about to leave without even bargaining, Steward Lu immediately realized I knew the value of the goods. He quickly approached with a smile, saying, "A mistake, a mistake. Winter is approaching, and the noble ladies in the city are eager to show off fur coats. The profit on this bear hide is no small amount. Although I know the bear is valuable, I'm not clear on the exact market price. So I decided to test him. This is your last chance. Name a price. If I'm not satisfied, I'll turn around and leave." Steward Lu was in a dilemma. If he offered too little, I would leave. If he offered too much, he would lose out. Seeing my calm expression, he gritted his teeth and said, 100 taels. "Deal." I agreed without hesitation. Steward Lu was stunned, then smiled wryly, realizing I had come to swindle him. He cupped his hands and said, "What a clever young man." Then he instructed the servant, "Go to the counter to fetch the silver, and have someone skin and clean it. Be careful not to damage the bear hide." The servant quickly brought 10 tin-tael silver ingots and handed them to me. while a few workers efficiently dragged the bear off the cart for processing. Lu Yunyang and Lin Mingxiang watched in stunned silence, not expecting that I could double the price with just a few words. Their eyes were full of admiration as they looked at me. Manager Lu chuckled. "Brother Su, it was a pleasure doing business. If you have good goods in the future, be sure to come to me first. I promise you won't be shortchanged." "Of course, I'll count on Manager Lu to take care of me." I nodded with a smile. The two exchanged sly smiles like old foxes. Manager Lu suddenly asked curiously, "Such a big bear, did you hunt it alone?" "My wife helped as well." Manager Lu glanced at Lu Yunyang and Lin Mingxiang, thinking to himself that these two young ladies looked so delicate. How could they have helped? But he didn't ask further and instead said, "The city gates are already closed. Stay here for the night. I am not afraid of them harboring ill intentions," and nodded in agreement. The servant led us into the side courtyard. Chun, who got a room to himself, while Lu Yunyang, Lin Mingxiang, and I shared one. Shortly after, food was brought in, a small bucket of millet rice, a plate of salted rabbit meat, and a bowl of hot vegetable soup. Lu Yunyang and I ate sparingly. The meat lacked seasoning and wasn't as good as what we made at home. Chun Hu and Lin Mingxiang, however, ate heartily. Such food was a rarity in Qinjia village. After eating, I took out a silver ingot and handed it to Chun Hu. After all, he lent us the ox cart and even helped find a buyer. Chun Hu took it, drew a dagger from his waist, cut off a third, and handed the rest back to me. My dad said, "Take as much money as the work you do." I smiled as I took it back. "Your dad is a principled man." "What did he do before?" "He was a soldier," Chun Hu said proudly. The owner of this shop was his comrade in arms back then. I suddenly understood. No wonder Qinshanha is different from the other villagers. I took out another 20 taels and divided them between Lu Yunyang and Lin Mingxiang. Lu Yunyang weighed it in her hand and pushed it back. "Master Su, you're in charge of the household. Keep this money, I don't need it." Lin Mingxiang also pushed the silver back. "Same for me." I pushed it back to them. "How could you not need it? Later, go to the market to buy clothes, shoes, and socks. As for rouge and powder, don't buy those. They contain poison." Su Lang. Lu Yunyang still wanted to resist. I put on a stern face. "You just said I make the decisions at home. So why aren't you listening now? It's only 10 taels of silver. Take it." Only then did the two accept it, holding the silver ingot with warm hearts. "I'm going to rest." Chun, who suddenly stood up and gloomily returned to his room. Who had he offended, being the one without a wife? After dinner, I asked the servant. There was no curfew in the city, so after finding out the location of the clothing shop, I took the two women out. The autumn wind brought a slight chill. I pulled my clothes tighter and adjusted the collars of the two women, which made their faces flush. On the street, a peddler was selling wontons, and an old man was huddled up selling broken charcoal. After walking for a short while, we saw a clothing shop with lanterns hanging outside. Pan's clothing shop. The shop assistant at the door had his hands tucked into his sleeves, leaning against the entrance. When he saw the three of us in our shabby cloth garments, his face fell, and he turned his head, pretending not to notice us. I couldn't be bothered and was about to enter the shop. "Stop right there." The shop assistant hurriedly blocked my way, raising his chin. "Take a good look at this place. Even if you saved up for half a year, you couldn't afford half a piece of clothing here. Get lost." I gave him a cold glance, and he instinctively shrank back. I slowly took out a silver ingot and waved it. "Can I go in now?" The man's expression changed, and he quickly bent over with a flattering smile. "My poor eyesight. Please come inside." Arrogant first, then servile, it was amusing to watch. Inside the shop, a plump and graceful woman in her early 30s approached, her voice soft and gentle. "What would you like to look at?" Lu Yunyang timidly said, looking at cloth garments. "Look at the cotton-padded clothes." I interrupted. "Please trouble madam to pick out 2 sets of fine cotton-padded clothes for each of them, complete with inner linings, shoes, and socks." The beautiful woman's face lit up with even more joy upon hearing this, and her watery eyes glanced at me a few more times. What a handsome young man. She called for a maid to assist me in choosing clothes, while she took Lu Yunyang and Lin Mingxiang to select cotton-padded clothes and intimate garments. I casually picked out 2 well-fitting sets. Before long, the 2 women had also finished their selections, 6 sets of clothing in total, costing 15 taels. I took out 2 silver ingots, and the beautiful woman weighed them before returning 5 taels of loose silver. I then pinched another tael and handed it over. I'd like to borrow your place to freshen up and change into new clothes. Would that be convenient? The beautiful woman accepted it with a smile. Certainly. Our shop has hot water ready. I'll have someone take you to the private rooms right away. Unfortunately, men and women were separated. I soaked alone in the bathtub, and as the hot water washed over me, the cold and dust vanished completely. Changing into new cotton clothes, soft and warm, I finally felt alive again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for putting on warm clothing. Task completed. Reward: 100,000 packs of instant noodles, Kong Shui Fu, 20,000 packs of each of the 5 flavors, added to storage. Out of nowhere, 100,000 packs of instant noodles appeared in the warehouse. After tidying up and walking to the front hall, the beautiful woman couldn't take her eyes off me as soon as she looked up. The new clothes highlighted my slender figure and delicate features, making me look like a dashing young gentleman. She quickly invited me to sit down, poured some hot tea, and curved her red lips into a smile. Where is the young master from? Is this your first time in Qingshi City? I took a sip of tea. From Chenjiagu, first time here. The beautiful woman's eyes sparkled. Judging by your features, young master, you don't seem to be from such a small place. Madam, you can read faces? I know a little, but I'm more skilled at reading palms. If you don't believe me, let me take a look and you'll see. I'm quite interested in this set and reached out my hand. The beautiful woman gently held my palm with her soft left hand. It tickled a bit. I gradually sensed something was off. Why does this technique feel so familiar? Damn, isn't this the same trick I used in my past life to read female college students' palms? Pretending to read palms was fake. Taking advantage and getting closer was the real deal. I didn't expect to be outsmarted after time traveling, and I'm the one being taken advantage of. Seeing her fair skin and somewhat attractive appearance, I didn't rush to pull my hand back. What did you see? She lightly traced her finger across my palm, her red lips slightly parted. Young master, you are destined to have a benefactor. I asked earnestly, where is this benefactor? Young sir, isn't the benefactor right in front of you? She even gave me a light pinch, her hint unmistakable. I feigned ignorance. What does madam mean by that? My shop is just in need of a little manager. As long as you agree, little sir, I'll take you in. Just a little manager? I grabbed her delicate hand in return, turning the tables and taking the initiative, my fingertips teasing lightly. Her watery eyes gazed at me as her pearly teeth gently bit her red lips. Then what does little sir want? I leaned in slightly closer to her. Not too greedy, just to be the owner of this shop. The beautiful woman gave me a charming sidelong glance and said, once you give in to me, not just this shop, even I will be yours. It had been a long time since I encountered someone this skilled. Just as I was about to tease her further, footsteps came from the back hall. Lu Yunyang and Lin Mingxiang were coming out. I hurriedly tried to withdraw my hand, but to my surprise, the beautiful woman, in a playful mood, held it tightly and refused to let go. I glared at her. Enough is enough. Don't push your luck. The curtain was lifted, and a pure face peeked out. Lu Yunyang had changed into a light green gauze dress, gentle and charming like a girl from a humble family. Her eyes held a hint of shyness as she glanced at me, only to catch sight of that shameless woman tightly clutching my hand. Lu Yunyang's eyes narrowed, and she shot me a glare. Su Lang, what is going on here? I tugged twice but couldn't free myself, so I acted nonchalantly. Yunyang, this outfit suits you. Your husband likes it. The beautiful woman looked slightly surprised. Young master, you're already married? Lu Yunyang rolled her eyes at him without hiding her disdain. Knowing it, yet still not letting go? Lin Mingxiang also stepped out, her light pink outer garment making her look even more charming, though her figure was too slender. If this girl could eat better, she would surely grow into a stunning beauty in the future. Lin Mingxiang glanced at the hand holding mine and spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Since elder sister is interested, why doesn't young master Su take you in? We'd gain another sister. The beautiful woman let go of her hand and smiled faintly. Sister, you're joking. I was just reading his palm. Lin Mingxiang asked again. So what did you see? Your husband is extremely fortunate and skilled at charming women. In the future, He won't be able to avoid being entangled with them. Lin Mingxiang said, being fortunate is a good thing, but if other women want to enter the door, they'll need Sister Yun Yang's approval first. Lu Yunyang was not adept at this kind of verbal sparring, so she simply handed the battlefield over to Lin Mingxiang. Seeing the atmosphere was off, I stood up. It's time to go. I won't disturb you, madam. Picking up the bundle of clothes, I led the two women out the door. Just as we reached the doorway, the beautiful woman affectionately called out, "Young sir, don't forget what I said. I'm entirely yours." A blatant provocation. Lady Lu Yun angrily turned around to pull her hair, but Lin Mingxiang stopped her. "Sister Yun, she's joking, don't get upset." I pretended not to hear. Responding would only make it harder to explain. After stepping out, a woman's triumphant giggle came from the shop. Lady Lu Yun puffed her cheeks. "Su Lang, what does she mean by that?" She really asked her to read her palm, but I didn't understand the last thing she said. Lin Mingxiang chimed in. "That woman was just teasing us on purpose." As the three of them were walking, a voice floated from behind. "Young master, my name is Pan Lianer. Don't forget me." I didn't expect to get entangled just from a palm reading. Looks like I'll have to interact with this Pan Lianer more in the future. Isn't this name a bit too similar to Pan Jinlian? Luckily, she doesn't have a husband, so there's no need to worry about some brother showing up one day to cause trouble. In the shop, the beautiful woman walked to the counter and tapped the abacus twice, then suddenly looked up and called out, "Xiao Shanzi." The doorman's face changed, and he hurried inside to plead, "Boss, it was my fault for being blind to who I was dealing with. Dock my wages if you must, but please don't fire me." His entire family depended on him, after all. The beautiful woman said calmly, "Since that young gentleman doesn't mind, I won't make things difficult for you either. Your wages for this month are gone. Now leave." The young assistant, relieved, expressed his gratitude profusely and left. The beautiful woman had a faint smile at the corner of her lips as her slender fingers swiftly moved across the abacus. Su Lang. What is Su Lang? The night was as cool as water, and I no longer felt like wandering around. Carrying my bundle, I led the two women back to the guest room at the mountain goods shop. "It's late, time to sleep." I put down the bundle. Lu Yunyang and Lin Mingxiang clutched the corners of their clothes, heads lowered, faces flushed, neither of them moving. I chuckled slightly. "What? Do I have to invite each of you individually? I'll go turn off the lights. I want to drink water." The two felt a jolt in their hearts and hurriedly found an excuse to stall. Unfortunately, this is someone else's territory, and safety cannot be guaranteed. I have no ulterior motives. I lay on the bed and gently began telling a bedtime story. Once upon a time, there was a mountain. In the mountain lived a little white snake. One day, it went out and was caught by a snake catcher. Luckily, it was saved by a young boy. The story, of course, was about the deeds of Su Xian, the ancestor of the Su family, with slight modifications. For instance, Fahai's wife having an affair with Su Xian, which enraged Fahai so much that he became a monk. The two women took vitamin calcium tablets and lay on the bed listening to my modified version of the legend of the white snake. Lin Mingxiang had been badly frightened by the bear during the day and hadn't slept well all night. With the warm bedding and me by her side, she soon fell into a deep sleep. Lu Yunyang nestled in my arms, listening with great interest. A bear trap was set at the door, so there was no fear of a sneak attack. I continued whispering my modified story. While revising, the story became reality. A night passed, and the system notification was even more punctual than the alarm clock. Ding! Host has achieved well-fed and warmly clothed. Daily reward of 20,000 survival points. I was overjoyed. 10,000 a day wasn't enough before, but now it's doubled. Ding! Would you like to bind Lin Mingxiang as a trusted aide? Binding successful, panel can be viewed. I was wide awake and bound her directly. Name, Lin Mingxiang. Gender, female. Age, 23. Appearance, 91. Health, 60, normal 100. Skills, leatherworking, proficient, brewing, proficient, cooking, proficient, archery, beginner. Lin Mingxiang's health is barely passing. If she goes hungry for a few more days, something bad might happen. No wonder I always feel a bit more pity for her. I opened Lu Yunyang's panel again. Name, Lu Yunyang. Age, 22. Appearance, 90. Health, 75. Skills, farming, proficient, Needlework, proficient. Cooking, proficient. Martial arts, none. After Lu Yunyang's health reached 75, she unexpectedly gained a martial arts skill. Could it be that the martial arts manuals in the shop can be taught to trusted subordinates? This is great. If Lu Yunyang becomes a master, not only can she protect herself, but she can also assist me. If I have 10 invincible masters under my command, how would I be any different from the emperor? Once I have enough survival points, I'll buy a manual, train myself, and also pass it on to the two of them. Ding. New task. Own your own home in Bluestone City. Reward. Inner city functionality. Inner city functionality. Another heavyweight feature. With a portable city, you can settle the population, grow crops and herbs, raise livestock, freedom of production. But how is home defined? Surely buying 2 cold, wooden houses doesn't count, right? This is not urgent. Take your time. I was wide awake, got up to get some fresh air, and then woke up the 2 women, giving each a few vitamin calcium tablets. Before long, a servant brought breakfast, a bucket of millet porridge and a bowl of savory bamboo partridge soup. No matter how plain the food was, I ate with relish. Lu Yunyang and Lin Mingxiang kept their heads down as they ate, occasionally stealing shy glances at me. Chunhu ate silently, seeming somewhat out of place. After the meal, I gave the servant a tale of broken silver, and he thanked me profusely. After bidding farewell to Steward Lu, our group left the mountain goods shop. We didn't hurry back, but went to the grain store first, only to be shocked by the prices. Millet was 5,000 won per dan, wheat 6,000 won, sorghum 5,000 won, and even rice husks for feeding pigs had risen to 300 won per dan. As for white rice, it was even more expensive. After thinking it over, I bought 3 dan of millet and 5 dan of rice husks to mix together for the villagers. Better to eat something unpalatable than to starve to death. Went to the grocery store again to buy seasonings and miscellaneous items like oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. This way, there's a pretext for taking things from the mall in the future. Loaded the items onto the ox cart, tied them securely, and covered them with thick cloth before leaving the city. This trip was quite fruitful. A bear sold for 100 taels. After deducting the cost of cotton clothes, food, and miscellaneous items, there were still over 10 taels of loose silver left. Survival points also increased to over 28,000, with 20,000 credited daily, truly satisfying. After leaving the city, the refugees on both sides of the official road, dressed in rags and looking gaunt, immediately perked up at the sight of the ox cart, their eyes fixated on the water buffalo. For people starving to the point of madness, this cow is heaven-sent meat, not to mention the pile of goods on the vehicle. The refugees rose one after another, holding hoes and sickles, advancing step by step. Sensing the dire situation, Chunhu jumped off the vehicle, letting Lu Yunyang and Lin Mingxiang get on, and took down his hard bow to prepare for a counterattack. I held a compound bow in my hand, my gaze slightly cold. If anyone dares to make a move, shoot to kill without mercy. Perhaps frightened by the bows in our hands, the refugees followed us like walking corpses, hesitating to make a move. Just as we were about to shake them off, a sudden whooshing sound came from the rear left. Someone had fired a sneak attack. The arrow was aimed straight at the water buffalo's head. If the buffalo died, the entire cart of goods would be lost. I had already drawn my bow to its full extent, predicted the trajectory, and decisively released the arrow. Whoosh! The carbon fiber arrow shot out swiftly, precisely striking the opponent's wooden arrow and knocking it down mid-air with a crisp snap. It wasn't over yet. I had already knocked a second arrow and aimed it at the crowd. I released the arrow, and the carbon fiber arrow turned into a streak of black light, threading through the gaps between the refugees and accurately hitting the person hiding in the back, shooting sneak attacks. Someone's been killed. The refugees scattered in panic, and only then did I see that the one who had fired the cold arrow was a young man in his early 20s. The arrow struck him squarely in the center of his forehead. He was still clutching a stiff bow in his hand, glaring at me with venomous hatred before his pupils dilated and he collapsed heavily to the ground. That single arrow instilled fear, and the refugees froze in place like quails, not daring to pursue further. In the blink of an eye, someone, who knows who, made the first move, and the crowd swarmed forward to strip the corpse. Chunhu, seeing that the dead man was about his own age, hesitated with some pity, Your archery is so good. Why didn't you aim for his hand? I said calmly. Go take a look at that arrow. Chun Hu stepped forward to pick up the wooden arrow. Seeing the arrowhead coated with a milky white viscous liquid, he silently stepped back. Poison. That young man never intended to let us leave alive from the very beginning. The sunlight was warm and gentle. The ox cart moved farther and farther away, while chaos erupted among the refugees behind us. After more than an hour, the ox cart returned to Chenjiagu. Seeing the familiar village, Lu Yunyang and Lin Mingxiang finally felt relieved. The piercing stares of those refugees earlier were truly unsettling. Many villagers, having finished digging for wild vegetables, were about to head home to cook. When they saw us, they cast envious glances, including Niu Shi and Pan Shi. Looking at the ox cart loaded with goods, along with Lu Yunyang and Lin Mingxiang's clean cotton clothes and rosy complexions, several village women were stunned. Lu Yunyang exchanged a few simple pleasantries with them before heading home with me. Pan Shi looked at the figure and smacked her lips. Yunyang really hit the jackpot. Just look at this life. Niu Shi also sighed. That outfit of hers, not to mention during a famine, we couldn't afford it even in a prosperous year. She deserves it. These days, would you dare bring a half-dead stranger home? Niu Shi curled her lips. I wouldn't have dared before. But now, if I met a handsome and capable man like Lord Su, even if it meant falling out with my husband, I'd be willing. It's not too late now. If you take the initiative to go to him, he might just accept you. Bah, if Yin Yang hears this, she might tear your mouth apart. The ox cart slowly moved along the alley and soon stopped in front of our small courtyard. I was stunned. 3 strangers in tattered clothes were sitting at the door, a couple in their early 30s, along with a 7- or 8-year-old child. The 3 people saw us return and quickly stood up with smiles. Sister Yin Yang, you're finally back. Lu Yunyang's face instantly darkened, and she whispered to me, They are my late husband's elder brother and sister-in-law. I nodded. Let me handle this. The man stepped forward a few paces. Brother Su, I am the elder brother of the owner of this house, Yun Yang's elder brother, Chen Dong. This is my wife, Yang Shuhua, and my son, Chen Ergu. I glanced over. Just say it, what's the matter? Chen Dong rubbed his hands and said with an awkward smile, It's nothing major. Since Yun Yang is with you, this house should logically be returned to our family. I raised an eyebrow. You're here to take the house. Yang Shuhua quickly interjected. Oh no, it's a misunderstanding. Winter is almost here, and you need a place to stay. We just want to sell the house to you. Not expensive, just 10 taels of silver. Once we get the money, we'll leave immediately. 10 taels of silver? A few rickety, crumbling, thatched huts, and you're asking for 10 taels? This is daylight robbery. Lu Yunyang trembled with anger. 10 taels? How is this house worth that much? Yang Shuhua wore a fawning smile, his eyes full of greed. Brother Su is quite capable. Didn't he just sell a big bear? What's 10 taels to you? Besides, haven't we been looking out for you these past 6 months? Chen Dong nodded in agreement. Exactly. And those few acres of poor farmland under Yunyang's name should have been ours to begin with. You've been living in the house rent-free for half a year. Asking for some compensation isn't unreasonable, is it? Shameless. Lu Yunyang could no longer bear it. When have you ever helped me in the past 6 months? Instead, you've come time and again to demand compensation. If it weren't for the village head and the clan leader holding things down, I would have been driven out and starved to death long ago. This house and land were left to me by my late husband. What does it have to do with you? Yang Shuhua's face darkened, and she shrieked. You husband-cursing jinx. It's already generous of us not to hold you accountable for cursing my younger brother to death. You've been living here for free for so long. What's wrong with asking for some silver? Shut up, I interrupted coldly. If you dare spout nonsense again, don't blame me for being rude. I didn't want to resort to violence in front of the child. Yang Shuhua, intimidated by my demeanor, rolled her eyes and plopped down on the ground, wailing loudly. Villagers, come and see. An outsider is bullying us. Oh, my poor, ill-fated younger brother. Everything he owned has been taken by an outsider. The villagers gathered around upon hearing the commotion. Chen Hu threw out a quick, I'll go get my father and the clan elders, and squeezed through the crowd. Before long, the village head, Chen Shanha, arrived with several clan elders. Having already heard about the matter on the way, He pointed at Chen Dong as soon as he entered and scolded, "You scoundrel!" The terms of the family division were made clear back then. What does your brother's inheritance have to do with you? During the division, you and your wife took all the best fields and property, leaving only a few acres of barren land and a dilapidated house for your brother. Now that he's gone, the belongings naturally belong to Yun Yang. How dare you come here and cause trouble? Chen Dong stammered. Uncle, while that's true, blood is thicker than water. I can't just stand by and watch the ancestral property fall into the hands of an outsider. Yang Shuhua scrambled up from the ground and shrieked like a shrew. This house belongs to the Chen family. It's fine for that Lu Yunyang to live here, but there's no way that wild man can stay. Smack! Lu Yunyang stepped forward and slapped her hard across the face. Watch your mouth. Who are you calling a wild man? Yang Shuhua clutched her flushed cheek in shock. She wanted to fight back, but after glancing at Lu Yunyang's new cotton coat and imposing demeanor, she immediately backed down. Instead, she turned to pinch her own man. You useless coward. Your wife gets slapped, and you don't even dare to fart. Chen Dong wouldn't dare make a move. He had seen all too clearly the fate of that thug who got his hand chopped off last night. Poplar Flower wailed loudly, tearing at the man's clothes. Annoyed by the noise, I said coldly, "Stop shouting. Isn't it just about the house? Take it. We're leaving." After saying that, I kicked open the courtyard gate, went inside, and stored the newly replaced quilt core in the system warehouse. Then I went to the kitchen and took away the animal traps, roe deer skin, salt, and MSG, leaving nothing behind. In less than a minute, I came out and said to the family of three, "The house is yours again. We're leaving." I grabbed the water buffalo and prepared to leave with Lu Yunyang and Lin Mingxiang. Poplar Flower was stunned. She never expected me to be so straightforward, but what use could these few shabby houses be to them? A scholar among the onlookers, Yang Bo, spoke up. "Brother Su, if you don't mind, my family happens to have an empty courtyard. With a bit of tidying up, it could be livable. How about borrowing it for the time being?" A pie falling from the sky, I immediately nodded. "Thank you, Brother Yang." I led the ox cart and followed Yang Bo. Poplar Flower panicked completely and rushed forward to plead. "Brother Su, don't leave. The house is negotiable. Just 5 taels. No silver is fine. Just give some grain. Some food will do. We're all relatives." The ox cart creaked and groaned, moving farther and farther away. Chen Dong complained. "It's all your fault for being greedy. Asking for 10 taels right away offended him, and now we have nothing." Poplar Flower wailed. "Who am I doing this for? Isn't it for you and your son? You still have the nerve to talk. You clearly agreed to just ask for some grain, so why are you demanding 10 taels? You bastard, why are you taking it out on me? If you're a man, go hunt a bear yourself." The couple wrestled into a tangled mess, rolling in the mud. The onlooking villagers shook their heads and dispersed, while Chinshanha and the clan elders couldn't be bothered to intervene and turned away. Left behind were the brawling husband and wife and their helpless, crying child. Yang Bo walked side by side with me. "Brother Su, I guess the ox cart is carrying grain?" I wasn't afraid of any ill intent from him and nodded calmly. 3 dan of millet, 5 dan of rice husks and bran. Yang Bo was taken aback. "Brother Su, could it be that you intend to mix the millet and rice bran together to distribute to these ignorant commoners? What's wrong with that? Mixing it up is not appropriate. The timing is wrong." Yang Bo shook his head. "Although food is scarce now, digging up some wild vegetables or hunting a bit of game is enough to keep people from starving. If you give them rice husks, something not even pigs or dogs would eat, they won't be grateful. Instead, they'll curse you for being stingy behind your back." I pondered thoughtfully. When winter comes, when all the beasts are in hibernation and wild vegetables are hard to find, and people are truly starving, they will be grateful even for a handful of rotten leaves, let alone rice husks. I suddenly understood. This is the difference between adding flowers to a brocade and offering help in a snowstorm. Behind him, Lu Yunyang and Lin Mingxiang also nodded silently. I sighed and said, "Brother Yang, you are truly talented. Thank you for your guidance." Yang Bo waved his hand, just a casual chat. During the conversation, we arrived at Yang Bo's house. He knocked on the door, and an exceptionally beautiful mature woman opened it. It was his wife, Chin Chunner. Chin Chunner looked at us in confusion. "What is this?" Yongbo smiled and said, Brother Su's family will be staying at our house from now on. Chen Chunner glanced at our brand new cotton coats and rosy complexions, nodded, and said, Just settle in peacefully. Yongbo led us into the side courtyard, uniformly made of blue brick and stone tile houses, complete with a kitchen, master bedroom, and well. This was originally where the servants lived. After they were dismissed, it was left vacant. With a bit of tidying up, it can be lived in. I nodded. Thank you, Brother Yang. I will pay the full rent without missing a penny. At the mention of money, Yang Bo grew impatient. With our friendship, why bother discussing such mundane matters? I won't disturb you further. Others might find these words touching, but I found them awkward. What kind of friendship could a fine man like me possibly have with someone as unconventional as you? Lu Yunyang and Lin Mingxiang happily started cleaning. I went outside the courtyard to unload the goods. After just 2 trips, Chen Chunner came over with a wooden basin and a cloth to help. I lifted 2 bags of millet and smiled. Madam, where is the kitchen? This 1 stone of millet can count as the rent. Chen Chunner initially wanted to refuse, but thinking of the nearly empty rice jar at home, she pursed her lips and silently agreed. Her kitchen was tidy, with pots, bowls, and utensils arranged neatly, showing that she was a very frugal and capable woman. I put down the corn and continued moving the goods. Soon, everything on the ox cart was moved into the small courtyard. In the courtyard, Chen Chunner was chatting and laughing with Lu Yunyang and the others while wiping the windows. Her voluptuous and mature figure was fully revealed. Even the beautiful young woman Pan Liener, whom I encountered in the city last night, couldn't compare to her. I glanced at her a couple of times before looking away, then carried the corn, rice husks, fine salt, and chicken essence into the kitchen. I also hung up the cured meat I had stored earlier. Since I dared to hang it, I wasn't afraid of it being seen. After finishing the windows, Chen Chunner carried a wooden basin into the kitchen and happened to see me hanging the cured meat. She blinked, finding it familiar. I hung up the last waxed rabbit and said with a smile, If Madam wants to eat, I'll bring some back for you to try later. Chen Chunner looked at me and said, Weren't these meats stolen? I replied without batting an eye. Yes, but I got them back. I'm not a fool. Why bother lying to me? Chen Chunner pouted. These meats were never stolen, were they? You tricked a wife with empty hands. I don't deny it. It's true that Li Dazhuang and his group broke into my house to steal meat, and it's also true that Lin Mingxiang genuinely likes me. How is that considered deception? Chen Chunner thought of how Lin Mingxiang had gone from trembling in fear to now wearing new clothes and smiling brightly. She sighed. At least you pulled her out of misery. I'll pretend I don't know about this. Thank you, madam. By the way, the money Yunyang borrowed from you earlier for medicine, it's time to repay it. I took out a tael of broken silver from my pocket. Chen Chunner furrowed her delicate brows. I only lent 10 won. Isn't this way too much? Consider the extra as hush money for the madam, I said, holding her delicate hand and stuffing the silver into it. Without looking at her expression, I walked straight out of the courtyard. Chen Chunner looked at the broken silver in her hand, pursing her lips and muttering softly. If you're paying back the money, just pay it back. Why touch my hand? What is Sister Chunner saying? Lin Mingxiang came in. Chen Chunner's face turned red. It's nothing. I was just saying I don't know if you've had lunch yet. Oh no, I completely forgot that Su Lang hasn't eaten yet. I'll go prepare something right away. I took hold of the water buffalo, ready to send it back. Even though I didn't know the way, the old buffalo did. I just looped the reins, gave it a pat, and it leisurely started heading home on its own. Before long, it stopped in front of a grand residence, a wealthy household with 2 courtyards and an imposing gate. A lively young girl ran out. Muramace's youngest daughter, Chen Xiaolu, 19 years old, exuding youthful energy, her bright eyes fixed on me. Can you really hit a flying arrow? I nodded. I can hit it even with my eyes closed. Braggart. Chen Xiaolu didn't believe me. While leading a cow into the yard, she said, Wait, I'll go get a bow. Before long, she came running out with a quiver and a sturdy bow, excitedly saying, This is my dad's treasure, a 2-stone bow. My eldest brother can only shoot 1 arrow with it, and my 3rd brother can't even draw it. If you can shoot 2 arrows, I'll believe you. I took the bow. This was a military-grade hard bow, requiring at least 60 kilograms of force with a single arm to fully draw. Even the strongest soldiers in the army would be exhausted after shooting one arrow, and very few could manage to shoot two in a row. Shoot what? Chen Xiaolu looked around, and, finding no suitable target, simply picked up a walnut-sized stone. She walked 10 steps away and placed it on her head. Shoot this on my head. I looked at her. Aren't you afraid I'll miss and hit you instead? Then it's just my bad luck. Chen Xiaolu. Shoot however you like. Her face was full of excitement. Footsteps came from the courtyard. It was her family. I hesitated. Chen Xiaolu urged. Are you even a man? I already said you don't need to take responsibility, and you still don't dare to shoot? How could I tolerate that? I immediately nocked an arrow, drew the bowstring, and took aim. Chen Shanha and Chunhu ran out, and upon seeing the scene, their faces turned pale. Chunhu exclaimed, No! Whoosh! The wooden arrow shot out, hitting the stone squarely and splitting it in half. Before they could react, I fired another arrow, hitting a small fragment of the shattered stone. 2 arrows from the stone bow, fired in succession. The first arrow shattered a walnut-sized stone, and the second arrow hit the flying fragments. This is beyond extraordinary. It's sheer mastery. Chen Xiaolu widened her eyes. Dad. Brother. Did you see that? Chunhu, both shocked and alarmed, put on a stern face, ready to scold his younger sister. I handed the bow back to Chen Shanha. Using the treasured bow without Uncle Chen's permission was my mistake. Chen Shanha was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Back when he was in the army, there were very few people who could draw a 2-stone bow. He couldn't help but ask, May I take a look at your hands? I spread out my hands. The fair and smooth palms had no calluses at all. These were not the hands of someone who practiced archery. So where did this extraordinary archery skill come from? I had never mentioned my background, and Chen Shanha didn't press further. He warmly invited. It's just about lunchtime. Care to join me for a meal? No, Uncle Chun, I just moved. There's a lot to do. I'll come another day. After bidding farewell, I turned and left. Chen Xiaolu, after receiving a few flicks on the head from her elder brother, rubbed her head and leaned over to Chen Shanha. Dad, I want to learn archery from him. Chen Shanha looked at his skinny-armed, skinny-legged daughter and put on a stern face. You still have the nerve to say that? Doing such dangerous things. If your mother finds out, she'll break your legs. Chen Xiaolu acted coyly. Dad, you saw his archery skills too. He's better than your eldest, second, and third brothers combined. Chen Shanha suddenly thought of something. Girl, do you want to marry him? Chen Xiaolu was stunned, her fair face slowly turning red. I don't know. Not knowing means there's some interest. Chunhu frowned and came over. Dad, Brother Su has settled down and even has 2 wives. I know. I just said it casually. Chen Shanha shook his head, thinking to himself that if he didn't have wives, he would undoubtedly be the perfect match for his daughter. What a pity. Chen Xiaolu looked in the direction I was leaving with a complicated expression, then followed her father and brother into the courtyard. Back at Chen Chun'er's small courtyard, I happened to see Yang Bo prying open the floor tiles and digging at something with a hoe. I intended to avoid suspicion, but Yang Bo greeted me enthusiastically. Brother Su, you came at the perfect time. There's a 10-year-old jar of Xinghua village wine buried here, and I was just about to share it with you for a hearty drink. I walked over and indeed saw half a wine jar emerging from the soil. What's the occasion? Yang Bo laughed. We hit it off at first sight, so we must drink a few cups together. I hesitated. I definitely didn't want to wake up tomorrow with a sore backside. Yang Bo dug out a wine jar, its mouth sealed tightly with yellow clay and lotus leaves. After cleaning it, he placed it on the table. On the other side of the table lay a book casually, its cover reading The Night Meeting of 2 Dragons, yet another story about Liu Bei and his brothers. Yang Bo didn't know I could read, which is why he dared to leave it out so brazenly. For now, I don't plan to expose him. I'm curious to see what other toe-curling antics he might come up with. Yang Bo took out a wine pot and white porcelain cups. Brother Su, please sit. Today, we won't leave until we're drunk. I was also curious to see what he was up to. How can we drink without any dishes? I'll be right back. In the kitchen, Lu Yunyang and the others were cooking. Seeing me return, they said, Master Su, please wait a moment. The meal will be ready soon. I rolled up my sleeves. Brother Yang invited me for a drink, so I'll cook a few dishes. Chen Chun'er frowned slightly. We should handle it instead. No worries, let madam have a taste of my cooking. I deftly took down the cured rabbit, cleaned it, chopped it into pieces, and stir-fried it with chili peppers. Seeing how skilled I was, Chin Chunner pursed her lips. When had her man ever cooked before? Lin Mingxiang's eyes lit up. So Su Lang was not only great at hunting, but also this good at cooking. Lu Yunyang covered her mouth and chuckled softly, her tone carrying a hint of pride. Just wait patiently. Su Lang's cooking skills are much better than mine. Smelling the aroma from the pot, Chin Chunner also began to look forward to it. Soon, a pot of bright red spicy dry pot rabbit was ready, and I also stir-fried a plate of translucent cured meat and fried some crispy peanuts. I divided it into 2 portions, one for Chin Chunner to deliver to Yang Bo and the other to keep for them. I washed my hands and went to the neighboring courtyard, sitting across from Yang Bo. Yang Bo took a sip of wine and frowned. Brother Su, don't you know that a gentleman stays away from the kitchen? Such matters should be left to the women of the household. I smiled calmly. This is a matter for you scholars. I never attended school. I'm not a gentleman, so there's no need to bother with it. Yang Bo's expression relaxed a bit. He poured me some wine, and the two of us began drinking and toasting each other. Over in the small courtyard, Chin Chunner, Lu Yunyang, and Lin Mingxiang had also set up a table, eating and chatting. Chin Chunner picked up a piece of rabbit meat and took a bite, her eyes lighting up. It was fragrant and spicy, even better than what she made. Unconvinced, she tried a piece of cured meat. The fat had soaked in, the flavor was rich, and the more she chewed, the tastier it became. At the dining table, Yunyang and Mengxiang tasted the dishes I made and were so amazed they couldn't stop smacking their lips. Mengxiang sighed. With such great cooking skills, Su Lang, I won't dare to step into the kitchen anymore. I laughed. With enough spices, even straw sandals can be stewed into something flavorful. The atmosphere lightened, and the topic shifted to my selling the bear yesterday. Yun Yang proudly told Chin Chunner that I sold the bear for 100 taels of silver with just a couple of sentences. Yun Yang snorted coldly again. That female shopkeeper selling clothes is no good. She clung to Su Lang while we were bathing. Meng Xiang nodded. Su Lang is too honest, easily coaxed by women outside. Chin Chunner almost burst out laughing beside them. As they chatted, the two wives' faces grew redder and redder, their heads lowering more and more. Chin Chunner immediately understood and gave an auntie-like smile. Last night, you too. Yun Yang's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. On the other side, I was drinking with Yang Bo. After 3 rounds, he suddenly spoke. Brother Su, with your ability to capture bears and hunt tigers, are you really content to stay in this mountain valley for a lifetime? I understood he was getting to the point and sighed in response. Brother Yang, I also want to achieve great things, but without connections or background, how difficult it is. He poured me a drink. Why not join the army and earn fame on the battlefield? With your skills, Brother Su, serving for 3 years and becoming a company commander should be no problem. A company commander in 3 years? My face darkened. Brother Yang, are you looking down on me? He quickly forced a smile and said, a slip of the tongue, the deputy Qianhu position is secure. It's hard enough to get a Qianhu position, even if it's just a deputy. I immediately understood. Without connections in the court, even with true talent and learning, there's no chance to rise. Yang Bo then said, in the 3 years since Emperor Wuxing ascended the throne, he has held 4 special imperial examinations. The lists are either filled with prominent families from Guangzhou or the 6 clans of the south. The remaining spots are all divided among the court's noble families. Even if you have immense talent, can it outweigh 1,000 taels of gold? It seems this Dian dynasty is truly beyond saving. I sighed and said, then does that mean we have no hope of ever rising? A trace of joy flashed in Yang Bo's eyes as he raised his wine cup again. Drinking wine, being a wealthy man isn't bad either. I raised my cup. Brother Yang is right, carefree and at ease. His face stiffened, and he suddenly said, I'm afraid Brother Su won't even get to be a wealthy man. This year, floods have swept through the 3 provinces of Liaodong, leaving no harvest. The court's grain has all been sent to the desolate southern and northern deserts. Where would there be surplus grain for disaster relief? Come winter, it will be a scene of people eating each other. Add to that the annual raids and pillaging by the steppe people, and with both natural and man-made disasters, can you still remain at ease? In my heart, it was as clear as a mirror. He wanted me to understand that Diane's destiny was at its end, and it was time to rise up. I pretended to be confused. Brother Yang, what plan do you have? He smiled without saying a word, only urging me to drink. If we continued talking, it would be outright incitement for me to rebel. I'm not a fool. How could a few words make me impulsively plot treason? After finishing a jar of apricot blossom wine weighing 5 or 6 pounds, Yangbo's face was only slightly flushed while I started rambling. Brother Yang, you've got yourself a brother for life. Come on, let's drink more. Before I could finish my sentence, I collapsed onto the table and fell into a deep sleep. Yangbo shook his head and asked Qin Chun'er to call the two wives to help me. Yun Yang and Meng Xiang glared at him a few times, then supported me on either side back to the courtyard. Once inside the room, they placed me on the bed. Yun Yang said softly, Meng Xiang, watch over young Master Su. I'll go make some porridge. No need to trouble yourself. I opened my eyes and sat up. Yun Yang exclaimed in surprise, young Master Su isn't drunk? I laughed. I am the white tiger god descended to the mortal world. A jar of wine can't knock me out. Before I transmigrated, I was a project manager at a listed company, drinking white, beer, and red mixed together. The alcohol these days is weak. How could it possibly get me drunk? After dinner, it got dark. Meng Xiang clutched the corner of her clothes, ready to return to her room. I grabbed her hand. Tonight, you stay with Yun Yang. I'll go next door. Meng Xiang's face turned as red as dripping blood. Nothing is impossible. I smiled and stepped out of the room. In the neighboring yard, Qin Chun'er wrapped herself tightly in a quilt and fell asleep alone. Yang Bo, however, half reclined against the bedhead, his face alight with excitement as he read by the oil lamp. That same night, a light shone in the dilapidated house of Li Dazhuang's family. Chun Haizi gritted his teeth. Brother Dazhuang, this grudge cannot go unavenged. His left foot was nearly crippled by the animal trap. Son Erlin, who also injured his foot, said coldly, Liuzi lost his hand because of you. The other thugs chimed in one after another. Li Dazhuang's face darkened. I dream of killing that pretty boy. 说着从角落拿出个竹筒，里面是褐色液体，见血封喉的树枝，沾一点神仙都救不了。孙二林大喜，涂在剑上刀上，杀他跟杀狗一样。六子眼睛猩红，我要把他手脚全砍下来。孙二林搓着手，那刘寡妇呢？ Everyone's eyes lit up. Li Dazhuang gritted his teeth and said, Widow Lu, Lin Mingxiang, do as you see fit. Brother Dazhuang is so mighty. After killing the pretty boy, we'll head to the mountains to become bandits. We'll rob whoever we want and take whichever woman we please. After raiding Qinjiagu, we'll raid Qingshi City. The noble ladies there are all top-notch. A group of thugs who usually only dared to think but not act now had a leader, and their courage swelled. After finishing their wild vegetable soup, they applied poison to the arrowheads and machetes by lamplight. Early the next morning, the system notified me of 20,000 survival points credited, bringing the balance to 37,000. The 9 Yang divine skill costs hundreds of thousands, so I silently closed the page. I got out of bed and washed my face with cold water. When I returned to the room, I saw Yun Yang wrapped in the quilt, sleeping soundly. I couldn't help but lean down and kiss her. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she squinted her eyes, saying, Su Lang, morning. Then she went back to sleep. Smiling, I went to the next room. Meng Xiang, half wrapped in the quilt, looked at me. Su Lang, why so early? It's cold. I smiled, lifted the quilt, and slipped in. Half an hour later, the three of us had finished freshening up. Yun Yang and Meng Xiang were wearing sneakers, while I wore hiking boots. The weather was clear, so I decided to take them up the mountain for hunting and teach them how to use a gun along the way. After greeting Qin Chun'er and his wife, we headed out. Chen Haizi, who was secretly keeping watch outside the courtyard, immediately went to inform Li Dazhuang upon seeing us. When we reached a deserted forest, I pulled out a Glock. Yin Yang, Meng Xiang, I'll teach you the unique secret weapon from my hometown. Once you master it, you won't even need to fear a bear. I explained in great detail. The muzzle must never be pointed at our own people. This is the safety. After more than a quarter of an hour, I demonstrated a few times and let them take turns practicing shooting. Bang, bang. Bang! The two of them quickly progressed from being nervous to calm. Halfway down the mountain, Li Dazhuang and four others were heading this way, carrying bows and holding poison knives. What sound is that? Li Dazhuang frowned. Sun Erlin said, sounds like firecrackers. That kid is probably setting off fireworks with his wife for fun. Li Dazhuang lowered his voice. Prepare the poisoned arrows and wait for my command. Before long, they hid behind the bushes. Through the leaves, they could see me standing behind Mingxiang, holding her waist and guiding her hand as we fiddled with something, laughing and chatting together. Li Dazhuang's eyes turned red. Knock the arrows. I'll tell you when to release. Sun Erlin hesitated. It might hurt Lin Mingxiang. Li Dazhuang grabbed his collar. Just a lowly woman. Knock the arrows. The three drew their bows. Release. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as I heard Li Dazhuang's furious shout, I sensed something was wrong. I immediately tackled Mingxiang to the ground while shouting for Yunyang to hide behind a tree. 3 poisoned arrows whizzed past overhead. Li Dazhuang roared in anger, keep shooting. But I had already hidden behind the sturdy tree with Meng Xiang, and Yunyang had also found her hiding spot. Li Dazhuang pounded the ground and cursed angrily. Su, get out here. Behind the tree, Meng Xiang's heart was pounding wildly. It's Li Dazhuang. I sneered. I was just worried it would be hard to make a move in the village, but he delivered himself right to my doorstep. I took the gun from her hand, loaded the magazine to full capacity, chambered a round, and my eyes suddenly turned sharp. Li Dazhuang was still provoking. Pretty boy, if you've got guts, come out. Before he finished speaking, I moved. My body sprang forward, leaping from behind the tree into midair, the gun barrel locked onto the figure behind the bushes. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots shattered the forest silence. As the bullets left the barrel, I had already landed steadily behind another tree. Sun Erlin and Liuzi were shot in the forehead, their eyes filled with confusion as they slowly fell. Another thug was hit in the chest, clutching his wound, rolling on the ground, twitching a few times before going still. Silence fell in an instant. Li Dazhuang, Chen Haizi, and the last thug were completely stunned. Just moments ago, they were talking about killing me as easily as slaughtering pigs and dogs, yet it was their own brothers who had fallen. The little thug was scared out of his wits, throwing down the bow and arrows and scrambling away. A ghost. Bang. The back of his head exploded instantly, red and white matter splattering everywhere as he collapsed to the ground. Chen Haizi's face turned deathly pale, his teeth chattering. Brother Dazhuang, beg for mercy. Li Dazhuang regretted it to the core. Only now did he realize what he had provoked. The fact that he hadn't died the previous times was purely because I couldn't be bothered to act. Bang! Chen Haizi's head had a bloody hole, and warm blood splattered on Li Dazhuang's face. In the blink of an eye, only he was left. Li Dazhuang threw away the poison knife, crawled out of the bushes, and kowtowed frantically. Grandpa, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. His forehead was bruised, and blood and tears smeared his face. I stepped on the fallen leaves and walked over, looking down at him who had already wet his pants. Weren't you planning to kill me? I deserve to die? I was talking nonsense. He slapped himself hard on both cheeks, his face swelling up. Ancestor, killing me would dirty your hands. I'll do anything as long as you don't kill me. I sneered coldly. It's not that you know you're wrong. You just know you're about to die. Li Dazhuang knelt on the ground, not daring to argue. I said word by word. There's one more thing I didn't tell you. Afraid you'd die with regrets. My family's meat wasn't stolen. Li Dazhuang suddenly looked up, disbelief written all over his face. I knew they were going to steal the meat, so I hid it in advance and set up a trap, turning the tables on them and getting something for nothing. He glared at me fiercely, anger and humiliation intertwined. Damn you. Bang. The gunshot interrupted everything. Looking at the 6 corpses, I frowned. This had to be cleaned up. No one could find out. Su Lang. Yunyang peeked out from behind the tree, her voice trembling. Is it over? I nodded. Come here. She took a deep breath and walked over, but upon seeing the blood-soaked corpse up close, her face instantly turned pale. She rushed to the side, clutching a tree trunk as she dry-heaved, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. After all, she was just a young wife from a mountain village, unaccustomed to such scenes. Meng Xiang's face was equally pale, but she gritted her teeth and walked to my side. I said softly, "If you can't handle it, go rest somewhere else." "No." Yun Yang suddenly straightened up, wiped the stains from the corner of her lips, and her pale face was filled with determination. "Su Lang, I am your woman, and I will face everything with you." Meng Xiang also nodded. "Me too." My heart warmed. "All right, let's handle it together." We found a secluded cave in a desolate mountain, moved all 6 corpses inside, and cleared all traces from the bushes. Afterward, I took them to sit on the hillside and bask in the sun, keeping an eye on the cave entrance. Before long, the strong smell of blood attracted dozens of wild wolves, their eyes gleaming with greed as they darted into the cave. Soon, the sounds of tearing and chewing sent chills down one's spine. In just a few days, even the bones would be gnawed clean, and all traces would be erased. The noonday sun was warm, but Yun Yang felt a chill on her body. She looked at me seriously and said, "Su Lang, this handgun is too dangerous. It must never fall into the hands of outsiders." I nodded and replied, "Don't worry, I'll only use this for your self-defense." "Su Lang, you don't understand what I mean," Lu Yunyang said solemnly. "This gun can only be held by you. Even for me and Mengxiang, it must not be given." Lin Mengxiang nodded in agreement. Sister Yunyang is right. If the handgun falls into the hands of outsiders, you'll be the one in trouble. It absolutely cannot be given to anyone else. Seeing how much they cared for me, my heart warmed. I said softly, "Don't worry, in a few days, I'll teach you martial arts from my hometown. Once you've mastered it, you won't need to fear this thing. Besides, you're not outsiders. If I give it to you for self-defense, what do I have to be afraid of?" The 2 women were so delighted by my words that their hearts felt sweeter than honey. The 3 of us sat on the hillside for over half an hour, ensuring no one disturbed the wolves while they ate. Then, I took them back to the woods to continue practicing shooting. This time, I gave each of them a Glock pistol equipped with a silencer, which made the sound much quieter. Having witnessed the power of the gun, the 2 practiced with extra dedication, quickly firing over 1,000 rounds. At 50 meters, they could hit 7 or 8 out of 10 shots, and within 10 meters, they were hitting every shot. Watching their rapid progress, I was very satisfied. At last, I had an absolutely loyal army. I also gave each of them an extra magazine, fully loaded, just in case. As the sun was about to set, I gathered the thousands of shell casings from the ground into a cloth bag, then used a compound bow to shoot 3 turtle doves before leading them down the mountain. Lu Yunyang and Lin Mingxiang didn't idle either, each collecting some firewood. On the way down the mountain, I ran into a few villagers. Seeing that I only had 3 doves hanging from my waist, I instantly felt balanced. At least this time, I was just like them, only managing to catch a few small birds. Niu Shi and Pan Shi had a bountiful harvest of wild vegetables and came over laughing to greet me. Niu Shi glanced at my waist and teased, "Su Lang, are these 3 birds enough for a meal?" I casually replied, "I have an even bigger one. Do you want to see it?" "Where is it?" Niu Shi stared curiously at my waist. Mrs. Pan blushed on the side and gave her a push. Mrs. Niu hadn't reacted yet. "Why are you pushing me? I'm just looking for Su Lang's big." Her words came to an abrupt halt, and her face turned bright red with embarrassment. She spat and said, "Pa, how improper." The surrounding villagers burst into laughter, and the atmosphere became lively. Lu Yunyang and Lin Mingxiang looked at me with a hint of helplessness in their eyes. This Su Lang actually had the leisure to joke around with other women like this. When we arrived at Chinjiagu, everyone went home. I pushed open the courtyard gate and happened to see Chun Chunner sweating as she chopped wood in the yard. Her beautiful face was glistening with fine sweat, exuding charm. Meanwhile, Yang Bo was leisurely lying on a rocking chair, flipping through a book. "You're back." Chun Chunner looked up, wiped her sweat, and greeted me with a smile. I nodded. "No luck today, just caught some small stuff." "Having a harvest is better than coming back empty-handed," she comforted. "My lady is right. Who knows, maybe one day I'll catch another silly roe deer," I said with a smile, then turned to look at Yang Bo. Brother Yang is truly diligent. Yang Bo didn't even lift his eyelids, merely grunting through his nose as a response. Lu Yunyang, Lin Mingxiang, and Chun Chunner exchanged a few pleasantries, and then we entered our own small courtyard. After we left, Yangbo tossed the book onto the table and sneered with narrowed eyes, truly short-sighted. It seems he only wants to be a woodcutter and hunter, a farmer who can't amount to anything. Chin Chunner's motion of chopping firewood paused for a moment, her brows slightly furrowed. What's wrong with supporting a family by hunting and chopping wood? She hesitated for a moment and softly said, I want to go ask Su Lang and the others if they'd be willing to make some charcoal with me to sell. It would help us get through the winter. She originally thought Yang Bo would oppose again, but unexpectedly, he nodded for once. All right, I was planning to go into the city tomorrow to visit a friend. Back in the courtyard, Lu Yunyang started a fire to cook, Lin Mingxiang cleaned the doves, and I took the bag of shell casings into the house, planning to sell them the next time I went into the city. They should fetch a good amount of silver. The system's marketplace has everything, except gold and silver. I've always been short on money. Unless I go to great lengths to buy items containing gold and silver to extract them, but that's not cost-effective. It's better to buy some rare items like glass, pearls, or plastic from the marketplace. Those bigwigs are likely to fancy them. While I was busy, the courtyard gate creaked open, and Chin Chunner walked in with a hint of unease. Sister Chun, come in and have a seat, Lin Mingxiang said with a smile. No, I'm here to find young Master Su. Chin Chunner gently shook her head. Young Master Su is inside. Lin Mingxiang gestured toward the house with her mouth, then lowered her head to continue handling the turtle dove. Hearing the commotion, I put away the bag and came out on my own. Madam, is there something you need from me? Chin Chunner pursed her lips. Su Lang, have you thought about that matter from before? Lin Mingxiang, who was handling the turtle dove, raised her head cautiously. I was taken aback. What matter? It's going up the mountain to make charcoal. Her voice grew softer and softer, lacking confidence. After all, I had sold that bear, and the family was no longer short of money. Oh, this matter. I suddenly understood and nodded. It's a profitable business. There's no reason not to do it. How about we go up the mountain with Madam tomorrow morning? Really? Chin Chunner's eyes lit up with joy. Then I must thank you, Su Lang. Madam, there's no need to be so formal. With the relationship between us, why bother with thanks? I smiled and then asked. I'm just curious. Who is Madam planning to sell the charcoal to? Madam Lin, the wife of Lin Yuan Wai in the city. She and I are old acquaintances, and she sent someone to buy 1,000 pounds of charcoal. 1,000 caddies is not much for a wealthy family. I nodded and suddenly asked, is this Madam Lin beautiful? Chin Chunner fixed her beautiful eyes on me, gradually showing a hint of wariness. Why are you asking that? I cleared my throat lightly. Madam, don't misunderstand, just asking casually. She suddenly smiled, full of charm. Considering her age, she could be your mother. What do you think? With that, she swayed her hips and turned to leave. I had just glanced a couple more times when I noticed Lin Mingxiang staring at me. I had no choice but to casually withdraw my gaze and turn around to enter the house. I agreed to make charcoal, partly to prepare for winter and partly to lay low. The sudden disappearance of Li Dazhuang and his 6 men from the village would eventually be noticed, and suspicion would inevitably fall on me. I wasn't afraid of the authorities, but I didn't want to easily ruin my current leisurely life. Missing out on a rare mature beauty like Chin Chunner or a self-conquering beauty like Pan Liener would be such a pity. Before long, dinner was ready. A pot of chestnut rice, a small plate of stir-fried bird meat, and a dish of sour and spicy shredded potatoes. The potatoes were something I had bought from the marketplace, though I told others I got them from a city vendor. Potatoes and corn, these drought-resistant and high-yield crops, were what I planned to plant next spring. Lu Yunyang took a bite of the shredded potatoes and exclaimed in delight, "These potatoes are so fragrant. Their taste rivals that of the bird meat." Lin Mingxiang nodded. "It's really delicious. Su Lang, buy more next time. As long as you like it, eat as much as you want. There's plenty. After eating, boil some water for a bath. We need to get up early to go up the mountain tomorrow," I said with a smile. At the mention of bath, Lu Yunyang's face turned red, and she hurriedly lowered her head to eat. She was reminded of the last time I pulled her to bathe together. Lin Mingxiang didn't notice and added, "Burn more charcoal. It's good to keep some for ourselves. That way, we won't be afraid of the snow, right, Sister Yunyang?" Only then did she notice Lu Yunyang's flushed face and asked with concern, "Sister, are you feeling unwell?" It's okay. Lu Yunyang lowered her head even further. I smiled to smooth things over. Your sister just remembered the amusing story I told earlier about Lady Whitesnake. What amusing story? Lin Mingxiang perked up at the mention of the legend of the White Snake. I vividly recounted. Fahai couldn't understand why people were so infatuated with women. On his way to exorcise demons, he stumbled upon the White Snake and Green Snake, who had transformed into human form, bathing in a hot spring. Lin Mingxiang frowned. How could this be? Isn't Fahai a revered monk? Lu Yunyang also put down her chopsticks, listening intently. I laughed. Precisely because he is a revered monk, he jumped into the water. The green and white snakes turned to flee upon seeing their enemy, but Fahai grabbed their tails to stop them. Seeing the white snake's graceful dignity and the green snake's enchanting charm, Fahai's heart stirred, and he took off his monk's robe and jumped into the hot spring. Lin Mingxiang analyzed seriously. Exactly, in Fahai's eyes, there are only humans and demons, no distinction between men and women. I gave a meaningful smile, picked up some food, and started eating without saying anything. The two women were extremely anxious. Lin Mingxiang urged, Su Lang, what happened next? The corner of my mouth curved up slightly. As for what happens next, won't you find out in the future? Lin Mingxiang was momentarily stunned. Then her cheeks turned bright red. She understood. After dinner, as the night deepened, I brushed my teeth early and waited for hot water. At the break of dawn, the sound of roosters crowing echoed from the mountains. Ding! The daily 20,000 survival points from the store have been credited. Balance, 56,150. The system's voice rang out right on time. Earning survival points while lying down is truly satisfying. I got up and woke the two of them. Lu Yunyang mumbled while hugging the quilt. Oh, Su Lang, let me sleep for just another moment. Just a moment. Lin Mingxiang was even more absurd. Fahai, let go of my sister. Seeing that they refused to get up, I chuckled and said, It seems you two are too tired. As your husband, I'll just have to find another sister to help share the burden. A single sentence struck like a thunderclap. In the room on the left, Lu Yunyang suddenly sat up with her eyes wide open. I'm not tired. I'll get up and freshen up right away. In the room on the right, Lin Mingxiang also struggled awake. I was just teasing you earlier. I'm not tired at all. The three of us joked around for a bit before quickly getting up. We brushed our teeth with toothpaste and toothbrushes, rinsed our mouths, and washed our faces with warm water. Lu Yunyang and Lin Mingxiang efficiently prepared breakfast, while I packed cured meat and cornmeal into a cloth bag to take up the mountain. To burn 1,000 pounds of charcoal, I would inevitably have to stay in the mountains for a few days. I stored items like salt and MSG in the system warehouse, leaving only the rice husks. Still uneasy, I placed 2 animal traps at the kitchen entrance. After breakfast and taking calcium tablets, we put on thick cotton clothes and hiking boots to look for Chin-Chunner. She was also ready, carrying a sizable bundle, clearly prepared to stay for a few days. Seeing the radiant and rosy-faced Lu Yunyan and Lin Mingxiang, a trace of surprise flashed in Chin-Chunner's eyes. How much they had changed after having men in their lives. Carrying a large cloth bag and holding a compound bow, I casually asked, Where's Brother Yang? He left before dawn, saying he was heading to the city to visit a friend. I didn't think much, nodded, and a few of us locked the courtyard gate and headed straight for the mountain. Along the way, we encountered quite a few villagers. When they heard we were going to make charcoal, their expressions turned somewhat complicated. In times of famine, they couldn't even fill their stomachs, yet we were engaging in this luxurious activity. A lively figure darted through the crowd. Chen Xiaolu, carrying a bow and arrows, ready to go hunting in the mountains. I greeted her proactively. Miss Xiaolu, off to hunt. She glanced at me, then swept her gaze over Lu Yunyang and Lin Mingxiang behind me, nodding. You really know how to make charcoal. I raised an eyebrow. Of course, is there anything I, Su Chia, can't do? Braggart. She pouted. I chuckled inwardly. This girl was quite adorable. Her eyes darted around, and suddenly she looked at me with a sparkling gaze. Hey, can you teach me archery? Teach you? What's in it for me? Then what do you want in return? She blurted out. I was about to tease her when the silent Chun who stepped forward and grabbed her arm. Let's go. Hey, brother. I haven't finished talking to him yet. Chun Xiaolu struggled as she was dragged away, leaving behind a string of bell-like laughter. Young Master Su, it settled. I want to learn archery from you." Watching her being dragged farther and farther away, I felt a bit helpless. Just a few words, and she guards against me like this? Do I, Suchiya, look like some villain who abducts virtuous women? The group continued on their journey. After trekking for more than half an hour, I found a suitable spot in a mountain hollow. There was a cool mountain spring nearby, a grove of oak trees perfect for making charcoal, and a flat open space. Chunner and the other two had no objections, so we chose this spot. After setting down our packs, we found an abandoned bear cave under a nearby cliff. Together, we cleaned it out and dug around it until it could accommodate 6 or 7 people. While Lu Yunyang and the others were tidying up, I chopped a few bundles of pine branches and lit them inside the cave. Thick smoke quickly filled the space, driving away insects and disinfecting the area while removing odors. I chopped a few more sturdy logs, secured them with vines, and added wooden wedges to make a solid wooden door. After settling into the residence, I chose a hillside with Chunner's assistance and began digging a kiln pit with a hoe. 1,000 pounds of charcoal is no small amount, so the pit had to be large and deep enough. Fortunately, my body had been strengthened by the system, and Lu Yunyang and the other two were nearby handing me water, wiping sweat, and clearing away soil and rocks. In just one day, as the sun set, a deep and sturdy fire kiln was completed. Chunner exclaimed, "Master Su alone is as capable as 3 or 4 people." I wiped my sweat and said, "Madam, you're only realizing this now? I'm not just as capable as 3 or 4 people. Even if there were 10 or more, I could handle them all." Chunner slightly widened her beautiful eyes, feeling that something about those words seemed a bit odd. "Su Lang, Sister Chunner, the meal is ready." Lu Yunyang called from the cave entrance. In the deep mountains with no outsiders around, I simply had her cook a pot of plain white rice. The dishes were simple: smoked pork ribs stewed with potatoes, a plate of stir-fried cured meat, and a pot of wild vegetable soup. After a tiring day, everyone ate heartily, and I had 3 bowls myself. After the meal, the sun had not yet set. I heated a pot of water and poured it into a wooden basin, then removed my outer clothing to wipe myself down under the sunlight. The golden sunlight fell on my sturdy back, the muscular lines exuding strength. Chunner's face instantly flushed. She originally wanted to retreat into the cave to avoid suspicion, but her gaze was fixed on my figure, leaving her frozen in place, staring blankly, lightly biting her red lips. "Chunnerjia." Lu Yunyang called to her from inside the cave. What?" Chunner snapped back to her senses, her face as red as if she had been caught doing something wrong. She hurriedly lowered her head and darted back into the cave like a gust of wind, her heart pounding. Did Su Lang notice I was secretly watching him? Never mind. As long as he doesn't bring it up, I'll just pretend it didn't happen. I had noticed long ago but didn't expose her. After all, I've also stolen plenty of glances at her voluptuous figure. Let's call it even. After wiping my body and changing into clean cotton clothes, I entered the cave. Inside, the charcoal fire was warm, and the 3 women's cheeks were slightly flushed, their hair carrying a hint of moisture, clearly having just bathed as well. Inside the cave, a row of simple beds had been set up, stones at the bottom to prevent dampness, topped with round logs and dry leaves, then covered with mats and bedding. It was enough for 5 or 6 people to lie down, and it was surprisingly soft and comfortable. Outside the cave, the mountain wind wailed as it swept through the treetops, occasionally accompanied by a few bird calls, making the mountain night feel even more profound. The 4 of us sat around the fire, drinking hot tea. I had deliberately left a vent at the cave entrance to prevent smoke buildup and carefully controlled the fire. For a while, no one spoke. Only the crackling of the fire and the sound of the wind could be heard. Chunner lowered her eyes, gazing at the fire, the glow reflecting off her mature and beautiful face, exuding the charm unique to a young woman. Lu Yunyang's skin had become even more delicate after these days of care. Lin Mingxiang's enchanting eyes shimmered in the firelight as she held a bamboo cup, sipping delicately. The 3 beauties complemented each other, each with their own charm, making the simple mountain cave come alive. I took a sip of the bamboo tube hot tea, its sweetness carrying a hint of bamboo fragrance. Lu Yunyang wanted to break the silence and softly asked me, "Su Lang, what was it you said was pressing down on the white snake last night?" "The white snake?" I replied casually. It's Su Xian. Lu Yunyang's face instantly turned red, both shy and flustered. Not that one. Lin Mingxiang pursed her lips and looked at me, her eyes full of teasing. Not that. Then it must be Fa Hai. I was taken aback. Oh, Su Lang. Lu Yunyang's face was so red, she almost buried her head in her chest. Chun Chunner was utterly confused. White snake, Su Xian, and something about the sea. What are you all talking about? Lin Mingxiang covered her mouth and laughed. The story Su Lang told last night. She then reminded me. Sister Yunyang is asking about the tower that suppresses the white snake. A tower? I thought it was a person. I held back a laugh and said, it's a misunderstanding. The one suppressing the white snake is the Leifeng Pagoda. Chin Chunner asked curiously, what story? Can I hear it? Lu Yunyang and Lin Mingxiang exchanged a glance, their fingers tightly clutching the corners of their clothes, their cheeks turning even redder under the firelight. After all, my version of the story was a bit improper. If Madam wishes to hear, then I shall tell. I began recounting the original story. Once upon a time, there was a mountain. In the mountain lived a little white snake. One day, out of curiosity, it ventured out and was caught by a snake catcher. My voice was not loud, yet it was exceptionally clear in the silent cave. The three women gradually became engrossed, frowning during tense moments, smiling faintly during the wedding, as if they were part of the story themselves. When I reached the part where Su Xian, deceived by Fa Hai, brought home a cup of realgar wine to coax his wife into drinking it, a woo! A sudden, piercing and prolonged wolf howl echoed from outside the cave. In the silent night, the howl was so shrill it made one's heart tremble, as if it were just nearby. Ah! Chin Chunner turned pale instantly, curled up, hugged her knees tightly, and trembled, her eyes filled with fear. Lu Yunyang also gasped sharply and instinctively leaned closer to me. The calmest one was Lin Mingxiang. Although her face had turned a bit pale, she immediately stood up, watching the cave entrance vigilantly, her hand already resting on the gun at her waist. I abruptly stood up, grabbed the hatchet, and quickly walked to the cave entrance to check carefully. Outside, it was pitch black, with tree shadows swaying in the wind. The wolf howls came from deep within the forest, their echoes reverberating through the valley. I focused and listened for a moment, confirming that the wolf pack was far away, then breathed a sigh of relief and turned back to reassure them. Don't worry, the wolf pack is far away. They're just calling their companions or marking their territory. Chin Chunner's lips trembled. Su Lang, are you sure? They won't come here, will they? Don't worry, the cave is hidden, and they fear the firelight. Even if they come, I won't let them harm a single hair on you. After saying this, I took out 5 or 6 heavy, cold animal traps from the bag. I had the 3 women hold torches to illuminate the area as I carefully buried the traps under the soil and fallen leaves near the cave entrance, disguising them simply. These traps were made entirely of thick iron, with jaws strong enough to crush a wild boar's hoof, let alone a few wolves. This would serve as the first line of defense. After setting the traps, I picked up the compound bow and quiver, intending to scout the size and movements of the wolf pack. Lu Yunyan anxiously grabbed my sleeve. Su Lang, it's so dark outside, and the forest is dense. Can't you stay? It's too dangerous. I rubbed her head and said indulgently, Silly Yunyang, if I don't figure out where those wolves are and how many there are, I won't feel at ease and won't sleep well at night. I patted Lin Mingxiang's shoulder. Don't worry, I'll just look around nearby and be back soon. Although Lin Mingxiang was worried, she had seen me fight a bear up close and knew my skills were exceptional. She nodded and said, Su Lang, go early and come back early. If things can't be done, retreat immediately. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. You all secure the door, and if necessary, use the handgun for self-defense. I held up the torch, turned around, and disappeared into the night. Behind me came Chun Chunner's voice. Su Lang, you must be careful. I didn't look back, just waved my hand, and completely vanished into the forest. After walking some distance, I extinguished the torch, spent 4,000 survival points in the system store to buy a military-grade night vision device, and another 2,000 to purchase a titanium alloy machete, which I strapped to my back. Putting on the night vision goggles, the world before my eyes instantly turned into a clear, ghostly green. Carrying a machete on my back and holding a compound bow in my hand, I crept like a phantom toward the direction of the wolf howls. I needed to figure out the number and intentions of this wolf pack. If they had tasted human flesh, they must be dealt with in advance. No disaster could be left behind. Before long, I spotted 12 black wolves in a clearing, gnawing on something. Hearing my movement, the pack raised their heads warily, their glowing green eyes scanning the surroundings. I pressed against a tree, holding my breath. The wolves sensed nothing unusual and resumed eating. Among them, 2 were particularly large, occasionally howling at the sky. Those must be the alpha male and the alpha female. After observing for a while, I realized they had no intention of attacking the village and were about to retreat. But just then, there was a sudden rustling in the bushes behind me, and a fiery red fox darted out. It was startled when it saw me. Ow! With that single sound, the wolf pack instantly became alert and surrounded me in unison. The fox, sensing danger, was about to slip away. "Think you can run after tricking me?" I sneered, drew my bow, and shot an arrow, pinning it to the spot. 12 wolves had already charged over, surrounding me completely. Low growls came from their throats, and their sharp, white fangs glinted coldly. I hung the compound bow on a tree and drew the titanium alloy machete from my back. Since I had startled them, I might as well deal with them all at once. It was a good chance to test this battle-hardened body of mine. Awoo! At the command of the Wolf King, 10 ferocious wolves lunged from all directions. The one on the left pounced first. I charged forward and slashed down with my blade. Crack! The sharp blade split its skull, killing it instantly. A sound of wind breaking came from the right again. Without even looking, I swung my blade horizontally. Puffed. The wolf's head flew off, and blood gushed out wildly. In an instant, I killed 2 wolves. Fear flashed in the eyes of several black wolves, and they shrank back, not daring to approach. But one wolf silently leapt up from behind me, its fangs aiming straight for my neck. I bent down to dodge, and as it landed unsteadily, I charged forward and swung my blade. Slash! This wolf was cut in half at the waist, its remaining body howling miserably on the ground. 3 of its subordinates were killed, and the Wolf King hesitated, letting out a low growl before turning to flee with the Wolf Queen. The remaining wolves followed suit and ran off. Trying to escape, I stomped the ground and shot out like an arrow from a bow in pursuit. The dense forest ahead slowed the wolves down. Without hesitation, I threw my machete like a hidden weapon, precisely striking the Wolf King's hindquarters. Aru! The Wolf King howled in agony and rolled over. I executed a crushing move, slamming down onto it with full force. It struggled frantically, its bloodthirsty jaws snapping toward me. I clasped its upper and lower jaws with both hands, and with a sudden burst of strength, crack! The Wolf King's mouth was forcibly torn in half by me, blood gushing out. Howl! The Wolf Queen let out a piercing cry upon seeing this, leading the remaining wolves as they charged back, leaping high to pounce on me. I was in the heat of battle, raising my leg for a fierce sweep. Boom! The Wolf Queen's massive body was sent flying, slamming hard into a tree. After landing, blood seeped from her mouth and nose, and she couldn't get up for the moment. 3 wolves lunged at me simultaneously from the left, right, and behind. I grabbed the hind leg of the Wolf King on the ground as a weapon and swept it in a circle. Bang! 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 The 3 wolves were knocked to the ground. I picked up the machete, and the blade turned into 3 streaks of lightning. 3 wolf heads fell to the ground in response. Another wolf had grown smarter, crouching low and sneaking closer, aiming straight for my ankle. A cold glint flashed in my eyes as I lifted my foot and stomped down hard. Squish! Its head was almost pressed into the dirt. The remaining 4 wolves, their eyes red with fury, charged at me, but with a swift swing of my blade, I killed them all. Finally, I carried the blood-dripping knife and walked to the Wolf Queen slumped under the tree, delivering a heavy kick to its chest, the last glimmer in the Wolf Queen's eyes extinguished. The wolf pack was annihilated, yet I felt no trace of exhaustion. This battle-hardened body is truly extraordinary. I skinned all the wolves and extracted 48 fangs. These wolves had eaten human flesh, so I didn't want their meat. Instead, I piled the corpses together, spent 100 survival points on gasoline, and set them ablaze. The troublesome fox was also skinned and thrown into the fire. After finishing all this, I carried a large stack of wolf pelts and headed toward the cave. Inside the cave, the firelight illuminated the worried faces of the three women. Chin Chunner hugged her knees and curled up in the corner, her body trembling slightly with every wolf howl. Lu Yunyang gripped the pistol, forcing herself to stay calm. Sister Chunner, don't worry. Brother Su, he won't be in trouble. Chin Chunner bit her lip and nodded, trying to ease the atmosphere, and softly asked, did the white lady Su mentioned earlier actually drink the Realgar wine? The air in the cave inexplicably froze for a moment. Lu Yunyang's cheeks instantly turned red. What Su Lang had told her was not the proper tale of the legend of the white snake, but something about a divine lord subduing a white tiger, Su Xian suppressing by Sujin. Her gaze wandered. This, perhaps Mingxiang might know? Lin Mingxiang was startled and blinked innocently. She was Qing's snake. How could a participant know the ending? She could only reply vaguely. Su Lang's version of the story is more interesting. Let's wait for him to come back and tell it. Chin Chunner let out a soft feeling a bit disappointed. She lowered her head to tend to the fire, but suddenly recalled Lu Yunyang asking, who suppressed by Sujin? Su Lang had first said Su Xian, and then Fa Hai. Her eyes widened, and her face flushed hotly. So it was that kind of suppress, not the other kind. So Su Lang, who seemed so proper, could also say such risque things. She buried her head in her knees, her thoughts running wild. Su Xian suppressing by Sujin made sense, but what was the deal with Fa Hai? Was the white snake lovesick, or had Fa Hai broken his vows? Just as they were thinking, there was a sudden commotion outside the door, and the two women became alert. It's me. My voice came through, and all three women breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Yunyan and Lin Mingxiang rushed to the door to help me open it. As the wooden door opened, the night wind carrying the scent of blood swept in. They saw me holding a large bundle of blood-stained wolf pelts, with bloodstains on my face and clothes. Su Lang, you're injured. It's not my blood, I'm fine. I carried the hide into the cave, tossed it aside, grabbed the cooled tea, and took a big gulp, feeling very satisfied. Chin Chunner looked at the ferocious wolf hide on the ground and instinctively shrank back. Lin Mingxiang closed the door and asked in shock, Su Lang, there must be 7 or 8 of them, right? 12 pelts. I put down the cup. Both the Wolf King and Queen are among them. Not a single one escaped. 12 pelts. 3 pairs of eyes instantly widened, staring at me in disbelief. One person wiped out an entire wolf pack in such a short time? After the shock, their faces were filled with admiration. Since ancient times, beauties have admired heroes, and at this moment, I was the towering hero in their eyes. You handle the hides first. I'll go clean myself up. I looked at Chin Chunner. Madam, lend a hand too. You'll get a share of the silver once it's sold. Chin Chunner shyly waved her hand. Helping is only right. I don't need the money. I filled half a basin with water, added some hot water, and started to take off my outer clothes. Chin Chunner quickly turned her head away. Lu Yunyang scolded playfully. Su Lang, Sister Chunner is still here. I smiled casually. No problem, we're not strangers. Chin Chunner blushed even more, turned her back to me, and sat down to learn how to handle the wolf pelt. Her ears were filled with the sounds behind her, and her mind was occupied with the image of me bare-bodied at dusk. After changing into clean clothes, I also sat down to work on the pelts. These were to be sold. All that was needed was to scrape off the grease and sinew, stretch them on wooden frames, and let them air dry. Lin Mingxiang worked on the Wolf King's pelt and sighed softly. What a pity it got torn. Otherwise, it would be worth at least 10 taels. Only 10 taels. I frowned. After all, that wolf was the size of a calf. 10 taels is quite a lot. She pointed at the other few pelts. These together are at most 3 or 4 taels. It's almost winter, so the price is this high. Otherwise, it would be even lower. Chin Chunner was scraping a fox pelt and looked up to ask, what about this one? Lin Mingxiang glanced at it. I've never seen such a top-quality fire fox pelt before. With fur this pure, it might be worth 20 taels. So many. Chin Chunner was startled. The texture was smooth like silk, the color like fire, making it hard to put down. Chin Chunner asked softly again, Su Lang, didn't you bring back the meat of those wolves and foxes? My hand paused. The wolf pack was gnawing on a human leg. I only skinned it. A human leg? The faces of the three women instantly turned pale. More than an hour later, 13 pelts had been stretched into shape and hung on the cave walls for ventilation. Everyone cleaned off the bloodstains, tidied up, and went to sleep. The bed was quite large, enough to accommodate 5 or 6 people. Qin Chun'er slept on the far right, followed by Lu Yunyang and Lin Mingxiang, while I slept on the far left. Exhausted from the day, I fell asleep shortly after lying down. However, the mountain mosquitoes were numerous, and the buzzing around my ears kept me wide awake. I turned my head to look at Lin Mingxiang beside me. She was sleeping on her side with her back to me. Can't sleep anyway, so? Su Lang. Sister Chun'er is still here. Don't worry, I won't do anything. Qin Chun'er, after walking mountain paths all day and digging a kiln, had fallen into a deep sleep early, muddling through all sorts of bizarre dreams. Fa Hai was taking revenge by becoming a monk after Su Xian stole his wife. The green snake was singing, Fa Hai, you don't understand love nearby, and then flirting with Su Xian. When she woke up, it was already the next morning. The sun had risen halfway, and the aroma of food wafted in from outside the cave. She rubbed her swollen head and glanced at the bed. The three of us had already gotten up, and the bedding was neatly folded. Qin Chun'er straightened her clothes and walked out of the cave. The late autumn scenery was captivating. Chun'er, you're awake? Lin Mingxiang was by the fire, stir-frying squirrel meat, her face glowing with radiance. The trap caught a squirrel last night. Looking at Lin Mingxiang's radiant and glowing face, Qin Chun'er blushed and nodded. Lin Mingxiang pursed her lips. Sister Chun'er, did you not sleep well last night? Or did you hear something? Huh? No, I slept very well. Qin Chun'er guiltily changed the subject. Where are Brother Su and Sister Yun? Lin Mingxiang breathed a sigh of relief and pointed toward the oak forest. They went to chop wood. Seeing you sleeping soundly, they didn't wake you. I'll go help them. Qin Chun'er swayed her hips as she walked away. Lin Mingxiang gazed at her graceful figure and finally understood why Su Lang always loved looking at her. Full and curvaceous, who wouldn't like that? She glanced down at her own chest. Luckily, I'm not bad either. If I eat a bit more, I can catch up to her. In the oak forest, I had already chopped down several dead trees and was sawing them into firewood. Lu Yunyang was beside me, tying them up with vines. Madam, you're awake? I wiped the sweat off my brow. Qin Chun'er avoided looking at me and walked toward Lu Yunyang. Yunyang, let me help you. She squatted down to tie the firewood. The fabric on her back stretched tightly, outlining her curvaceous waist. I glanced at her and then continued swinging the axe. After more than an hour of work, we transported the firewood to the front of the cave dwelling and arranged it tightly, stuffing small wood chips into the gaps. After a whole morning's effort, we only managed to fill half the space. Breakfast was ready: stir-fried squirrel meat, sautéed wild vegetables, white rice with chili oil, and the aroma was irresistible. The three women couldn't stop praising the chili oil I made. After the meal, Lin Mingxiang brewed hot tea, and everyone relaxed in the shade, chatting and laughing, thoroughly enjoying the moment. At dusk, the kiln cave was finally filled. We sealed the kiln with yellow clay, leaving only a square air inlet and a chimney above. Qin Chun'er had seen servants make charcoal before, and under her guidance, I started lighting the fire for the first kiln. To ensure success, I got up several times during the night to check and adjust the air inlet as needed. Over the next 3 days, we dug a second kiln to burn the second batch of charcoal, totaling nearly 1,000 pounds. If it wasn't enough, we planned to buy some from the market to make up the difference. Making charcoal is truly hard work, even for a man of iron. During these days, I spent my daytime hunting and playing with the three women, and at night, when checking the kiln, I would ask Lu Yunyang to accompany me, and sometimes it was Lin Mingxiang. After several days of smoldering, the open flames in the kiln gradually died out, and we only needed to wait for it to cool naturally before opening the kiln. The few of us finally had some leisure time and could enjoy a good night's sleep. The setting sun gradually descended as I walked down the mountain path with a compound bough on my back. This time, I didn't see any prey, not even a single bird feather. The weather is getting colder, and it's harder to find prey, I muttered to myself. It seems winter is just a few days away. That's when people truly starve. Outside the cave, Qin Chun'er was boiling wild vegetable soup, while Lin Mingxiang and Lu Yunyang were handling wolf pelts. Seeing me return, Lu Yunyang stood up and handed me a cup of warm tea, smiling as she said, Su Lang, did you miss your mark? The three daughters all looked up at me, as this was the first time I had returned empty-handed. After drinking the warm tea, I let out a long sigh. When has your husband ever failed? The weather is cold, all the beasts are hibernating, and I haven't even seen a bird. Lu Yunyang took the empty cup, worry etched between her brows. It seems winter is truly coming. Chin Chunner chimed in. Yes, even wild vegetables are becoming hard to find. This winter, it's going to be tough. Seeing the two of them looking worried, Lin Mingxiang gave a gentle smile. It's okay, just hold on until next spring, and things will get better. Chin Chunner and Lu Yunyang felt somewhat comforted upon hearing this. Yes, with land and fields, as long as one works hard, life will eventually improve. I smiled without saying a word. I am not content with just being a simple farmer. Dinner was ready soon. Although I came back empty-handed today, there were still a few bamboo partridges left from the ones I caught a few days ago, so there was plenty of meat to go around. These days, with every meal consisting of meat and white rice, the three women look better and better each day. Their skin has become fair and tender, no longer showing the sallow complexion they once had. After meals, everyone brushes their teeth. I also prepared a toothbrush and toothpaste for Chin Chunner, and she gets her share of vitamins too. After all, she'll be mine sooner or later, so there's no need to be stingy. Outside the cave, the autumn wind is bone-chilling, but inside, we sit around the fire drinking hot tea. I tell them the ending of the legend of the White Snake. The White Snake was trapped under the pagoda for 20 years. Su Xian practiced asceticism in the nearby temple for 20 years, and their child achieved top honors in the imperial exams. Chin Chunner listened and suddenly thought, how wonderful it would be if life could always be like this. But the next second, her eyes dimmed. After all, she was a married woman. When the story ended, Lu Yunyang and Chin Chunner were still immersed in the love story between the human and the snake. Lin Mingxiang, however, frowned and said, what about Xiaoqing? Was she just a bystander? These days, she had already placed herself in Xiaoqing's shoes, hoping to experience a love as deep as that between the White Snake and Su Xian. But in the end, the White Snake and Su Xian reunited, while Xiaoqing wasn't even given an explanation. How could she not be upset? I smiled and said, the story of Xiaoqing and Su Xian is a side tale. I'll tell it another day. A few people chatted for a while longer, then extinguished the stove fire and went to bed. I planned to sleep soundly tonight, but before falling asleep, I was still calculating. This time, after selling the charcoal in the city, I could take the opportunity to visit Pan Liener. Chin Chunner is a married woman, so she's off limits for now. It's also been several days since I last saw Chin Xiaolu, that little girl, but Chun who guards her like a hawk, making it hard to make a move. Ding! The daily 20,000 survival points from the store have been credited. Balance 100,320. I suddenly felt energized. My survival points have finally surpassed 100,000, and now I can buy the most advanced manual. Open the store's secret manual page, and a bunch of great items pop up. 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, 9 Yang Divine Skill, 9 Yin Manual, 15 Swords of Death, Little Leaf Flying Dagger. With these, combined with my battle-hardened physique, conquering the world would be no problem. By then, I'll be a national hero, and no one can stop me from not eating beef. I carefully selected all top-tier internal and external martial arts techniques, making it hard to choose. My gaze finally settled on the supreme mystery scripture, a half-step into immortality in the martial arts world. While others are still practicing martial arts, it has already ascended to seek the Tao and become immortal. Just as I was hesitating, another manual popped up, The Art of Heaven and Earth Yin-Yang. This technique merges the creation of heaven and earth, harmonizes yin and yang, and when cultivated to perfection, internal energy becomes inexhaustible. All other martial arts can be mastered at a glance. Protective true energy shields the body, making it immune to poisons and impervious to hidden weapons, while also prolonging life. Origin: unknown, seemingly from another world. My eyes lit up. This is the ultimate supreme technique. Infinite internal energy, mastered at a glance, and it even prolongs life. Who could resist this? I clicked purchase without hesitation, instantly deducting 100,000 survival points. and a rustic manual of techniques appeared in the warehouse. I immediately took it out, ready to get up and start practicing. Beside me, Lu Yunyang noticed the movement and shyly whispered, "Su Lang, wait a moment, Sister Chunner hasn't fallen asleep yet." I chuckled speechlessly. "Don't overthink it. This is serious business." I put on my shoes, lit the deer tallow lamp, and sat on a rock flipping through the manual. Lin Mingxiang and Lu Yunyang heard the sound of pages turning and looked up at me in surprise. Was Su Lang actually doing something serious tonight? Wait, Su Lang can read. But they quickly came to terms with it. Hadn't Su Chia brought enough surprises these days? Being literate wasn't that big of a deal. Chun Chunner pretended to sleep under the covers, but her mind was in turmoil. This man, handsome as jade, skilled in martial arts, capable of hunting wolves and killing bears, and literate too. Such a perfect person. Could he really not be some noble family's young master? However, hearing the sound of pages turning, she breathed a sigh of relief. Tonight, she finally wouldn't have to listen to their commotion and could get a good night's sleep. Following the manual, I sat cross-legged, with my 5 hearts facing upward, and began circulating the technique. Before long, a warmth surged from my dantian. This was inner strength. Inner strength starts from the dantian, flows through the meridians to the limbs, and then returns to the dantian, completing one cycle. With my battle-hardened body, the Ren and Du meridians and the mysterious gate were already opened, making the cultivation of this technique twice as effective, one day equaling 10 for others. After several cycles, my inner strength increased significantly, but it still felt too slow. I simply opened the pharmacy page in the marketplace to search, and hundreds of options popped up. Cordyceps, 1 stock increases 1 month's power, 1,000 survival points. Western Indian Miracle Oil, 1 drop increases 10 days power, 10,000 survival points. Red Ginseng, produced in the deep mountains of Liaodong, 1 stock increases 30 years power, 500,000 survival points. Ice Lotus, cures all poisons, increases 60 years of inner power. I am very satisfied. 20,000 survival points a day, and in 25 days I can buy a red ginseng, gaining 30 years of inner power. In just a few months, I can achieve 100 years of inner power, walking in a few days the path others take a lifetime to complete. Suppressing my excitement, I continued to cultivate silently. Sharpening the axe does not delay the cutting of firewood. After circulating my energy through hundreds of cycles, I heard rustling from the bed. I stopped and opened my eyes, seeing Chun Chunner tiptoeing out of bed, careful not to wake the other two. I cast a puzzled look. What is Madam doing? Her face turned slightly red, her gaze evasive, and she didn't answer. She carefully climbed out of the bed, put on her shoes, and walked up to me. She pinched the hem of her clothes, her face shy. "I want to use the restroom." "So that's it." I nodded and handed her the oil lamp. She didn't respond. Her face turned even redder, and her lips moved slightly. I glanced at the pitch-black darkness outside the cave and softly said, "I'll accompany Madam." She visibly let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Lord Su. The wilderness at night is dangerous, with wolves, leopards, centipedes, and scorpions everywhere. 1 bite, and you'd be off to meet your ancestors." I carried the lantern and pushed open the wooden door, the cold wind seeping into my neck. I instinctively wrapped my coat tighter to shield the flame. The surroundings were pitch black, and eerie cries of strange birds echoed through the forest. Chun Chunner, with a hint of fear in her eyes, followed closely behind me. I led her to the bushes, confirmed the area was safe, and whispered, "Here will do. I'll wait nearby." Just as I was about to leave, she grabbed the corner of my coat, her face full of fear. "Don't go far." I nodded and pointed at a few trees. "Right there, within your sight." She reluctantly nodded but seemed hesitant to speak. I found it amusing and said earnestly, "Rest assured, Madam, I won't peek." She softly responded with an letting go of my sleeve. I carried the lantern to the trees and stood with my back to her. She finally breathed a sigh of relief and slowly untied her belt. The autumn wind howled, sending a chill down one's back. But the corners of my mouth lifted into a smile, because I suddenly realized I could see things in the dark. Everything within 10 meters was crystal clear. For instance, on a branch not far away, a plump owl was curiously observing me with its eerie, large eyes. Is this also the effect of the heaven and earth yin-yang technique? I bent down to pick up a small pebble and flicked it with my fingertips. Whoosh! The pebble shot out like a bullet, instantly blasting the owl's head apart. Feathers flew everywhere as the corpse crashed heavily to the ground. Su Lang. A panicked voice from behind the bushes called out. It was Chin Chunner. I comforted her. It's okay, just an owl. Ah! Before I could finish, she let out a scream. I immediately turned around and rushed over, hanging the oil lamp on a tree branch halfway, before reaching the edge of the bushes. In the darkness, I could see clearly. Chin Chunner was curled up behind the bushes, trembling as she pointed into the distance. Su Lang, there's a ghost. I looked over and sure enough, there was a pair of glowing green eyes staring at us. Don't be afraid, it's an animal. I bent down, picked up a stone, and hurled it forcefully. Ow! A miserable cry echoed, and the green eyes vanished into the night. It looked like a wild boar. Just as I was about to give chase, Chin Chunner trembled and said behind me, Su Lang, don't leave me. I stopped in my tracks, nodded with my back to her. All right, I'll wait for you back there. No need, she said urgently, followed by a rustling sound. A moment later, she tightly grabbed the corner of my clothes. We can go back now. I nodded, took her to retrieve the oil lamp, picked up the owl for breakfast, and the two of us returned to the cave. After entering the cave, she let out a sigh of relief and said gratefully, Thank you, Su Lang. It's nothing, go get some rest, I said softly, sitting down to continue my cultivation. She looked at my handsome face under the lamplight, her eyes full of gratitude and admiration. Just now, I could have carried the lamp all the way, but I hung it on a tree halfway, just to consider her feelings and not take the slightest advantage. Truly a noble gentleman. Also, the handkerchief given by Su Lang is really useful. Chin Chunner crawled into the quilt and quickly fell asleep, a faint smile on her face. But I couldn't calm down. Even without the oil lamp, I saw everything just now, clear as day. So it turns out Chin Chunner is also a little white kitten. However, I am someone who has seen the world, so I quickly calmed down and continued practicing the cultivation method. Unknowingly, dawn arrived. Lu Yunyang, Lin Mingxiang, and Chin Chunner got up one after another, brushed their teeth, washed their faces, and took vitamins. This had already become a routine in the Su household. Seeing the owl on the table, Lu Yunyang curiously asked, Su Lang, when did you catch this big bird? Chin Chunner's face turned slightly red, and she lowered her head, busy cooking. I smiled faintly. It was too noisy last night, so I quieted it down. Oh, Lu Yunyan didn't ask further and went to handle it. Lin Mingxiang, however, discreetly glanced at me and Chin Chunner, as if she had guessed something. While they were cooking, I went to check the bushes from last night and only found a few tufts of coarse black wild boar hair. Only a wild boar's thick skin and tough flesh could block my stone. After confirming it wasn't some kind of monster, I returned to the cave to continue cultivating. Breakfast consisted of white rice and owl-cooked wild vegetables. After eating, I personally taught the three women how to cultivate the heaven and earth yin-yang technique, instructing them not to pass it on to others. Lu Yunyang and Lin Mingxiang naturally wouldn't spread it. As for Chin Chunner, this time when I return, I'll find a way to have Yang Bo divorce her. After all, Yang Bo, this male bronze, doesn't like her anyway, so why delay her life? The three women sat cross-legged on the bed, palms facing upward, slowly circulating their energy. Half an hour later, a loud boom erupted inside the cave, and a surge of overwhelming airwaves burst out, scattering fallen leaves and snapping trees. As the airwaves subsided, I exclaimed in shock, Yin Yang, what did you just do? How is your power even greater than mine? Lu Yunyang looked bewildered. I didn't do anything, just followed what you said. Lin Mingxiang and Chin Chunner, blown into a disheveled state, also looked at her in confusion. The surge of air burst out from Lu Yunyang's body. Did nothing. I stepped forward, grabbed her wrist, and checked her pulse. She had only completed one cycle of energy circulation, yet her power far surpassed mine. Something's not right. As I checked her pulse, my expression grew increasingly grave. Lu Yunyang asked uneasily, Su Lang, is there something wrong with my body? Not only is there no problem, but it's a great thing. I let go of my hand and laughed. Lin Mingxiang gently pressed. Su Lang, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us quickly. I explained, Yin Yang's Ren and Du meridians were naturally connected from birth, and her vital points are fully open. She's a natural martial arts prodigy. Chun Chunner curiously asked, "So the power she just displayed is innate?" Let me think. I closed my eyes and secretly opened the system to check Lu Yunyang's information. Name: Lu Yunyang. Appearance: 90. Health: 85. Martial arts: Heaven and Earth Yin Yang Technique, beginner. Inner strength: 30 years. 30 years of inner strength. This number immediately made me think of the red ginseng in the marketplace. Just one can increase 30 years of power, and its origin happens to be Liaodong. It seems Lu Yunyang accidentally consumed red ginseng, and the medicinal power remained in her body, all erupting at once after channeling her energy. Such fortune is truly enviable. I opened my eyes and said, Yunyang must have eaten the legendary red ginseng and gained 30 years of inner strength. 30 years. Lin Mingxiang and Qin Chunner widened their eyes. Lu Yunyang looked at her own hands. But I don't feel any different. That's because you don't know how to use it yet, like sitting on a mountain of gold but not knowing how to spend it. I let the other two continue their training and took Lu Yunyan outside to teach her how to use inner strength. On the first day, she learned how to use inner strength for protection and mastered the finger-flicking divine skill. The stones she flicked were more powerful than bullets, instantly piercing through large trees. On the second day, she was able to release inner strength externally and shattered a massive rock with a single palm strike. On the third day, she mastered lightness skill, effortlessly leaping over treetops with a light touch of her toes, covering hundreds of meters back and forth without tiring. Don't mention Lin Mingxiang and Chun Chunner. Even I am envious. This level of comprehension is no worse than mine. In the future, even if I slack off and cling to her coattails, I can still live a good life. On the fourth day, the survival points accumulated to over 80,000, and the temperature of the fire kiln had completely cooled down, making it ready to be opened. I led the three women to open the first kiln. As the yellow soil was cleared away, shiny black charcoal was revealed. Tapping it produced a crisp metallic sound, top-quality charcoal. The second kiln was the same, filled with large chunks of excellent charcoal that could fetch a good amount of silver. All packed into burlap sacks, each weighing over 100 pounds, a total of 11 sacks. I looked at the three of them. You take the stuff back first, and while you're at it, borrow the ox cart from the Muramesa family. I'll move the charcoal to the main road. The mountain path is rugged, and the ox cart can't get in. Lu Yunyang and Lin Mingxiang nodded, but Chun Chunner was worried. Su Lang, can you handle it on your own? I laughed and said, Madam, if you're worried, you can stay. It's just that a man and a woman alone might lead to gossip. What gossip? Let them wag their tongues. She puffed out her chest. Lu Yunyang teased, Sister Chunner, if anyone's staying, it should be us. Why would you stay? Lin Mingxiang also nodded. There are plenty of bedding and miscellaneous items. Sister Chunner, stay with us. If Mr. Su can't move everything, we'll come back to help him. Chin Chunner thought it made sense and agreed. After packing up, the three of them went down the mountain. After they had been gone for about 15 minutes, I unhurriedly stored all the charcoal into the system warehouse and leisurely headed toward the mountain entrance. When I reached the spot where the ox cart could come, I took out all the charcoal and stacked it neatly. The autumn sun made people feel drowsy. Bored, I leaned against a rock, waiting for them. Too bored, I opened the mall to browse women's clothing. Hanfu, Chong Sam, office lady outfits, bunny girl costumes, maid outfits. Thinking of Chin Chunner, that stunningly beautiful mature woman, wearing a Chong Sam, I could go 3 days and nights without sleep. Lu Yunyang, gentle and charming, suits a maid outfit. Lin Mingxiang, with her alluring peach blossom eyes, is perfect for a bunny girl costume, adding allure to allure. In the future, I'll find a cool and elegant lady to wear a white shirt, a pencil skirt, black stockings, and high heels, adding dominance to desire. Or a noblewoman from an aristocratic family to wear hanfu. That elegance, lifting the skirt directly would. Of course, black stockings, white stockings, fishnet stockings, garter stockings, foxtails. There's no rush for these. Take it slow. Just as I was thinking, the three of them arrived with the ox cart, but this time Chun who wasn't with them. When they saw the neatly stacked charcoal, they looked surprised. Su Lang, You finished moving all of this so quickly by yourself? I smiled faintly. I am the white tiger god descended to the mortal world. This is nothing. Chin Chunner instinctively tightened her legs upon hearing this, pursing her lips and glancing at me a few times, seemingly a bit annoyed. I didn't pay attention and called the two of them to load the charcoal onto the cart. Over 1,000 pounds of charcoal, one water buffalo couldn't pull it. The ox cart carried 6 bags, weighing 600 pounds, covered with a tattered cloth. The remaining 4 bags, I tied together with 3 thick wooden poles to carry, totaling 400 pounds. As for the last bag, Lu Yunyang carried it home first. With her 30 years of martial arts protecting her body, a few hundred pounds was like child's play to her. Chin Chunner led the buffalo, Lin Mingxiang carried the bow and machete, and the 4 of us descended the mountain. The mountain path was rugged, and the ox cart moved slowly. When we passed through Qinjia village, we locked that bag of charcoal at home. Once we left the village, the road became smoother, and the ox cart picked up speed. Lu Yunyang and I took turns carrying the 400 pounds of charcoal. Don't be fooled by Lu Yunyang's slender frame. With her inner strength, lifting 400 pounds is as easy as playing around. She's just short of carrying a cow and running. After more than half an hour, emaciated refugees began to appear one after another along the official road. Qingshi City was near. The farther we went, the more refugees there were. The air was filled with the stench of corpses, and green-headed flies buzzed around, making one feel nauseous. When those refugees saw us dressed neatly and looking healthy, their eyes lit up, and they raised broken bowls as they surrounded us. "Madam, please give us something to eat. My child is starving, only 5 years old. Kind sir, have mercy. Please take my child with you. She can work as hard as an ox or a horse. Just don't let her starve to death. I beg you, my father is barely breathing. I'm kneeling before you." One after another, emaciated figures holding dying children in their arms knelt repeatedly, desperately begging for a morsel of food. I didn't expect that after just a few days away, the refugees in Qingshi City would be in such a miserable state. The 3 women looked sympathetic but bit their lips and remained silent. Without me, they wouldn't be much better off, and they didn't have any food on them to help either. As more and more refugees gathered around, I said in a deep voice, "Yin Yang, if they try to snatch it, use your inner strength to push them away." "All right." Lu Yunyang nodded firmly. Sympathy aside, this charcoal was the result of over 10 days of hard work in the mountains, and they were relying on it to get through the winter. If it were taken, they would starve to death. Surprisingly, these refugees only begged and did not resort to looting, which was much better than last time. But soon, I understood the reason. Under the large banner at the city gate, more than a dozen heads were strung together with hemp rope, densely packed like candied hawthorns. Green flies clung to them, greedily extracting the last bits of flesh and blood. Lu Yunyang, Chin Chunner, and Lin Mingxiang all turned pale, clutching the corners of their clothes tightly. Their stomachs churned, and their legs went weak. A few wealthy men in luxurious silk robes and with large bellies stood beneath the heads, wearing jade at their waists and gold rings on their fingers, their faces brimming with smiles. The servants beside them were shouting loudly, "Master Zhang is hiring. One woman for a liter of millet. Shopkeeperly needs workers, young and strong ones. Guaranteed you won't starve. Yuchen House is taking in girls. Meals provided, plus extra pay." The refugees gathered around with numb expressions, allowing themselves to be chosen, just like commodities. I frowned deeply as I listened. Less than 2 pounds of millet for a liter and 2 pounds of rice in exchange for a girl. Human life is just too cheap. Yet people still rushed to sell their daughters. Those 15 or 16-year-old girls cried and struggled, but it couldn't awaken even a shred of compassion in their families. There were also women who helplessly signed contracts to sell themselves, just to get a bite of food for their husbands and children. Anger surged in my heart. What the hell is the government doing? Watching idly as the people sell their sons and daughters, starving to death? Winter hasn't even arrived yet. How much worse will it get then? I walked silently toward the city, determined to see whether the officials of this Dian dynasty still had any regard for the people. The ox cart reached the city gate, and the guards stopped us. After verifying our identities, they demanded 1 tael of silver per person as an entry fee. Just as Chin Chunner was about to argue, I gave her a look and took out 4 taels of loose silver from my pocket to hand over. Who would have thought that the soldier, after pocketing the silver, greedily said, "Not enough. 1 tael per person, 5 taels for the ox." The faces of the 3 women changed. For people plus 1 ox, a total of 9 taels, almost the price of half a cart of charcoal. Wasn't this outright robbery? I said in a low voice, "That wasn't the price last time." The soldier sneered, "Last time was last time. If you can't pay, leave your belongings behind." Exactly, exactly. Or how about these 3 young ladies' clothes? They look pretty nice. Take them off to settle the debt. If that's not possible, leaving one of them behind to keep the brothers entertained will do. Several soldiers behind him jeered, their eyes greedily fixed on the 3 women. The leader squinted. "Pretty boy, if you can't pay up, then do as my brother said." Bang! Before he could finish, I carried 400 pounds of charcoal on my shoulder and kicked him in the head. With a crack, his neck snapped instantly, and his whole body flew out like a rag doll, slamming heavily against the city wall. Blood gushed from his mouth and nose, and after a few twitches, he stopped moving. The other soldiers widened their eyes, unable to believe that a single kick had killed someone. Is this even human? After a brief moment of dead silence, they suddenly gripped their spears tightly, the spearheads trembling as they pointed at me. "You audacious scoundrel! What are you trying to do?" One soldier turned and ran toward the city, shouting as he ran, "Help! Someone come quickly! A scoundrel is rebelling and has killed an official." I put down the charcoal and looked at the 3 women behind me. Lu Yunyang spoke up first. "Rest assured, Su Lang, I will protect Sister Chun and Sister Mingxiang." I curled my lips into a smile. With Yunyang's words, "Your husband can rest assured." After speaking, my gaze darkened, and I took a step toward those soldiers. Terrified, they retreated repeatedly, their legs trembling. "Stop! Move again, and we'll stab you." I approached them unhurriedly. They backed into the corner, with nowhere left to retreat. "Damn it!" A soldier panicked and thrust his spear at my chest. I grabbed the spear shaft with a backhand, flicked my wrist, and the spear vibrated violently. The soldier's hand went numb, and he lost his grip. I seized the spear, turned it around, and pointed it at them. "Attack! All together! Kill this rebel!" The soldier who lost his spear urged in terror. The other 3 gritted their teeth and thrust their spears at me simultaneously. The wealthy merchants nearby glanced at the 3 charming women and sneered. Ignorant commoners, daring to lay hands on those who serve the government. In a year of famine, dying is a blessing for him, sparing him from suffering in this world. The owner of Yechen Tower, Boss Zhao, urged the servants, "Hurry up and kill that insolent commoner. Don't delay our business." 5 or 6 servants, holding wooden sticks, swaggered over, resembling vicious dogs bullying others with their power. I didn't even glance at those servants, gripping the gun tightly, aiming at the 3 spearheads thrusting at me simultaneously, and suddenly exerted force with my wrist. The spearheads traced a semicircular arc, and with 3 bang, bang, bang sounds, the 3 long spears were sent flying to the ground, leaving the 3 soldiers with cracked tigers' mouths. Not only do I have perfect level archery, but also perfect level spear skills, swordsmanship, and horsemanship. Dealing with these scattered soldiers is effortless. "He's tough. Run." The 3 of them scrambled and crawled, fleeing toward the city gate. My gaze turned cold, and I hurled my spear like a venomous dragon. The spearhead pierced through 2 of them, pinning them to the city wall as blood dripped down the shaft. At the same time, I hooked another spear from the ground with my right foot, flicked it up with my toes, and sent it flying, whoosh. The spear turned into a dark shadow, precisely impaling the 3rd man and pinning him in place. Only the one who had first thrown down his weapon remained. Terrified out of his wits, he dropped to his knees with a thud, kowtowing frantically like pounding garlic. "Spare me, Grandpa. I have an 80-year-old mother above and an 8-year-old child below. I beg you to be merciful." His forehead was swollen and bleeding from kowtowing. The few servants froze in place, their hands and feet cold. As my gaze swept over them, they immediately dropped their wooden sticks and fled in panic. Boss Zhao's face turned blue with anger as he cursed. "What are you all good for? So many of you scared off by a single troublemaker." One of the servants wailed, "Master, we're just trying to make a living. We only earn a few coins a month." Why risk our lives for this? Boss Zhao was about to lose his temper, but when he looked up and saw me staring at him, he hastily shut his mouth and shrank his head, his plump body desperately trying to hide in the crowd, looking just like a startled quail. I brushed past the soldier kneeling and begging for mercy. His pant leg was already soaked in a large patch. Walking over to the corpse of the soldier who had been kicked to death, I reached into his chest. A handful of copper coins mixed with broken silver, at least 5 or 6 taels. After emptying it out, there were a total of 20 or 30 taels, which I expressionlessly stuffed into my own pocket. The charcoal I laboriously burned for days doesn't even compare to what others loot in a single day. One corpse after another was searched, and just the scattered silver alone exceeded 100 taels. These rogue soldiers must have consumed an unimaginable amount of the people's wealth. Finally, I walked up to the soldier reeking of urine. He had already emptied all the copper coins and silver pieces from his body, piling them in front of him, his forehead pressed to the ground as he begged for mercy incessantly. I looked down at him from above. I'll give you 5 seconds to run for your life. Grandfather, I don't want to die. 5. Please have mercy. 4. He scrambled to his feet, crawling and stumbling as he rushed toward the city gate. 3, 2, 1. As the word 1 fell, he had just run through the city gate. A copper coin shot out from my fingertips, precisely piercing the back of his head. He staggered 2 steps, then fell face down to the ground, motionless. I walked to the ox cart. Let's go into the city. Although Lu Yunyang and Lin Mingxiang looked pale, they bit their lips and nodded. It wasn't the first time they'd seen me kill someone, yet they managed to stay calm. But Chen Chun'er turned pale, and there was a hint of unfamiliarity in her gaze toward me. This was the first time she had seen me kill someone, and I remained so calm afterward, as if the ones who had just died were mere ants. Her lips moved slightly, but in the end, she said nothing. At this moment, the soldier who had gone to call for reinforcements finally returned with a team of men. Leading them was a middle-aged man in his early 40s, clad in slightly worn fish-scale armor and carrying an iron sword at his waist. He was none other than Song Feng, the city garrison commander. He looked at the carnage in front of the city gate and the 2 corpses nailed to the city wall, his expression as dark as an enraged wolf. His gaze eventually locked onto me. Was it you who caused trouble and killed my men? It's me. How bold. Song Feng squinted his eyes, raising his right hand sharply. Behind him, 9 hard bows were instantly drawn and 2 military crossbows aimed at me. Kneel down and let me chop off your dog head, and your family can still live. Boss Zhao squeezed through the crowd with his belly sticking out, pointing at me and mocking. You insolent commoner, weren't you acting tough just now? Try being tough again. Don't you know you're at death's door? I ignored him and slowly reached into my chest with my right hand. What are you trying to do? Song Feng's expression tightened. Why so tense? I said with a faint smile, pulling out a few copper coins. Seeing this, Song Feng sneered. You think you can buy your life with just a few coins? The soldiers burst into laughter. But Boss Zhao couldn't laugh. He had personally witnessed me killing with a flicked coin. He hurriedly shouted, Shoot the arrows now. If you delay, it'll be too late. Song Feng glanced at him displeased, then turned to me. I'll give you 10 seconds to kneel, or the woman behind you dies as well. I toyed with the coin, curling my lips into a smirk. I'll give you 5 seconds to run for your lives. Song Feng and the soldiers erupted into even louder laughter, as if they'd just heard the most absurd joke in the world. Are you crazy? With just a flick of my finger, you'll be riddled with holes like a beehive. 5. I began the countdown. Stop pretending to be mysterious. I've changed my mind. I'll chop off your head and skewer it like candied hawthorn to display. 4, 3, 2, 1. I sighed. Some people, even when given a chance, just can't seize it. Before the words had fully left my mouth, I channeled inner strength into my right hand, flicked my wrist, and 12 copper coins shot out like bullets. Stop! Song Feng's face changed drastically. Thud, thud, thud. 12 soldiers simultaneously had a blood mark appear on their foreheads, pierced by copper coins. Their eyes turned hollow as they collapsed heavily to the ground. 9 fully drawn bows released arrows chaotically at the moment of death, posing no threat. But whoosh! A crossbowman pulled the trigger just before dying, and the bolt shot toward me like lightning. I flicked my wrist, sending out another copper coin. Clang. Sparks flew as the bolt was struck down. 12 soldiers, annihilated in an instant. Song Feng's eyes widened. His legs went weak, and only then did he realize how terrifying an opponent he had provoked. I said coldly, "Kneel down and take your own life now, and your family can still live." Song Feng's face turned deathly pale as he stammered, "I am an official of the court. You cannot kill me. If you kill me, the court will hunt you down, and you will have no place to be buried." I said calmly, "Even if that time really comes, neither you nor your family will be around to see it." The light word struck like a heavy blow. Song Feng's body trembled violently, and with a thud, he fell to his knees. "So this is what it means to be an official? It's nothing impressive," I mocked. "But I'm not making you kneel to me. I'm making you kneel to those refugees outside the city who starved to death. As an official of the court, have you ever been worthy of them?" Song Feng's lips moved, but he couldn't utter a single word. Golden light entered his forehead. At the moment he fell, there seemed to be a trace of sympathy in his eyes as he looked at the refugees. I turned toward the group of wealthy merchants and walked over slowly. Their faces turned pale, and they all lowered their heads, wishing they could bury their faces in the ground, praying that this god of death wouldn't notice them. The previously arrogant boss, Zhao, was nowhere to be seen. 5 breaths. Hand over the person who was barking like a dog just now. 5. As soon as the words were spoken, the wealthy merchants erupted in chaos. The nearest one grabbed Boss Zhao by the collar and forcibly dragged him out of the crowd. "Him. It's him. Fatty Zhao is right here. Let me go? Li Yud, we're in-laws. Are you trying to harm me?" Boss Zhao screamed like a slaughtered pig, but everyone was pushing him out. Li Yud gave his protruding backside a hard kick. "To hell with you." Then he turned to me with a fawning smile. "Hero, we've dragged him out for you. Please, go ahead." Boss Zhao fell to his knees with a thud, tears and snot streaming down his face as he kowtowed. "Grandfather, spare me. Ancestor, have mercy. I'm just a dog. My mouth is foul. Please spare this wretched life of mine." I looked at him disdainfully. "Didn't you just tell me to keep being tough? Now that I am, why are you kneeling?" Boss Zhao forced a smile that looked worse than crying. "Ancestor, I was just joking earlier. Please, please restrain your powers." Suddenly, he frantically pulled out silver ingots, tore off a jade pendant, removed a gold ring, and shook out banknotes. "Ancestor, all for you. I beg your mercy. People may be at fault, but what crime has money committed?" I accepted the valuables. "I'll give you 5 seconds. Run." Boss Zhao's face was deathly pale as he crawled away using both his hands and feet, a large wet patch spreading on his pants. 5 breaths can sometimes feel very long, and sometimes very short. Boss Zhao's obese body had only managed to move a little over 10 meters before he was gasping for air, unable to crawl any further. "Ancestor, spare me." I flicked my fingertip lightly. A copper coin shot through the air, piercing the back of his head and bringing this farce to an end. I looked toward the group of wealthy merchants, and they lowered their heads even further. "In a year of great disaster, you all still have spare money to hire servants and buy concubines. Your family wealth must be substantial." The wealthy merchants dared not respond. Starting with Li Yud, state your name, address, and assets. With Boss Zhao as the sacrificial lamb, who would dare hesitate? I, Li Yud, live at number 16 in the northern part of the city and run several grain stores. I, Jibo, live in the western part of the city and own several pawn shops. The 8 wealthy merchants truthfully reported their details. I nodded in satisfaction. Truly, you all have vast wealth and businesses. Starting with Li Yud, each of you will provide porridge to the refugees outside the city for half a month. Paused for a moment, I continued. Of course, you can also treat my words as mere wind in your ears. After all, I've already noted down your family estates and properties, and I'll visit each of you in due time. The wealthy merchants wore bitter expressions, exchanged glances, and hesitated to speak. What's the matter? Reluctant to part with a bit of grain? Of course not. Li Yud trembled and quickly waved his hand. It's just, the government hasn't issued any official disaster relief documents yet. How could we dare act? If someone with ill intentions seizes on this, accusing us of currying favor with the people or harboring ulterior motives, even our entire clans could be implicated. The other wealthy merchants nodded one after another. Is there anything wrong with disaster relief? I laughed in anger, then my gaze turned cold. You're only afraid of the court's investigation, but not of me? We wouldn't dare. We truly have our difficulties. Li Yud's voice carried a sob. I nodded. Very well. If anyone investigates, just say I forced you, threatening your entire family's lives. The wealthy merchant's expressions finally improved. It's good that someone is willing to take responsibility. Li Yud mustered his courage and asked, May I ask the hero's name? Suchiya. If anyone seeks accountability, just put all the blame on me. Li Yud committed the name to memory and tentatively asked, Master Su, there are at least several thousand refugees outside the city, and even more as winter approaches. If porridge is distributed daily. That's true. I sighed. As long as they don't starve to death, it's fine. The wealthy merchants breathed a sigh of relief, straightened their backs considerably. Cooking dozens of pots of thin rice porridge mixed with rice husks and bran every day to ensure no one starves to death wouldn't use up much grain. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, applause rang out from inside the city gate, followed by Yang Bo's voice. Brother Su, your actions are truly righteous. To help the disaster victims, you're even willing to offend the court. Admirable. I looked up and saw Yang Bo in a green robe walking out, accompanied by a middle-aged man in fine clothing, exuding an air of official authority. Behind them followed a sturdy young man with sharp eyes, his gaze sweeping over the corpses on the ground without a hint of emotion. Clearly a skilled expert. Running into Yang Bo here was unexpected. I calmly said, Brother Yang, you've misunderstood. I'm not here to trouble the refugees. I simply can't stand these profiteering merchants exploiting the disaster, buying people at low prices. A young woman in her prime, just 18, worth only a liter of millet? I wouldn't even buy her. So what gives them the right? As soon as I said this, my image instantly plummeted. The three women gave me strange looks, though their eyes carried a hint of amusement. After all, having spent so many days together, they already knew I wasn't a lecherous person. Yang Bo and the two others, along with the wealthy merchant, were stunned. Didn't you realize Yang Bo was trying to win the people's hearts for you? Of course, I realized it, but I don't care about winning hearts. These refugees are so desperate they're selling their daughters and wives. Where's the dignity in that? They're like ungrateful wolves. Give them food, and they'll kneel and call you father. But without it, they couldn't care less about you. To truly win over the refugees, a few words and bowls of porridge won't cut it. Yang Bo reacted swiftly and laughed heartily, saying, Brother Su does good deeds without claiming credit. Truly a gentleman. Li Yud's eyes darted around, and he quickly stepped forward, shouting to the refugees. Villagers, see that? It's Master Su Chiya here who forced us to provide porridge for you. The imperial decree for disaster relief hasn't even arrived yet, but Master Su, unafraid and disregarding his own safety, forced us to distribute porridge. With this porridge, you don't have to worry about starving to death. Hurry and thank Master Su. The numb eyes of the refugees seemed to light up slightly, and thousands of pairs of eyes, filled with disbelieving longing, turned toward me. I glanced at Li Yud and sneered inwardly. This cunning merchant really knows how to seize an opportunity. Then I looked at Yang Bo, who was trying to win the people's hearts for me. Clearly, he wanted to push me into rebellion. And Li Yud? Does he want to follow along and become a founding hero? I'm not that foolish. The first rule of time travel: bide your time before claiming the throne and stockpile resources. Right now, I have neither people nor money, so I absolutely can't be the one to stick my neck out. I changed the subject. Brother Yang, I just killed a few rogue soldiers. You should take your wife and leave quickly to avoid getting implicated. In truth, I knew perfectly well. Lu Yunyang has 30 years of martial arts skills, and Lin Mingxiang is proficient with a pistol. I could take them anywhere without issue. But Chen Chun'er is Yang Bo's wife. I can't just snatch her away. Yang Bo cast a cold glance at Chen Chun'er, his eyes as indifferent as if she were a stranger. Chen Chun'er's heart sank into an icy abyss. After more than a decade of marriage, not even a word of concern? Yang Bo turned his head and smiled at me. Brother Su, you're overthinking it. You won't get into trouble. He gestured to the man in the brocade robe beside him. This is Wang Han, the magistrate of Qingshi County. He saw everything that just happened. Wang Han nodded. Rest assured, Brother Su. Song Feng indulged his subordinates in embezzling and exploiting the people. I've long wanted to investigate him. Thanks to your righteous actions today, I will make sure to commend you for this. I was stunned, killing imperial soldiers in public, and with just a few words, not only was I not guilty, but I was to be rewarded? Is this what they mean by having connections in the court? But I'm no fool. As the magistrate, Wang Han, being Song Feng's superior, couldn't possibly be unaware of those shady dealings, could he? Huh. I bet he had a share of the extra toll fees too. The only reason he's letting me off is because of Yang Bo's influence. It seems that Yang Bo, a scholar who isn't even a licentiate, has quite an impressive background. Suppressing my stray thoughts, I walked up to the refugees and directly questioned Wang Han. Brother Wang, as a magistrate, with corpses of the starving scattered outside the city and people selling their children, how can you turn a blind eye? Wang Han wore a face of compassion. How could I not be heartbroken? I have submitted multiple memorials requesting disaster relief from the court, but there has been no response. The grain in the city's official granaries has already been sent to the northern frontier, and I, as an official, cannot cook without rice. However, please rest assured, the relief grain is already on its way, and I have also ordered the wealthy households in the city to donate grain and distribute porridge. His explanation was flawless, and the refugees clapped with tears of gratitude. Their demands were not high. Just having something to eat was enough. My heart turned cold, and I cupped my hands, saying, "Since Brother Wang already has plans, I won't disturb you." Then I turned to Yang Bo and said, "Brother Yang, you seem busy. I'll take care of your wife for you. Farewell." "Wait, Brother Su," Yang Bo called out to me. A glimmer of hope reignited in Qin Chun'er's eyes. But Yang Bo's next words drained her completely. "Brother Su, I trust you with Qin Chun'er. How about we have a quick drink first?" "No, I'm in a hurry to sell charcoal." I hoisted the charcoal and headed into the city. Lu Yunyang led the ox cart with Lin Mingxiang, while Qin Chun'er silently followed me. Li Yud immediately came up fawningly. "Master Su, my family is in need of charcoal. I'll buy it all." I couldn't be bothered with him and went straight into the city. Li Yud's face turned awkward, and Yang Bo gave him a cold glance. "Didn't you hear Brother Su tell you to distribute porridge?" Yes, we're going right away." A group of wealthy merchants quickly nodded and followed the servants into the city. The refugees also stepped aside. The fresh heads hanging on the city gate were still there. Yang Bo turned his head and asked Wang Han, "What kind of person is Su Qie?" Wang Han squinted his eyes and replied vaguely, "He's not simple at all." Yang Bo secretly cursed fool, and then asked the robust young man behind him, "Xiao Yu, what do you think?" Xiao Yu replied honestly, "His martial skills surpass mine, and he is extremely cunning. Earlier, he was holding back. In a one-on-one fight, I wouldn't last a single round against him." Wang Han was shocked. Xiao Yu came from a family of military and martial prowess, and his elder brother was this year's martial arts champion. Even someone like him couldn't last a single round against Su Qie, Xiao Yu added. But if it were a battle between two armies, I am confident I could defeat him or even capture him alive. Yang Bo nodded. Wang Han lowered his voice at this moment. "Brother Yang, you know my sincerity. As for the heir," Yang Bo said coldly, "as long as you raise the banner of rebellion and stir up chaos in the 3 provinces of Liaodong, you will be the heir's man." Wang Han wiped his cold sweat, looking troubled. "Rebellion is a crime punishable by death. If you don't dare, then just be a good county magistrate." Yang Bo turned and left with Xiao Yu. After entering the city, Qin Chun'er led the way, and we headed toward Lin Yuanwai's house. We hadn't gone far when Lu Yunyang noticed that Qin Chun'er's face was deathly pale, cold sweat streaming down, and she was walking unsteadily. I frowned as soon as I saw this and said, "Should we find a place to rest first?" Qin Chun'er shook her head and smiled. "It's nothing serious. Let's sell the charcoal first." I quickened my pace and soon arrived at the Lin residence. As someone delivering coal, I couldn't even enter through the side door and had to knock on the back door. The steward, upon hearing that we were old acquaintances of Madame Lin, hurriedly invited her over. Noticing that Qin Chun'er looked unwell, he led us to a side hall to rest. Qin Chun'er collapsed into a chair, her face as pale as paper, drenched in cold sweat and coughing weakly. I stepped forward and touched her forehead, which was alarmingly hot. a high fever, what the ancients called wind cold. My heart sank. This illness can be fatal even in modern times, let alone in this ancient era with scarce medical resources. A slight mishap leading to a lung infection could mean a near-death experience. Lu Yunyang and Lin Mingxiang anxiously gathered around. Su Lang, what's wrong with Sister Chun'er? She was frightened and caught a cold. A cold. The two women's faces turned pale. Colds in this era could be life-threatening. Just as they were speaking, a noblewoman dressed in a fox fur coat and luxurious embroidered attire walked in briskly. She appeared to be around 35 or 36, exuding an air of grace and dignity. It was none other than Madame Lin. She immediately noticed Chun'er. What's wrong with Chun'er? I cupped my hands and replied. She caught a cold and suddenly developed a high fever. Madame Lin promptly gave orders. Quickly, go to Bai Keatang and summon Dr. Dong. She also instructed the maid to take us to the guest room in the west wing. I scooped Chun'er up in my arms and followed the maid to the guest room. Madame Lin frowned at my unabashed actions, then glanced at Lu Yunyang and Lin Mingxiang, secretly harboring suspicions. I placed Chun'er on the bed, personally removed her shoes, tucked her in, and sat by the bedside. Just as I was about to open the store to buy fever medicine, Madame Lin followed me in. She frowned and asked, "What is the relationship between you and Chun'er, young master?" I replied calmly, "Friends. I was entrusted by Brother Yang to take care of Chun'er." Mrs. Lin's face clearly showed, keep making up stories. What man would entrust his beautiful wife to another young man? I'm not sick, just uncomfortable. Chun'er on the bed suddenly mumbled. Everyone's attention immediately returned to the patient. Lu Yunyan used a soft cloth to wipe her sweat. I pondered for a moment and said to Lu Yunyan, "Use your energy to help her ease her qi flow, but keep your inner strength gentle." Lu Yunyang placed her fingers on her wrist, gently channeling her soft inner energy. Before long, Chun'er's breathing became steady, and her sleeping expression was peaceful. Madame Lin signaled to a maid, who brought out a heavy embroidered pouch. "The charcoal you delivered is of excellent quality. Calculated at 30 Wen per jean, that's about 1,000 jean, totaling 30 taels of silver. Since Chun'er fell ill from delivering the charcoal, I feel deeply apologetic and will add another 20 taels for her medical expenses, making it 50 taels in total. 1,000 jean of charcoal for 50 taels far exceeds the market price. This was an extra amount given out of consideration for Chun'er. I understood this clearly. At the moment, I was in need of silver, so I didn't decline and accepted it directly. Adding this to what I had previously scavenged from the scoundrels, I now had nearly 500 taels, along with a few pieces of ancient jade and 2 gold rings. Before long, Dr. Dong arrived with his medical kit. In his 60s, he was full of energy and one of the top physicians in Qingshi City. After taking the pulse, he pondered and said, "The pulse is floating, tight, and rapid. She's been startled and affected by an external wind-cold pathogen." I interrupted. "Doctor, please speak plainly." Dr. Dong nodded. She was frightened, caught a cold, and contracted the plague from the corpses of refugees outside the city. I frowned. Can it be cured? The illness is already difficult to deal with, and coupled with her weak constitution and cold spleen and stomach, I can't guarantee success. We'll do our best and leave the rest to fate. Leave it to fate? Isn't that equivalent to a death sentence? Lu Yunyang and Lin Mingxiang's expressions changed. Madame Lin also asked anxiously, "Is there really no other way?" The old man is powerless. Dr. Dong left the prescription and departed. Madame Lin invited 3 more doctors, all of whom shook their heads and sighed, not even daring to write a prescription. I didn't want to waste any more time and looked at Madame Lin. Chun'er's illness might be contagious. "Please, Madam, step away. We will take care of her." Madame Lin shook her head. "Chun'er and I are old acquaintances. I truly cannot bear to leave." I had no choice but to change my wording. "I possess an ancestral skill that specializes in treating colds, but it cannot be shared. I kindly ask Madam to step back." Madame Lin sized me up and down. "The city doctors couldn't do anything. Can you really cure it? This ancestral skill of mine is called the fever-reducing needle. 1 needle, and the illness is gone." Madame Lin was half convinced, but with no other options, she left with her maid. I tightly closed the doors and windows, looking as if I were afraid someone might steal my ancestral skills. Lu Yunyang and Lin Mingxiang were trusted people, so there was no need to avoid them. I had them watch the doors and windows, quickly bought a box of ibuprofen capsules from the mall, pretended to pull it out from my sleeve, propped up Chin Chunner, pried her mouth open, and fed it to her, followed by some warm water. Then Lu Yunyang and I took turns using our energy to help alleviate her condition. After more than an hour of effort, the fever finally subsided. Lu Yunyang touched her forehead and looked at me in surprise. Su Lang, your fever-reducing injection is amazing. Lin Mingxiang also asked, Su Lang, what exactly did you feed them? I smiled, curious. Open your mouth. Both of their faces turned slightly red as they slowly opened their mouths. I took out 4 capsules and fed them 2 each. Swallow them with water. I also tossed 2 capsules into my own mouth. Chunner's incident serves as a wake-up call. It's getting cold, so we need to be cautious. The sky gradually darkened. I asked the 2 women to take care of Chin Chunner and went out to find the kitchen myself. Just then, the little maid came over carrying a bowl of freshly prepared medicine. Young master, Madame Fan has already given the orders. I waved my hand. No need to trouble anyone. Take me to the kitchen. I'll make some noodles myself. The little maid nodded. All right, let me first deliver this medicine. Chunner's fever has subsided. No need for the medicine anymore. I grabbed the bowl of dark, murky medicine from her hand and poured it out casually. God knows what was added to the medicine. If it clashes with ibuprofen, it could be disastrous. The little maid was 16 or 17, pure and lovely, her chest slightly rising and falling. She was initially quite happy to hear that Chin Chunner had recovered, but when she saw the medicine she had painstakingly boiled for over an hour being poured out by me, her small mouth immediately pursed in grievance, her watery eyes glaring at me. If I didn't look somewhat handsome, she would have kicked me already. I chuckled. Don't be mad. I'll make you a bowl of noodles later, and I promise it'll be the best you've ever had. Bragging. I've seen plenty of good stuff during my years at the Lin residence. Want to make a bet? I raised an eyebrow. If the noodles I cook taste good, you agree to do one thing for me. If they don't, I'll agree to do one thing for you. Fine, no backing out. She reluctantly nodded and led me to the kitchen. What kind of noodles are you going to cook? The corner of my mouth lifted. Instant noodles, with braised eggs and luncheon meat. The little maid didn't quite understand, but just the name alone was intimidating, sparking her curiosity. In the kitchen, a few cooks were busy stir-frying. They only glanced over when they saw the little maid bringing me in. Here we are. The little maid raised her chin. If your cooking isn't good, don't blame me for being demanding. Don't worry. I picked up a wooden tray and 4 large bowls, telling her to turn around and not peek. Humph, pretending to be mysterious. She reluctantly turned her back. The kitchen maids were also curious and stole glances, but I busied myself with my back to them. Soon, each of the 4 bowls contained a round flatbread, sprinkled with seasoning, topped with 2 marinated eggs and a sausage. The little maid turned her head to look, her face full of doubt. Just this? Don't rush. Good food is worth the wait. I asked the kitchen maids to blanch a few greens for garnish, then scooped out a few pieces of meat from the pot of stewed meat nearby, and finally poured in some piping hot, rich broth. As soon as the hot soup was poured into the bowl, the seasoning melted, releasing an irresistible aroma that made everyone in the kitchen take a deep breath. The little maid leaned in to take a look, and even the cooks craned their necks, curious about what seasoning I had added. With a clack, I covered the bowl with a plate, sealing in the aroma, which earned me a series of resentful glances. The little maid reached out to lift the cover, but I slapped her hand away. Be patient. Let it steep for 3 minutes. I picked up the tray and walked out of the kitchen. The little maid followed like a fawn, her eyes occasionally glancing at the noodles. Some things smell good, but don't necessarily taste good. I couldn't be bothered to argue. Modern people occasionally find instant noodles delicious, and in this era lacking spices and additives, she'll be craving them to tears once the noodles are ready. I teased her. Aren't you curious about what I want you to do? I didn't lose, she said stubbornly, then lowered her head and asked softly. So, what do you want me to do? I smirked mischievously. Come closer, we can't let outsiders know. The young maid lifted her clear, bright eyes. Seeing no one around, she tilted her head closer with a mix of shyness and curiosity. A faint, pure fragrance wafted over, her skin smooth as jade. and her ears small and delicate. I warn you, I'm very fierce. If you dare to mess around, I'll bite you to death. She even revealed her adorable little canine teeth as she threatened. I smiled clearly, with not a trace of distraction in my eyes. Don't worry, just one little secret. Only then did the young maid lean her ear closer again. I moved in, catching the fresh scent on her, and whispered a few words softly. The next moment, she sprang back as if scalded, her ears turning bright red. Her small hands clutched at the hem of her clothes, her cheeks burning with embarrassment and anger. She glared at me. You pervert. Who does that? Pervert. I gave a faint smile. You haven't lost yet, have you? Maybe you'll win. The little maid's chest heaved as she bit her lower lip, glaring at me angrily. This person actually wanted her to do such an absurd thing. But this pervert was right. She hadn't lost yet. Suppressing her anger, she snorted coldly with a flushed face. Fine. If you lose later, I'll return the favor and make you call me sister. I almost couldn't hold it in. Is this considered punishment? What are you rewarding me for? I held back my laughter and nodded. All right, it's a deal. Seeing me agree so readily, the little maid felt something was off, as if she'd fallen into a trap. Back in the guest room, Mrs. Lin had arrived at some point and was sitting by the bed, wiping the sweat off the unconscious chinchunner. She looked up at the sound of movement, and, upon seeing the little maid beside me, her expression darkened slightly. Qingyue, what are you doing? The little maid shrank her neck guiltily and playfully stuck out her tongue. Mother, I came to see Sister Chunner. Mother, my hand trembled, and I almost lost my grip on the tray. This girl was actually the Lin family's young lady, Mrs. Lin's daughter? Then I just made that kind of bet with her. Isn't this just wanting to be Mrs. Lin's husband? Feeling a bit guilty, I quickly changed the subject and looked at Lu Yunyang and Lin Mingxiang. You've been hungry all day, right? Come over and eat. I placed the tray on the table and lifted the lid, and an overwhelming aroma instantly filled the air. Mistress Lu Yun and Lin Mingxiang's eyes lit up, and they suddenly remembered that they had been hungry all day. Madame Lin couldn't help but look over, pursing her lips. What is this? Why does it smell so good? The little maid leaned over to the table, eagerly picked up a bowl of noodles, and was about to start eating when she noticed her mother staring at her. Her face turned red, and she whispered in defense. Mother, I'm eating this because of a bet, not because I'm greedy. Oh, Madame Lin raised an eyebrow. What kind of bet? This. Lin Qingyue's face turned bright red, stammering and unable to speak. She couldn't possibly say that this young man was taking advantage of her and wanted her to call him daddy. I quickly stepped in to smooth things over. It's nothing. I was just joking with her. Would Madame like to have a bowl as well? Upon hearing it was a joke, Madame Lin didn't press further and gracefully shook her head. No need. You two enjoy yourselves. I didn't stand on ceremony and urged Lu Yunyang and Lin Mingxiang to start eating quickly. The longer it soaks, the worse the texture gets. As soon as they took a bite, they couldn't stop. The noodles were smooth and springy, and the broth was rich and flavorful. Lin Qingyue took a few bites and looked at me in shock. Oh my goodness! How did you make this? It's just a bowl of noodles, yet it's unbelievably delicious. An ancestral craft. I picked up a braised egg. Its salty and savory flavor was perfect, especially paired with the sausage, truly satisfying. Garlic paste, quite impressive. Lin Qingyue forced herself to appear composed, but it was clear she had been won over. Madame Lin had long been captivated by the aroma. Seeing her daughter exaggerate, she couldn't help but take another look. Lin Qingyue held the bowl and moved closer to her. Mother, this noodle's flavor is truly unique. Would you like to try it? Madame Lin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately succumbed to her craving, taking the chopsticks. All right then. The red lips parted slightly, taking a bite. Eyes lit up. Then came the marinated egg, the sausage, one bite after another. The bowl of noodles was quickly emptied, with more than half the soup consumed. By the time she came to her senses, only half a bowl of soup was left. Madame Lin felt a bit embarrassed, but forced herself to remain composed. The taste of these noodles is indeed quite extraordinary. After speaking, she gave me a deep look. An illness even Dr. Dong couldn't cure, he managed to heal, and he could also make such delicious noodles. Just who exactly is this young man? Lin Qingyue stared at the empty bowl and licked her lips. She hadn't had enough earlier, and it was truly tempting. She tugged at the corner of her clothes, blushing as she shuffled up to me. I ate too quickly just now and didn't savor the taste. Could you cook me another bowl? The girl's hesitant longing was written all over her face. I put down the empty bowl and shook my head. An ancestral recipe isn't that simple. Let's talk about it another time. Lin Xingyue's temper flared up as she tilted her face and threatened. Aren't you afraid I'll reveal the bet? I see that she is a very filial person and wouldn't embarrass her mother in front of her. So I spread my hands and said, suit yourself. Lin Xingyue's face turned bright red as she glared at me angrily. Her watery eyes filled with shame and indignation. But in the end, she couldn't utter a single word. How could she say it in front of her mother? Madame Lin, seeing the stalemate and her daughter's frustration, spoke up. Young Master Su, Qinghua has been willful since she was a child. How about this? I will pay for it. Please trouble yourself to cook another bowl, no matter the cost. I still shook my head. Madam, you may not know, but this ancestral craftsmanship is very particular. No amount of silver can buy it. You're bullying me. Lin Xingyue, furious, stomped her foot and ran out with reddened eyes. After all, she is a pampered young lady. Sigh this child. Madame Lin sighed helplessly. I'll go check on her. With that, she got up and went after her. Lu Yunyang wiped the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief and curiously asked, Su Lang, is there really so much to learn about ancestral craftsmanship? Lin Mingxiang pursed her lips and smiled. Sister Yunyang, haven't you noticed? Su Lang is clearly teasing the young lady on purpose. I smiled without saying a word, handed the bowls and chopsticks to the servant outside the room, opened the window to let the smell dissipate, and only closed it after the fragrance had faded. Then, I walked over to Qin Chun'er's bedside. Her face still bore the pale look of illness, but her breathing was much steadier, and her forehead was no longer hot. She was clearly improving. Lady Lu Yun softly asked, Su Lang, Sister Chun hasn't eaten a single grain of rice today. Should I go make some plain porridge? I shook my head. She's weak and lacking energy. I'm afraid she won't be able to eat. I have my own way and won't let her go hungry. I fetched a clean teacup, reached into my pocket, and discreetly bought 3 glucose vials from the marketplace, pouring them into the cup. I propped up the semi-conscious Qin Chun'er. She struggled to half open her eyes. Su Lang, don't talk, drink this. I supported her back with one hand and brought the rim of the cup to her lips with the other, slowly feeding her. The slightly sweet liquid slid down her throat, her furrowed brows relaxed a bit, and her complexion became rosier. I laid her back on the couch and tucked her in. The 3 of us stayed by her side. To entertain the 2 women, I began recounting the legend of the white snake, the story of Qing Snake and Su Xian that must be told. After Lady White married Su Xian, the 2 were inseparable, like glue to paper. By day, they were always together, and by night, their love was so passionate that they went through 2 beds in 3 days. All of this was seen by Xiaoqing. One day, while Bai Suzhen was out, she couldn't resist her curiosity and quietly pushed open Su Xian's door. I continued to narrate how Xiaoqing met Su Xian at night. Su Xian hesitated but eventually gave in and ended up pushing down his sister-in-law, all under Bai Suzhen's nose. Lu Yunyang and Lin Mingxiang listened with flushed faces. The 3 people inside were engrossed in the story, and no one noticed the 2 figures outside quietly eavesdropping. After speaking, I reached out to touch Qin Chun'er's forehead and frowned. Why does it feel a bit hot? Lin Mingxiang quickly said, it's probably because the room is too warm. Sister Yunyang and I also feel a bit uncomfortable. Lu Yunyang nodded with a flushed face. It is a bit warm. I didn't think much of it. Seeing that Qin Chun'er's breathing was steady and her complexion was rosy, I finally felt relieved. The illness had completely stabilized. My heart stirred, so I decided to go and check on Pan Lianer. I then got up and said, I'll leave Chun'er to you. I'm going to sell those animal hides and take care of some errands. I'll be back soon. The 2 women nodded obediently and reminded me to return quickly. The 2 figures outside the house overheard and quietly ran off. I walked to the backyard, where the cart had already been unloaded, and the large water buffalo was leisurely chewing on fodder. I took the stack of wolf pelts from the cart, greeted the steward, and exited the Lin residence through the back door. The late autumn night was especially cold, with few people on the streets and only a few dim lanterns. I walked briskly and soon arrived at the mountain goods shop, this time entering directly through the main entrance. The shop was brightly lit with candles, and several plump, elegantly dressed noble women were selecting fur coats and fox pelts, each one radiantly beautiful. Seeing me suddenly barge in, they frowned, but upon realizing it was a handsome young man, their eyes lit up, and they discreetly sized me up with a reserved smile. A servant, noticing the situation, grew angry and stepped forward to chase me away. "What are you doing? Didn't you see the sign at the door? We're not accepting goods today." I stood still and said coldly, "I'm here to see Manager Liu." Noticing my imposing demeanor and the stack of wolf pelts in my hand, the servant hesitated slightly and muttered, "Wait here." After speaking, he reluctantly glanced at the noble women before heading to the inner hall to call someone. I placed the wolf pelt on the table and sat down to examine the shop. On the right side cabinet were lingji, ginseng, and mountain hemp, but unfortunately, their quality was low. Good items wouldn't be displayed. In the middle were deer antlers, wolf teeth, dried bear gallbladders, and some unknown jerky. The left side was filled with hanging fur coats and fox pelts. As I looked around, my gaze somehow drifted toward a few noble women. Noticing my gaze, some of them looked slightly annoyed and glared at me a few times. After a short while, shopkeeper Liu hurried out with a servant, cupping his hands and smiling. "Brother Su, I was busy just now. Please don't hold it against me." I stood up and smiled. "Shopkeeper Liu, what are you saying? Thank you for your help last time, and now I'm here to trouble you again." Shopkeeper Liu's eyes lit up as he looked at the stack of wolf pelts. "It's only been a few days, and Brother Su has made another haul." I ran into a pack of wolves and luckily took them all down. Annihilated the entire wolf pack. "Brother Su, what impressive skills." Shopkeeper Liu looked on with admiration as he untied the rope to check. A noble woman nearby overheard, and a voluptuous lady in a black dress sneered. "Annihilated an entire wolf pack alone? What a braggart. Why not claim he hunted a bear too?" Shopkeeper Liu looked up and chuckled. "Madam Li, that bear hide you fancied last time was brought in by Brother Su." The noble women gasped in surprise, curiously sizing me up. That bear hide from last time was glossy, large, and perfectly intact. They all wanted it, but it was eventually bought by the magistrate's wife, who flaunted it in front of them, leaving them fuming with envy. I never expected that the bear was hunted by this handsome young man before me. "This one is intact, worth 2 taels. This one is more damaged, worth 1 tael." As shopkeeper Liu announced each one, the assistant recorded it in the ledger. The price was fair, so I didn't argue. After counting the 10 ordinary wolf pelts, it was time for the wolf king and queen pelts. Shopkeeper Liu moved the two under the candlelight for a closer inspection. Those noble women often dealt with furs and could see the value of these 2 pieces. The fur was dense and soft, and they had rarely seen wolf king pelts. It was only then that they started to believe I had truly wiped out the wolf pack, and couldn't help but glance at me a few more times. Being able to hunt wolves and bears, my physical strength must be impressive. Manager Liu said regretfully, "It's a pity that the wolf king pelt has a tear here. Otherwise, it would be a masterpiece." I replied calmly. At the time, the wolf king was trying to lead the pack to escape. I couldn't worry about the quality of the pelt and had to cripple it first. The people in the shop were stunned, feeling like they were hearing a myth. Was there really someone who chased after a wolf pack to kill them? The lady in the black dress snorted lightly. "Making up stories just to sell for more silver, huh? Who would be foolish enough to chase and kill a wolf pack?" I glanced at her and couldn't be bothered to argue. Shopkeeper Liu named a price. "These 2 together are 15 taels. What do you think, Brother Su?" "Sure." I nodded. After all, keeping it was useless, and the price was fair. Then I reached into the cloth bag I carried and took out the fiery red fox pelt. "Please, Manager Liu, take a look at this pelt as well and give me an estimate." As soon as the fox pelt appeared, its vibrant, flame-like color instantly drew everyone's attention. The eyes of those noble women lit up, and they couldn't help but take a few steps forward, utterly amazed. "This is a rare fire fox pelt, completely pure in color, even more precious than snow fox fur." Shopkeeper Liu excitedly took it, carefully cradling it in his hands to examine. The fur was intact, red like flames, without a trace of impurity, soft and smooth. With this quality, It would fetch at most 100 taels here, but transported to the capital, it would be worth at least 1,000 taels. Shopkeeper Lu calculated in his mind, feeling both envious and regretful. He hadn't even named a price yet when the noblewoman in the black dress couldn't hold back and directly said, 100 taels, I'll take this pelt. What she valued wasn't just the pelt, but also her pride. Last time, the magistrate's wife snatched up a bear pelt and flaunted it endlessly, leaving her stewing in frustration. If she could buy this firefox pelt, she would surely be able to hold her head high in front of the other ladies. Shopkeeper Lu hesitated, showing a look of regret. He truly didn't want to part with it, but 100 taels was beyond a price he could decide on, so he reluctantly handed it back to me. I took the firefox pelt, surprised that such a small piece could be worth 100 taels, the same price as that bear from last time. No wonder it's a luxury sought after by the wealthy and powerful. The noblewoman in the black dress walked forward with a mix of elegance and urgency, raising her hand to take it. Then it's settled. I, however, withdrew my hand, moving with composure. Her charming face froze for a moment, her brows slightly furrowed. What are you doing? When did I ever say I was going to sell it to you? The lady in the black dress looked displeased, adopting an air of superiority. This is 100 taels of silver, money you could never earn in your lifetime. So what? I said I won't sell it, and I won't. I toyed with the fox fur, my tone relaxed. 200 taels, she gritted her teeth. Not selling. The noblewoman in the black dress was so furious that her chest heaved violently. Do you know who I am? If you offend me, don't even think about leaving Qingshi City alive. I deliberately put on a frightened look. Madam, you wouldn't be thinking of having someone snatch it, would you? Seeing my fear, she raised her chin proudly and said, You're absolutely right. Laifu, take that fox fur for me and reward him with 200 taels. As soon as she finished speaking, a burly man rushed out, his face dark, ready to snatch it. A little fellow peeking outside the shop saw this and angrily wanted to come in to stand up for justice. But as the man reached out his hand, I slapped him hard. Smack! With a crisp sound, the man was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wooden door. Half of his face swelled up like a pig's head, blood oozing from his mouth and nose, and he passed out. The store fell into instant silence. The noblewomen suddenly remembered that I was a fierce person who had hunted bears and killed wolves. The lady in the black dress was stunned. It took her a long moment to recover, and she stammered, What do you want to do? What do I want to do? Doesn't the lady already know? I said, pulling her into my arms. She never expected me to be so bold in public. Flustered and angry, she said, Let me go. Do you even know who I am? I am Li Yud's sister. If you dare do this, he will never forgive you. The other noblewomen's eyes flashed with a hint of envy. The most envious were Manager Lu and a few young servants, their eyes turning red, wishing they could take my place. This noblewoman in the black dress, with her voluptuous and mature figure, was the dream of countless men in Qingshi City. Hearing her say she was Li Yud's sister, I pushed her away and sneered. Li Yud's sister, so what? Her face flushed with shame, and she bit her teeth in anger. Just you wait. I'll have someone break your legs right now. I sat back in the chair, smiling faintly. Please hurry, madam. It would be best to bring Li Yud as well. I don't have time to waste. She glared at me twice, then turned around, about to leave with her maid. I said firmly, Who said you could leave, madam? Her delicate body trembled, but she still gritted her teeth and took a step forward. A copper coin precisely struck the ground behind her. She staggered and almost fell, rubbing the sore spot. Her eyes reddened. What exactly do you want? I toyed with the copper coin and said indifferently, The servants can leave, but none of you ladies are allowed to go. With a flick of my wrist, a copper coin whizzed out and embedded itself deeply into the wooden door. This move stunned all the noblewomen. If it had hit a person, wouldn't it have pierced straight through? The noblewoman in the black dress was frightened, realizing that I had held back just now. I lazily pointed at a few people. You, come over and massage my legs. You, come over and knead my shoulders. The noblewomen who were pointed at froze, unable to believe it. Which of them wasn't of high status, accustomed to being served in every aspect of life? And now they were being asked to act as servants for someone else? Shopkeeper Lu stepped forward anxiously. Brother Su, how about? This has nothing to do with you. I interrupted him, clutching the copper coin and looking at the crowd. Why aren't you moving? Do you want me to take action? The noblewomen, filled with fear, slowly shuffled over, either standing or crouching, massaging my shoulders and pounding my legs. I enjoyed it, then turned to the lady in the black dress and the remaining few. You, come over here and dance for me. They weren't courtesans from a brothel. How could they just dance casually? But seeing the copper coin deeply embedded in the door, they could only grit their teeth, walk over, and reluctantly stretch their bodies. Those few servants stood in the corner, extremely excited. They could actually see these high and mighty madams dancing. How thrilling. I looked at one of the servants and said coldly, "You have no right to watch. Get out." It was the same servant who had tried to drive me out earlier. At this moment, he regretted it deeply and reluctantly retreated. The maids brought by the madams saw this and quickly ran out to report. This is bad. The madams have been taken over by a tyrant. The news broke out, directly causing an uproar among many prominent families. Usually, they were the ones bullying others, but now the tables had turned, completely upending the natural order. Led by Li Yud, a group of wealthy merchants and landowners gathered a large number of household servants and thugs. Wielding wooden sticks and long knives, and carrying torches and lanterns, they angrily charged toward the mountain goods shop. Li Yud had already lost over 100 taels of silver distributing porridge today, leaving him in a foul mood. Upon hearing that his younger sister had been taken advantage of, he grabbed a knife and stormed out. Just as he arrived outside the mountain goods shop, he noticed a shadowy figure sneaking around the entrance. About to shout angrily, he realized it was a familiar young maid. Li Yud asked in surprise, "Qinghua, what are you doing here so late at night? It's not safe. What if something happens?" Lin Qinghua had been following me since I left. Seeing Li Yud bring along 50 or 60 thuggish servants, she was just about to say something. Li Yud instructed the maid behind him, "Jure, take Miss Lin back. If anything happens, you'll be held responsible." The maid quickly nodded and, regardless of whether Lin Qinghua agreed or not, pulled her away. Lin Qinghua looked at the group of fierce and menacing thugs, then glanced around the shop and sighed helplessly. Who told that pervert to bully someone else's little sister? "Madam, a bit gentler. Are you squeezing a calf?" The one dancing in the back, "Move your waist." "What? Do you want me to come down and teach you?" Li Yud's younger sister, "Move more gently. Aren't you afraid of being caught?" Hearing the commotion in the shop, Li Yud and several wealthy merchants trembled with anger. They stormed in with their servants, stepping over the unconscious servant at the entrance. "Damn it! Which blind little thief dares to mess with me, Li Yud? I'll wipe out his entire family." Li Yud raised his knife and scanned the shop, immediately spotting his younger sister and several noblewomen dancing. On the chair in front of them sat a handsome young man at ease, with several noblewomen beside him massaging his shoulders and legs. When Li Yud saw the man's face clearly, he was instantly terrified, a chill running down his spine, wishing he could turn around and flee. Several wealthy merchants behind him, who had been outside the city during the day and witnessed my terrifying presence, turned pale instantly and dared not speak. A portly merchant in green silk, who had never seen me before, raised a knife and angrily cursed. "You damned pretty boy, have you eaten a leopard's gall? How dare you let my wife massage your legs?" The noblewomen saw the master arrive, as if seeing their savior, and ran toward them crying. But deep down, there was a slight regret. After all, I didn't force them to do anything. It was just dancing and giving a shoulder massage. At home, they still have to serve their master and compete with a dozen concubines to stand out. Besides, I'm younger and more handsome than their master, can tell the story of the white snake, and have firm muscles. Unlike these wealthy merchants with flabby fat and no sense of romance. Still, I had to put on a wronged expression on the surface so as not to be disliked by the master. The noblewoman in the black dress, her eyes red and swollen, hobbled toward Li Yud. "Brother, you must stand up for me, break this brat's leg." Li Yud was startled. Just hearing those words made his heart race. "Break the leg of this god of death. Are you tired of living?" Seeing her brother unresponsive, she cried even more pitifully, shaking him. "Brother, this brat made me dance for him and even harassed me." Sob sob. "Break his leg now." Smack. Li Yud slapped hard. His face darkened. "Shut up. This is not a place for you to speak." The noblewoman in the black dress was stunned by the slap, her face red and swollen on one side. She stared blankly at her elder brother, who had always doted on her, unable to understand why he suddenly hit her. The wealthy merchant in green was comforting his concubine. Seeing this, he asked in confusion, "Brotherly, why did you hit your sister? This is my family matter, none of your business." Li Yud said coldly, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, calculating in his mind how to get through this crisis. The other wealthy merchants were so frightened that they held their breath, completely ignoring the weeping women beside them. The wealthy merchant in green, seeing everyone suddenly turn silent, comforted his concubine and then glared at me viciously. "Just looking at your pretty face makes me angry. Since Brother Lee and the others don't dare to act, I'll deal with you for them. Enjoy watching dancing and having people massage your legs. Huh? Someone, hold him down, gouge out his eyes, and chop off his hands and feet." A group of thuggish servants wielding wooden sticks and machetes immediately rushed forward. "Stop it, all of you," Li Yud shouted anxiously, kicking those wicked servants out one by one. "Get out. Without my orders, no one is allowed to come in." The other wealthy merchants, seeing this, followed suit and kicked all their own servants out. The wealthy merchant in green and the noble women were all dumbfounded. I glanced at the knife in Li Yud's hand. "Li Yud, are you holding that knife to cut me?" Li Yud was so frightened that the knife clattered to the ground. He hurriedly explained, "No, Master Su, I didn't know it was you." The noblewoman in the black dress covered her swollen cheek, unable to believe her brother was this scared. The other wealthy merchants also quickly discarded their weapons. I was quite satisfied with Li Yud's reaction. "Your sister said I made her dance and even harassed her. What do you think?" Li Yud bent over with a smile. "It's her good fortune to be favored by you, sir. I will betroth her to you. Isn't this forcing me to seize a civilian woman? I won't do anything illegal. My sister is still unmarried. I can decide to marry her to you, sir, and that would be perfectly legitimate." Other wealthy merchants also nodded in agreement. "Sir, we are also willing to divorce our wives so they can serve you." The noble women were all stunned, eager to know who I was to make these wealthy merchants so terrified. Manager Liu, standing nearby, was also witnessing such a scene for the first time. I sat in the chair and waved my hand with amusement. "When did I say I wanted your wives? Don't mention it. I can't afford to support so many people." Li Yud immediately pulled out a few banknotes from his sleeve and offered them with both hands. I didn't answer. This time it was your sister who tried to take my things, so I gave her a small punishment. If she hadn't left me 200 taels of silver, you, Li Yud, would already be a corpse. Li Yud was so frightened that he felt cold all over and respectfully placed the silver notes on the table. "Rest assured, sir, when I return, I will severely punish that disrespectful wretch. She's still your own sister, so don't always beat and scold her." I frowned. "If it happens again, just kill her directly to avoid implicating your Li family." Li Yud shuddered all over. "Talking about killing so casually. You truly are ruthless." The noblewoman in the black dress was as pale as a sheet, unable to utter a word. I couldn't be bothered to look at her and asked Li Yud, "How did the porridge distribution go today?" "We cooked 50 pots of hot porridge, used 9 dan of millet, and lost over 100 taels of silver." 10 taels for 1 dan of millet? I frowned. The grain price is rising this fast. This year, there is no harvest locally, and the South isn't transporting grain. Every stone consumed is one less. Didn't Magistrate Wang say the imperial relief grain is on its way? Li had lowered his voice. "You may not know, sir, but this year it's not just the 3 provinces of Liaodong. The plains have suffered even worse disasters. It's said that people have started eating people." "People eating people?" I was startled, never expecting to personally witness something straight out of the history books. "The court's grain is also insufficient. If it weren't for the mountains in the 3 provinces of Liaodong, where we can dig for wild vegetables and hunt, we would have been finished long ago." I pondered briefly. "Since there's a shortage of grain, yet you're still willing to distribute porridge, does that mean you have other sources of grain supply?" Li Yud chuckled but refused to elaborate. This was his lifeline. I didn't press him. Since there are channels, then stock up on more grain. Li Yud let out a sigh of relief. I suddenly remembered something. All those refugee corpses outside the city should be burned. Piling them up like that could easily cause a plague. At the mention of plague, everyone shuddered. Once infected, no amount of silver could save you. Your Excellency is wise. I'll send people to burn them first thing tomorrow morning. I took out a glass bead worth a single survival point. Seeing that pure and transparent bead, everyone's eyes lit up, as if they were looking at a rare treasure. I casually tossed it to Li Yud. Since you seem sensible, this is for you. Consider it a reward for the efforts of those ladies earlier. Li Yud carefully cradled it, his eyes shining with excitement, as if he wanted to worship me like a father. In this era, glass doesn't exist yet. It's one of a kind and priceless. Sir, how about I arrange someone to accompany you tonight? Otherwise, I would feel unworthy of accepting this. There are still a few ladies at home. The other wealthy merchant's eyes turned red with envy. Forget it. Keep your ladies for your own enjoyment. Li Yud looked troubled. To be honest, over the years I've been with women every day, and my vigor is long gone. Then where did the scent of makeup and alcohol on you come from? Haha, nothing escapes you, my lord. I was just at a brothel, barely holding on with 9 whip wine. I suddenly sensed a business opportunity. These wealthy merchants, indulging in endless debauchery, had long since drained their vitality. So I bought a few blue pills from the marketplace and pretended to pull them out of my pocket. Gentlemen, I have an ancestral miracle medicine here that can restore a man's vigor. 10 taels of silver per pill. Who wants one? 10 taels of silver were like giving it away for free to this group of wealthy merchants. And it was quickly sold out, with each person getting 1 pill. The first time was half selling, half giving. Once they experienced the effects, it wouldn't just be 10 taels next time. 1 pill a day, taken half an hour beforehand, and then you can do whatever you desire. The wealthy merchants exchanged knowing smiles, while the noble women were both shy and expectant. Things are almost settled. I looked at the wealthy merchant in green. Was it you just now who said you wanted to gouge out my eyes and cut off my limbs? The wealthy merchant in green, seeing Li Yud addressing me respectfully as sir, with every word, was already panicking. Master Su, there must be some misunderstanding here. Misunderstanding? I sneered. The last time someone tried to lay a hand on me, Boss Zhao, his family should be arranging his funeral by now. The wealthy merchant in green was instantly scared stiff, so the ruthless man at the city gate during the day was actually this pretty-faced young man in front of him. His legs gave out, and he dropped to his knees. Master Su, I really didn't mean it. Li Yud, recalling their past relationship, cautiously pleaded. My lord, Merchant Ma didn't know it was you. Could you let him compensate a bit of silver and spare him this time? As soon as he spoke, he regretted it. He had just managed to extricate himself, and now he was getting involved again. Since Li Yud has pleaded on your behalf, and considering your concern for the madam, I won't hold it against you this time. Thank you, Lord Su. The wealthy merchant in green quickly pulled out a few silver notes, estimating 300 to 400 taels, and placed them on the table. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. For those distributing porridge to the refugees outside the city, count yourself in as well. Yes, I'll go back and prepare immediately. Li Yud was secretly pleased. Now Master Ma owed him a huge favor. He leaned in and said, Sir, how about joining us at the theater to listen to some tunes? A few new courtesans have arrived. I shook my head. Do I look like that kind of person? Yes, my lord is a gentleman of integrity. Those noble women curled their lips. Who was it just now watching the dance so intently? Li Yud's eyes darted around, pondering whether this Lord Su might have a penchant for married women. His household was already full of concubines and maids. If the Lord were entertained enough, perhaps he might reward him with another pearl. Seeing his scheming expression, I chuckled and said, Li Yud, I spared Master Ma for your sake. Now, how do you propose we settle this account? Li Yud's eyes lit up with joy. Of course, I must repay this favor. I left in a hurry and didn't bring much silver with me. How about you come to my house and take a look? The other wealthy merchants immediately guessed his intention. What a shameless scoundrel. He actually wants to use the women in his household to curry favor with me. But why didn't we think of such a good idea? No need for the trouble, I said, taking back the glass bead. I'll take this back, and the debt is settled. Master Su, this. Li Yud turned pale with anxiety, but I had already put away the glass bead and the silver notes. leaving him no chance to speak further. I guess Li Yud hasn't been able to sleep these past few nights, and when he wakes up, he probably slaps himself a few times. Such a rare treasure, gone just because of one sentence. Why on earth did he beg for some ridiculous favor? Wouldn't it have been better to just let Steward Ma die? I didn't bother looking at Li Yud's regretful expression. I walked up to the noblewoman in the black dress, waving the fox fur in front of her eyes. "Madam, still want to snatch it?" I wouldn't dare. The noblewoman's face turned pale, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears. Wouldn't it have been better to listen earlier? I flicked my thumb, and a copper coin flew up, landing precisely in the depths of her neckline. Ah! The noblewoman's delicate body trembled, her full neckline surging like waves, as she looked at me with both embarrassment and fear. I reluctantly withdrew my gaze. This was the largest I had seen so far, much bigger than Chinchunner. "Everyone, it's getting late. Let's disperse." I bid farewell to shopkeeper Lu, stepped over the unconscious servant on the ground, and left the shop. Outside, 50 or 60 vicious servants holding wooden sticks and long knives immediately made way for me as I emerged. Inside the shop, Li had slapped himself hard with a smack, feeling deeply regretful. He couldn't control his loose tongue, and the treasure he had in hand was gone. Master Ma asked in confusion, "Brother Li, why are you hitting yourself?" "I feel like killing someone right now." Li had glared at him with bloodshot eyes, gritting his teeth. "Ma Feng, you damn well remember this. You owe me a priceless treasure." With that, he stormed off with the lady in the black dress, fuming. Ma Feng stood there dumbfounded. The item was taken back by that pretty boy. What did it have to do with him? He turned to the other wealthy merchants. "Gentlemen, how about a visit to the brothel for some music?" The crowd ignored him with cold expressions, each leaving with their wives and servants. After all, their wives' hard-earned money had been in those glass beads, and now it was all gone. Ma Feng was utterly dejected. He could forget about mingling in the wealthy circles of Qingshi City in the future. On the street, Li Yud walked silently ahead, while the lady in the black dress followed with her head lowered. "Nanji, did I hurt you just now?" Li Nanji touched her swollen face, feeling aggrieved and saying nothing. Li Yud sighed heavily. "I've spoiled you since you were little. You said you wouldn't marry, and I never forced you. I didn't mean to hit you just now, but that man is not someone to provoke. Killing over 10 soldiers without hesitation, and the authorities don't even pursue it. Where can you go to reason with him?" Li Nanji lowered her head in silence. "If you're really that upset, I'll take people and go back to kill him right now. Even if I die, I'll make sure he gets blood on him. After I'm dead, who knows which scoundrel will benefit from our family fortune, spending your brother's money, sleeping with your sister-in-law, and bullying your nephew." Li Nanji was amused. "Brother, who talks about themselves like that?" Seeing that his sister was no longer upset, Li had chuckled and said, "If only I had learned martial arts back then, you wouldn't have to be bullied." Li Nanji whispered, "Actually, he just hugged me once. It wasn't too much." As long as it wasn't too much. The two walked in silence for a while before Li Yud suddenly asked, "Nanji, do you dislike Master Su?" Li Nanji's eyes flickered slightly, the image of his handsome face and what he had just done to her vivid in her mind. "I don't know." Li had asked no further, sighing. "Do you still remember shopkeeper Pei's family from the east of the city? They quietly fled to the south a month ago. Half a month ago, someone saw the corpse of shopkeeper Pei, killed by the bandits of Arrow Mountain. The men of the family were stripped and hung on trees, while the women, their whereabouts are unknown. Brother is useless, can't even take you and escape." Li Nanji clenched the copper coin in her hand. She finally understood what her brother was trying to say. This world is about to descend into chaos. I walked down the street, thinking of Li Yud's plump sister. A woman with such a broad mind doesn't bother me, but her temper is not very likable. It wouldn't be a bad idea to discipline her properly in the future and make her behave. For now, I still need to calm Pan Lianer. Turning the corner, I finally saw the Pan's clothing shop. The servant at the door recognized me and quickly bowed with a smile. "Master, please come in." "What?" Not stopping me this time. The servant almost knelt down. "Master, last time it was my fault for not seeing clearly. You can hit me or scold me, whatever you wish." My heart softened, and I took out a tael of silver and tossed it to him. "Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue." The servant's grin stretched to his ears as he bowed repeatedly in thanks. Wishing you a long life, master, and 10 wives in a year, each giving birth to chubby sons. Living a long life sounds good, but 10 wives in a year. I shook my head with a wry smile and stepped into the shop. A delicate young girl of about 15 or 16 stepped forward. What would you like to buy, sir? I glanced around but didn't see Pan Leaner. Go inform Manager Pan that someone wants their palm read. As soon as I finished speaking, footsteps came from the inner hall. A slender hand lifted the curtain, revealing a charming, slightly mature face. It was Pan Leaner. She had changed into a light-colored, form-fitting long dress that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Oh, why has young Master Su come? And why didn't you bring along those 2 lovely sisters today? I sighed. Rejected by others, homeless, here to seek refuge with you, my lady. Pan Leaner covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Did Mr. Su bully the 2 younger sisters? They complained that I kept them awake. The little maid beside us blushed bright red. Pan Leaner spat lightly and said coquettishly, Su Lang, this is a proper business. How can you be so frivolous? Clearly a seasoned veteran, yet still pretending to be reserved. I looked innocent. I meant that my snoring keeps them awake. How is that frivolous? The little maid was stunned again, her face turning even redder. It turned out she had misunderstood. Pan Leaner's eyes grew even more alluring. Oh, Su Lang, I thought you were just restless in your sleep, always getting handsy. A good start, I continued. I've traveled a long way to get here, and Madam can't even spare me a cup of wine. Su Lang, what are you saying? As long as you call me sister, not just 1 cup, even 10 or 100 cups, I'll agree to it. Then, good sister, where's the wine? This, good sister, struck a chord in Pan Leaner's heart. She smiled softly and instructed the maid. Yunner, prepare some small dishes and warm 2 pots of wine to send to my room. Then she said to the young servant at the door, Xiao Shanzi, close the shop and head home early. Pan Leaner led me into the inner hall and upstairs, entering her boudoir. The room was not large, simply and elegantly decorated, with a faint, delicate fragrance lingering in the air. Madam, this room is quite nice. Pan Leaner felt a bit embarrassed. Please sit, Su Lang. You've been gone for half a month. I thought you had forgotten about me. Every quiet night, I always think of you, madam. A blush rose on Pan Leaner's face. I took out the fox fur and placed it on the table. I spent half a month in the mountains and finally managed to hunt a decent pelt. Pan Leaner stroked the smooth fur, full of admiration. This pelt must be worth 100 taels, right? Only 100 taels? I pretended to be disappointed. I thought it would be worth thousands before bringing it here. Such fine material is worthy of my lady. Pan Leaner felt touched. With such thoughtfulness from you, Brother Su, I am already content. The maid Yunner brought in some side dishes and warmed wine, then withdrew. Under the candlelight, the 2 clinked their cups, and after a few drinks, the atmosphere gradually turned intimate. I suddenly said, By the way, I can read fortunes by feeling bones. Do you believe me, madam? Pan Leaner murmured softly. Whatever Sir Su says, I believe. Speaking, she raised her slender, fair hand and extended it to me. I gently took it, seemingly examining the bones seriously, but in reality. Su Lang, what have you discovered? Madam is a blessed person. In the future, you will surely have many children and great fortune, with a house full of descendants. Pan Leaner withdrew her hand and sighed softly. Su Lang, don't deceive me. My elder sister doesn't even have a husband, so how could she have a house full of descendants? It's my lack of skill. I deserve punishment. I raised my cup and drank it all. Seeing that the atmosphere was just right, I said, Madam, I can't quite discern the bone structure of your hand, but I'm very accurate in reading other areas. Pan Leaner bit her red lips and looked at me. This time, can you really be accurate? Madam doesn't believe me? If I'm wrong, you can deal with me as you see fit. I patted my chest. The red candle flickered, and the atmosphere gradually grew ambiguous. Pan Leaner hesitated for a long while before finally speaking. Su Lang, I have always sought stability in business, avoiding even the slightest risk. But today, I want to take a gamble. If it works out, I'll have a husband who understands and cares for me for the rest of my life. If it doesn't, and you betray me, I'll simply jump into the river and die cleanly. I sat up straight. If Madam is willing to entrust her heart to me, how could I ever betray you? I will ensure you enjoy wealth and prosperity in the future. That was smooth. Bet you've said it to plenty of other women, haven't you? She smiled and glanced at me. Madam, your reminder is noted. I'll remember it to say to other women in the future. You're asking for it. She raised her hand to hit me, but I caught it and continued feeling her bones. She didn't pull back. Why did Madam choose me? I asked. Do you want the truth or a lie? Lie. Naturally, it's because you, Sir Sue, are so handsome that I fell for you at first sight. And the truth? She stopped smiling. Last time, you casually pulled out over a dozen taels of silver, and there were two stunningly beautiful women willingly following you. That shows you're capable. When you got the money, the first thing you did was take the two ladies to buy new clothes, showing care and thoughtfulness. That proves you're a reliable family man. She glanced at my restless hand. Your hands don't have a single callus, so your status must not be ordinary either. I was startled. This woman was truly clever. We had only met once, yet she deduced so much. She leaned closer, flashing a charming smile. A capable, handsome, and family-oriented man. How could I not be tempted? The world grows more chaotic by the day, and as a weak woman, I can't afford to let you go. She reversed the grip on my hand, turning passivity into initiative. Then what if I don't come looking for you, madam? My sister had already decided to go to Chinjiagu to find you tomorrow. She looked smug, like a female demon who had captured Tang Sanzang and was ready to marry him. Madam, shouldn't you be examining the bone structure elsewhere? No rush. She stood up, took a roll of paper and some ink from the cabinet, and unfolded it. It was a marriage certificate. Auspicious words, her name and birth date, fingerprints, and the names of witnesses were all filled in, except for the groom's section, which only had the character Sue. Well, she had been plotting this all along. I took the inkstone, poured wine, and ground the ink, adding the words 7 nights after the character Sue. Not knowing the birth date, I filled in the same as hers. Pressing my fingerprint, the marriage certificate was completed. There's no need to elaborate on the wedding night. I don't know how much time had passed when a system notification sounded in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, owning your own home in Qingshi City. Inner city functions are now unlocked. The big one is here. So that's how it is. Pan Leoner has a house and a shop in Qingshi City. If I marry her, won't what's hers become mine? I immediately clicked on the inner city. My vision blurred, and my consciousness split in two, multitasking effortlessly. One part of my consciousness appeared in a grand ancient city, spanning over 1,000 acres. The bluestone streets were lined with shops and taverns, all fully equipped, yet completely deserted. Exiting the city gates, the official road was flanked by 500 to 600 acres of fertile black soil, so rich it seemed to ooze oil. Planting crops here would surely yield a bountiful harvest in autumn. Beside the fertile fields flowed a clear river. I scooped up some water for a taste. It was incredibly sweet. Not far away, there were several chicken coops and duck cages. I looked up at the distant mountains and climbed up. One mountain was covered with towering ancient trees, many of which required 2 or 3 people to encircle them, each worth 1,000 taels of silver. Another mountain was terraced from top to bottom, covering at least 7 or 8,000 acres. If hybrid rice were planted for 2 seasons a year, it could yield 5,000 to 6,000 tons of rice annually, enough to feed 1/10 of the population of the Dian dynasty. A spring at the mountain's peak flowed with a gentle stream, equally sweet and refreshing. Facing the wind, I gazed down at the city and fields below, filled with boundless ambition. Just by farming, a superpower could be built. Looking around again, fruit trees could be planted on the mountain, with chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep raised freely beneath them. Their manure could fertilize the fields. Just as I was thinking, to the east lay an endless ocean, unlimited seafood. I ran down the mountain to the beach, greeted by the salty sea breeze. In my previous life on Blue Star, I had spent a few months in the South Sea with a female executive and learned how to swim and dive. I spent 10 survival points in the mall to buy a pair of goggles and dove into the sea. The water was crystal clear, with corals, palm-sized lobsters, golden crabs, thick sea cucumbers, plump abalones, shellfish, and colorful fish, never harvested before, 100 times richer than the South Sea of Blue Star. Just as I was about to surface, my legs cramped up, but thankfully, I was safe. I picked a coconut, lay on the beach, and happily sipped away. The inner city lacks nothing except people. But in years of famine, the one thing that's never in short supply is people. In the future, we can bring in some refugees to farm and raise livestock. To keep the secret, once they come in, they can forget about leaving for the rest of their lives. For the loyal ones, I don't mind taking them out for a stroll. I only plan to recruit women. Why should men come in just to enjoy life without working? Recruiting women first makes them easier to control. After the visit, my consciousness withdrew. Half an hour later, I got up and got dressed. Su Lang, where are you going? I'm heading back, or else your two sisters will start worrying. Pan Leonor's dewy little face peeked out, and she picked up the doo-doo to put it on. Aren't you too tired to move? Why are you getting up? Of course, it's to go with Brother Su to meet the two younger sisters, and while we're at it, discuss whether they'd be willing to let me be the eldest. She gave a sly smile. Is she planning to stage a love rivalry? No way. I told Lu Yunyang and Lin Mingxiang that I was going to sell animal hides. Suddenly bringing back a woman. I need to give them a heads up first. There's no rush. I'll stay with you a little longer. Half an hour later, I went out alone. The night was desolate, and in the distance, the watchman struck his clapper, shouting, "The weather is dry. Beware of fire." I put the blood-stained white cloth into the system warehouse, where there were already 2 pieces. Ding! Congratulations to the host for improving the quality of life. The mall rewards 30,000 survival points daily. The surprise came out of nowhere. Ding! Would you like to bind Pan Leonor as a trusted aide? Bind directly. Name: Pan Leonor, female, age 27, appearance 93, health 100. Skills: needlework, perfect; business, perfect; arithmetic, proficient; cooking, uninitiated; writing, proficient; martial arts, none. Cooking is uninitiated. Can the food she makes even be eaten? Ding! Task released. Survive 1 day in the chaotic world. Reward: 100,000 tons of charcoal. Winter is approaching, charcoal is scarce, and it's a free task. The streets were completely silent late at night, with only occasional candlelight flickering from the 2nd floor of the tavern, accompanied by the sound of clinking glasses and women's strange cries. I smiled and continued on my way. After turning a few streets, a sudden scream came from the right front. Ah! The man immediately cursed angrily. Beat her to death. Running away on the first day. This little wench must be tired of living. I followed the sound and saw, at the corner, a group of over 10 burly men holding torches and long knives surrounding more than 20 women in tattered clothing. These women were delicate and pretty, clearly selected from among the refugees. At the front stood a wealthy merchant in his 40s, thin and gaunt, with sunken eyes that betrayed his excessive indulgence. He scolded his servant, "Are you blind? Don't hit the face. If you ruin it, can you afford to pay for it?" The servant raised his whip and lashed it at the woman curled up on the ground. Snap! The woman had a new bloodstain on her body. She gritted her teeth and glared at him. "You'll get your comeuppance sooner or later." Still talking back? "Beat her," the merchant snarled. "I spent grain to buy you out of a pile of corpses, saved your wretched life, and you dare curse me." The woman spat out a mouthful of blood. "Nonsense. That bucket of millet was half mixed with sand. You tricked us into thinking we were going to work as maids for a wealthy family, but instead, you dragged us into this brothel. You little wretch." The merchant snatched up the long whip and raised it. "Since you signed the indenture contract, you'll die here in Yuchen Pavilion." The woman glared at him coldly, refusing to beg for mercy even in death. The torches flickered, and the women turned their faces away in fear, closing their eyes. The wealthy merchant's whip was just raised. Whoosh! A copper coin sliced through the air, striking the wealthy merchant's right hand with precision. Puff! A few fingers along with the whip fell to the ground. Ah! The wealthy merchant screamed miserably, clutching his bloody hand as he curled up on the ground. Who is it? Which damned beast is courting death? The servants raised their torches high, frantically searching for the culprit. I stepped out of the shadows and said coldly, "I wouldn't dare claim to be invincible, but I do have the skills to hunt tigers and capture bears. I wouldn't even force the innocent into depravity, so how dare a beast like you, worse than a pig or dog, do such a thing?" Among the servants, 5 or 6 of them caught a clear glimpse of my face. Their expressions changed drastically, and they stammered in trembling voices, "It's him. He's the one who killed the big boss during the day." The wealthy merchant was so terrified that he fell to his knees with a thud. "It's a misunderstanding. Spare me, great hero. Since you recognize me, this will be easier." I glanced at the wooden building behind him, Yuchen Tower, which happened to be the property of Boss Zhao, whom I had slain earlier in the day. "Who is that Boss Zhao to you?" "He is my elder brother, Zhao Daohuang." "I am Zhao Erhuang. I killed your elder brother. Don't you want revenge?" "I wouldn't dare. Absolutely not. I am grateful to the hero. There's no time for revenge. I killed your brother. How could I have done you a favor? After my brother died, all his property, women, and concubines became mine. Hero, you have done me a great favor." Well, 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 your brother dies, and you immediately inherit his property and women. Truly, brotherly love runs deep." I suppressed my disgust. "What's the deal with these women?" "Benefactor, I bought them with food, and they signed a deed of sale." The beaten woman gritted her teeth. "He said he was sending us to serve as maids in a wealthy household, but in reality, he dragged us into a brothel." "Shut up." Zhao Erhuang glared at her and said with a fawning smile, "Benefactor, don't listen to this wretch's nonsense. Since you say I am your benefactor, it wouldn't be too much for me to make a request, would it? Benefactor, just give your orders. I'll take all these women with me." Zhao Erhuang was stunned. Clutching his severed hand, he said unwillingly, "It's no problem if the benefactor wants the women, but they are all pure and untouched. If they all go to you, the hundreds of people in Yuchen Tower will have to starve." Clearly, it was just a few liters of millet mixed with sand in exchange, yet he made it sound like he was losing everything. I took out the glass bead and threw it to him. "Is this enough?" Zhao Erhuang's eyes lit up, forgetting the wound on his hand. He took it and held it up to the torchlight, crystal clear, far surpassing crystal. "Enough, enough. More than enough. Where's the contract of sale?" He gave a signal with his eyes, and his trusted aide ran into the building, quickly bringing out more than 20 indenture contracts and handing them to me. I tucked them into my chest and turned to the women, saying, "From now on, you are with me. All of you, come behind me." The women exchanged glances, helped their injured companion, and moved to stand behind me. Zhao Erhuang's hand was in severe pain, and he was eager to leave. Forcing a smile, he said, "Benefactor, the people and the contracts are all yours now. My hand is still bleeding. May I take my leave?" I sneered, "Don't rush. You hurt my people, and that debt hasn't been settled yet." "What debt?" "Your life in exchange." Zhao Erhuang's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth, roaring angrily. "What are you standing there for? Cut him down and feed him to the dogs. Those women are your reward." As soon as the words fell, the 5 or 6 servants who had seen my skills during the day turned and ran. A few taels of silver a month aren't worth risking their lives. The remaining dozen or so, their eyes gleaming with greed, raised their blades and charged at me. The women turned pale with fright, screaming incessantly, except for the injured woman who kept her eyes fixed on me. I was their last hope. I moved. The figure turned into a blur and charged into the crowd. The right leg swept across, sending the first servant flying like a dead dog. Someone raised a blade to strike, but I sidestepped and grabbed his wrist. Crack. His entire arm twisted and broke. The long blade fell to the ground. Taking advantage of the momentum, I kicked it away, and the blade shot like an arrow, piercing through the chests of 2 servants. The sound of wind breaking came from behind. I swung a punch backward. Crack. Bones shattered. The ambusher's chest caved in, his eyes bulged, and he flew backward. Then I seized a long blade, its gleam flashing as bodies fell one after another. 10 breaths. In just 10 breaths, the long street returned to dead silence. Over 10 corpses lay on the ground, and the torches were extinguished one by one. More than a dozen servants couldn't even touch the hem of my clothes. Zhao Erhuang collapsed on the ground, a wet patch spreading across his crotch, his mouth wide open but unable to make a sound. The women behind him were all stunned, their 20-some pairs of eyes staring at my back in awe. The injured woman was even more dazed, her eyes swirling with a unique emotion. This man who saved her like a god, she would never forget him in her lifetime. I carried the blood-dripping knife and walked toward Zhao Huang. Benefactor. Hero. Grandpa. Spare me. I know I was wrong. Zhao Huang frantically kowtowed, his forehead battered and bloody, not daring to stop. I couldn't be bothered to waste words, raising my blade and striking down. With a flash of the blade, that large head, wearing a terrified expression, rolled to the ground as blood spurted forth. Those women, having grown accustomed to the tragic sights of starvation and death among the refugees, merely turned slightly pale at this moment, showing no panic. I bent down and retrieved the glass bead from the hand of the headless corpse, wiped the blood off on his clothes, and put it away. I also thoroughly looted the silver notes, jade pendant, and gold rings. Then I walked over to the women. The inner city lacks people. Aren't these women right in front of me the best candidates? I looked at their frightened yet hopeful faces and smiled gently. Ladies, from now on, you will follow me. I, Suchiya, promise that you will never worry about food or clothing. There will be meat every day, no one will bully you, and you won't have to serve others. Just live your lives in peace. Hope lit up in the eyes of the women. They had all witnessed my abilities and naturally chose to believe. I took out the stack of indenture contracts and said, for those who don't want to follow me, the contracts are here. I'll return them to you, and you can leave. 26 pairs of eyes stared at me in unison. No one moved, and no one spoke about leaving. Such a handsome, skilled in martial arts, and kind-hearted gentleman. Where could you find another like him, even with a lantern? Why leave? To go back and continue starving? To be sold into a brothel again? Or to serve the temperamental masters of a wealthy household? Seeing no one leave, the corners of my mouth lifted, and I made a move that no one could have anticipated. I picked up an unextinguished torch from the ground and set fire to that thick stack of contracts that could bind them for a lifetime. As the flames licked, the 26 light, yet unbearably heavy contracts quickly curled, blackened, and turned to ashes, leaving not a single one behind. My gaze swept over those women, the firelight reflecting on my face, as the contracts curled into ashes in the flames. I could have held on to these contracts and forced them to do anything, but I didn't. I burned them all at once. Their eyes were red, staring at me in a daze. This was the first time they had tasted the flavor of freedom. As the night wind blew, they shivered from the cold, their clothes thin and tattered, patched upon patches. Let's go, I said. I'll first take you to change into some warm clothes, then have something hot to eat. I waved my hand and led these 26 women toward the Pan's clothing shop in the city. Before long, an old night watchman, tapping his clapper, wandered onto the long street outside Yechen Tower. Under the lantern's light, the ground was covered with corpses and congealed blood. He was so terrified that he dropped his clapper and scrambled away to report to the authorities. Snap! In the darkness, Liud suddenly sat up in bed and gave himself a hard slap across the face, the sting burning half his cheek. But this pain was nothing compared to the regret in his heart. For no reason, why plead for that dead Ma Yuanwei? That transparent crystal bead was worth at least hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. The duck that was already in his mouth just flew away like that. The woman beside him was startled awake and rubbed her eyes, asking, Master, what's going on with you? Liud gritted his teeth and said, Nothing, just a lesson to remember, so this wretched mouth of mine will speak less in the future. The woman softly said, Master, since you're already awake. The corners of Liud's mouth had just lifted, recalling the secret medicine given by Su Chia last night, which brought back the feeling of his younger days. But his smile froze instantly. The effects of the medicine had long worn off. Ahem, it's late. Let's sleep first. I still have to go out of the city to distribute porridge tomorrow morning. A trace of disappointment flashed in the woman's eyes, but she still obediently complied. When she fell asleep, Liud let out a heavy sigh, feeling like a useless husband. If he had known how miraculous that medicine was, he should have bought more at the time. Just 10 taels of silver to regain his peak. Totally worth it. Wait. Liud's eyes lit up as he came up with a brilliant idea. If he needed this medicine so badly, wouldn't the wealthy merchants and officials in the city who were struggling even more need it too? Bought for 10 taels, sold for 50 or 100 taels. This business is a guaranteed profit. Hee hee. Master Su is still too young and doesn't know how to do business. At this moment, I, who was deemed not good at business, was leading 26 frightened women and knocking on the door of the Good Sister clothing shop. The injured Qin Jiu softly reminded through her pain, "Young master, it's the dead of night. The shopkeeper has probably closed already." "No worries, this is our own shop." Rustling sounds came from inside the door, followed by the drowsy voice of the little maid Yuner. "Who is it?" "We're closed." "It's me." Hearing it was me, Yuner quickly removed the door panel. She had just crawled out of bed, her hair disheveled, draped in a thin outer garment, holding an oil lamp. After seeing me clearly, she rubbed her eyes. "Young master? At this hour, why are you?" Before she could finish speaking, her gaze passed over me and landed on a dense crowd of women behind me, each dressed in rags, yet their beauty was undeniable. Yuner's small mouth formed a perfect O. I took out a tin-tail silver ingot and pressed it into her hand. "Yuner, thank you for your hard work. Pick out 3 sets of well-fitting clothes for each of them, including undergarments and innerwear. Prepare a few extra sets of close-fitting items like doo-doo and underclothes. Put it all on my tab. Then take me to the kitchen to boil a few pots of hot water and cook some rice porridge. These 10 taels are your personal reward for the trouble." The girl Yun quickly shook her head. "Young master, this is part of Yun's duty, no need. Take it if I tell you to. Disturbing your rest so late at night, this is what you deserve." Yun had no choice but to accept it, her heart feeling warm. She led the group of women into the ready-made clothing section of the shop. However, the women stood there timidly, not daring to move, casting shy glances at me. The fabrics of these clothes were so fine and luxurious, something they had never dared to dream of. I lowered my voice. "Don't just stand there, pick what you like, don't worry about the price. 3 sets inside and out, and grab a few extra undergarments for changing." The women blushed, then cautiously reached out to make their selections. Yuner led me to the back kitchen. The kitchen was spacious, with 4 large iron pots neatly lined up. Yuner rolled up her sleeves, ready to start the fire. I stopped her. "Go to the front and help them pick. Girls have an eye for these things, and don't think about saving money for me." The cloud obediently nodded and turned to leave. I chopped wood to make a fire, drew water from the well, and filled 3 large pots. Then, I took a bag of white rice from the marketplace, poured 10 pounds into 1 pot, and added a few spoonfuls of raw deer oil. The aroma of rice and oil quickly filled the air. I'm not being stingy. It's just that they've been starving for too long, and their stomachs are weak. Suddenly eating rich foods like fish and meat could cause problems. While I was focused on tending the fire, Qin Jiu quietly entered the kitchen and silently sat on a small stool by the stove to help me add firewood. The firelight reflected on her pale face, and the purplish-red whip marks under the coarse cloth were particularly striking. I frowned. "Why aren't you picking out clothes? What are you doing here?" She lowered her head and looked at the fire. "It's enough to have the sisters helping. I won't choose. You're busy with so much on your own. Young master, I want to help a little. Don't you know you're injured?" She forced a smile. "It's just superficial wounds. I can bear it." "What do you mean it's nothing?" I put down the firewood, my face darkening. "The weather is still hot. What if the wounds get infected and you develop a fever?" "Nonsense." I fetched a basin of warm water. "Stop adding firewood. Come with me to the next room. I'll reapply the medicine for you." Qin Zhuyu's body stiffened, her face turning red. Some of the wound locations were too awkward. Seeing her not moving, I said in a deep voice, "What? You don't believe me?" "And no, it's not that." She lowered her head. "How could I trouble you with such a small matter? Cut the nonsense. Follow me." I walked straight out of the kitchen, and she bit her lip and followed. Entering the guest room, I placed the water basin on the table and took out iodine, cotton swabs, wound medicine, antibiotics, and bandages from the store, filling the table. Qin Jiu blinked, curious as to how the young master could carry so many things in his arms. "Close the door, take off your clothes, and lie on the bed." Her delicate body trembled, her face burning hot, as she clutched the hem of her clothes and whispered, "Young master, how about? I do it myself. Can you use these? Can you reach the wounds on your back?" I turned my back to the bed. "I'm not a gentleman, but I don't force women. Don't worry, I won't look." "Oh." A trace of disappointment flashed in her eyes as she slowly walked toward the bed. After a rustling sound, I picked up the iodine cotton swab, my gaze clear, fully focused on treating the wound. Qin Jiu bit her lip, her heart pounding like a drum, nervously and shyly looking at me. This was the first time she had let a man touch her wound. But gradually, she let down her guard. My eyes were clear and pure, focused only on the wound. Soon, all the wounds, front and back, were disinfected and treated, covered with sterile cotton cloth, and secured with medical tape. Change the dressing once in the morning and once at night. I'll help you again tomorrow morning, I said as I tidied up. Tomorrow morning again. Qin Zhuyu looked at my back, feeling a warm sensation in her heart. I carried the basin of reddened water out of the room and gently closed the door. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Qin Zhuyu was startled and quickly wrapped herself in the blanket. Come in. It was Yuner who entered, holding several sets of clothes. The young master asked me to bring these clothes to you, miss. Qin Zhuyu was visibly disappointed. Thank you. Where is the young master? He went to treat another girl, saying it was to prevent infection. Miss, quickly put it on, and let me know if it doesn't fit. Yuner picked up the pile of tattered clothes on the ground with tongs and left. This was my instruction. The old clothes needed to be burned to prevent fleas. Qin Zhuyu pulled out a red doo-doo with a mandarin ducks playing in water design from the pile of clothes and gently put it on. After burning the old clothes in the kitchen, Yuner glanced at the pot of porridge. It was already cooked, so why hadn't anyone come to eat yet? How about calling the young master? She walked to the door of that room, just about to knock. Your name is Luo Xingjiu? Don't be nervous, I won't do anything. Look, those few people earlier were quite relaxed. Oh, so it's your period. That's normal. I have a good thing here called a sanitary pad. I'll teach you how to use it. Cloud's hand had just lifted when the door was suddenly pulled open from the inside. Losing her support, she tumbled into the room, falling right into my arms. I steadied her by wrapping my left arm around her waist and smiled at her. Cloud, what are you doing? The close proximity of our faces flustered Cloud. She hurriedly stood up and adjusted her collar. I just got here. I didn't hear anything. I came to say the porridge is ready. I pulled her into the room. Since you're already here. After a busy period, I called all the ladies to the kitchen to drink porridge, including Yuner. After bathing, the ladies changed into brand new dresses, highlighting their diverse figures, slender, curvaceous, cool, stunning, charming, and pitifully delicate, each with their own unique charm. Their faces still carried a blush, occasionally sneaking glances at me before lowering their heads to sip the porridge. Yuner, in particular, was blushing all the way to her ears, wishing she could bury her face in the bowl. She still thought that young Master Su was a gentleman. I saw no one speaking, so I said, let me tell you a story from my hometown. The women looked up at me, curious. Once upon a time, there was a poor man with no family or relatives. He could only eat grass roots and tree bark, and sometimes he didn't even have those to eat. A rich man in the city saw that he was about to starve to death, so he steamed a big pot of buns and invited him to his home, letting him eat to his heart's content. I paused. Can you guess what happened? Qin Zhiyu said softly. That poor man must be deeply grateful, right? The other women nodded. I shook my head. Wrong. Luo Xingjiu raised her oval face. Could it be an ungrateful wretch? Not really. Yuner held the bowl. That rich man took him in as a servant. The women deeply resonated. Wasn't this just like their own situation? I still shook my head. Not really. The women frowned in thought. I revealed directly. The poor man was so hungry that his stomach was growling. When he saw the white steamed buns, he stuffed them into his mouth one after another. After eating more than a dozen, he ended up overeating and died. Died from overeating? Yuner was stunned. The other women looked at the plain porridge in their hands, seemingly understanding something. I know you've been hungry for a long time, and I wish I could let you feast on meat and fish to your heart's content. But since you've been on an empty stomach for so long, eating too much all at once would harm you. Drink porridge for a few days to nourish yourselves first, then eat meat. Qin Zhiyu looked at me, her eyes full of sincerity. Young master, just having a bowl of hot porridge is already something we're deeply grateful for. At this time yesterday, I was lying outside the city, thinking I was going to starve to death. This is white rice porridge, something even the wealthy in the village wouldn't bear to eat. Exactly, exactly. 26 women chattered away, and the awkward atmosphere dissipated. As the porridge was almost finished, I looked at Yuner. Send a portion to your mistress as well. Yuner obediently filled a bowl and went upstairs. After sending her away, I looked at the group of women. Are you all ready? Next, I'll take you home. The women didn't know where they were going, but as soon as they heard the word home, hope sparked in their hearts. Having a home meant no longer braving the wind and rain, no longer being bullied, and being able to eat their fill. Holding their new clothes, they followed me through the corridor and arrived at the door of an ordinary guest room. I had already set the entrance to the inner city behind the door. Pushing it open, the inside was pitch black. Go inside, all of you. The women exchanged glances. Qin Zhiyu took a deep breath and was the first to step in. The others followed one after another, disappearing behind the door. Qin Zhiyu walked a few steps in the darkness, and suddenly, a majestic city appeared before her. She turned around in confusion. On both sides of the path stretched vast fields, covering 5,000 to 6,000 acres, extending beyond the horizon. 2 rivers flowed through the fields. In the distance, verdant mountains stood, full of vitality. Other women appeared one after another, all with confused expressions. Where is this? Where is the young master? Luo Xingjiu clutched her clothes tightly, her voice timid. This will be your home from now on. I also walked in, standing behind them. Looking up, the moon here was in sync with the one outside. A fair-skinned, voluptuous, and charming woman softly asked, Young master, weren't we just in the shop earlier? This was Sherwan, one of the most beautiful among the women. I smiled and said, I am the white tiger deity descended to the mortal world. Just now, I used divine magic to bring you all to this paradise. White tiger deity. The women were half believing, half doubting. Yes, the 7 fairies, Chang'e, the Weaver Girl, and the 3rd Holy Mother are all my confidants. The Jade Emperor was jealous and banished me to the mortal world, stripping me of my powers. Now I'm no different from ordinary people, and the only thing I can do is bring you here. Sherwan boldly stepped forward and pinched my arm. It seems there's not much difference between immortals and mortals. I already said, I'm just a mortal now. Stop touching me, let me show you around. I led the group of women on a tour, pointing to the shops and restaurants on both sides. It's quiet now, but later these shops will all open up and become very bustling. You might even end up as the shopkeepers or owners. The women's eyes sparkled, as if they could see the lively scenes of the future. They knew they were the first residents of this paradise, my trusted confidants in the days to come, and this trust made them cherish it deeply. Finally, I selected 26 2-story wooden houses with courtyards in the northern part of the city, featuring green tiles and white walls, and let them choose freely. I bought Simmons mattresses, tables and chairs, pots and pans from the mall, decorating each courtyard to be ready for immediate move-in. I said I was the master of this paradise, with everything stored elsewhere, simply retrieved from afar. Although the women were shocked, they themselves had appeared out of thin air here, so what was there to be surprised about? Deep down, they somewhat believed I was truly a cultivator. Anyway, I wouldn't let them leave the inner city casually. Letting them know I could perform magic tricks was no problem. It only added a touch of mystery. Looking at the exquisite standalone courtyard, the 26 women were moved to tears. Never in their wildest dreams had they imagined living in such a house. What did they live in before? Drafty mud walls, broken thatched huts, moldy beds, and worn-out pots and pans. Now, blue brick tile houses, soft spring mattresses, brand new appliances. A few women, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed over to hug me tightly, choking up and unable to speak. Women are emotional. A moment of genuine kindness is enough to make them give everything. If it weren't for others watching nearby, I reckon I wouldn't be able to leave these courtyards tonight. Even Qin Zhiyu, who was injured, hugged me tightly with tears in her eyes. Knowing she was hurt, I gently patted her back. Somehow, I became a hugging doll, with everyone coming up to give me a hug. Once everyone calmed down, I placed 20 bags of 60-pound rice in Qin Zhiyu's kitchen, along with oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea, enough to last for several months. I announced to everyone, from now on, Qin Zhiyu will be your supervisor. If you have any issues, go to her. If she can't resolve them, let me know. It was Qin Zhiyu who just led them to escape from Yechen Tower. She was responsible, and all the women nodded in agreement. I gave Qin Zhiyu the first order. From now on, everyone eats together for a lively atmosphere. For the next 2 days, Eat porridge, 3 meals a day. The day after tomorrow, I'll bring meat and vegetables. The women agreed. Afterward, I taught them how to use these novel items like toothpaste, toothbrushes, soap, and toilet paper. They learned earnestly, their eyes full of curiosity. After visiting the city, I took them to see the farmland outside the city. For the next few days, focus on recovering your health and don't rush to work, I said, pointing to the ground. On the left, plant wheat, corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. On the right, plant cabbage, chives, cucumbers, and chili peppers. They had never heard of these names before, but seeing the vast fertile land, their eyes lit up with excitement. There's too much land, and it'll be tiring for you to farm it all. In a few days, I'll bring in some water buffalo, and then I'll teach you martial arts. Farming will be much easier. Downstream by the river, we can enclose a fish pond, so you'll have fish to eat every day in the future. Then I took them to see the manor outside the city, pointing out where chickens and ducks were raised and where cattle and sheep were kept. All the women were astonished. Even the places where the livestock lived were 100 times better than their former homes. Next, we looked at the terraced fields and forests on the mountain, and I marked out a few hilltops to plant fruit trees. Their eyes lit up as they listened, as if they could already see the good days of eating meat at every meal. Finally, we arrived at the seaside. Over 20 young women stood frozen in place, staring at the vast, endless ocean. The sea is beautiful, but it can drown you if you're not careful. Until you've learned to swim, no one is allowed to go near it. They quickly nodded. I suddenly remembered something and bought 26 sexy swimsuits from the mall, handing one to each person. What is this? The women looked at the few pieces of colorful fabric, exchanging puzzled glances. Swimsuits, worn for swimming, and you can also wear them to sunbathe on the beach. Qin Zhiyu blushed. Can these few pieces of cloth even be worn? Sherwan, on the other hand, was quite eager to learn, holding it up and comparing it against herself. Young master, how do I wear this? Come here, I'll teach you. First, take off your clothes. Ah. Sherwan's face turned bright red, her pair of peach blossom eyes looking at me pitifully. Young master, can I not learn after all? Changing clothes in public, the ancients couldn't bear it. I didn't force her and handed her clothes back. She breathed a sigh of relief and quickly dressed. Then I took another set and demonstrated by comparing it on her. As soon as they heard they had to be completely naked to wear these few pieces of fabric into the sea, all the women exploded. How is this any different from wearing a few leaves? Even courtesans wouldn't dare to dress like this. I had no choice but to switch to several one-piece swimsuits with more fabric. Only then did the blush on their faces fade slightly, but they still lacked the courage to try them for the time being. No rush. Once they get used to living here, I'll start with Hanfu, martial artist outfits, and Taoist robes. Once they're accustomed, I'll switch to black silk skirts, cheongsams, and school uniforms. By then, the king will never attend court again. Leading the group of women into the city, laughter and chatter filled the air along the way. Walking on the cobblestone path, I suddenly remembered. Almost forgot. Each of you gets 10 taels of silver as a monthly allowance. Qin Zhiyu, being the steward, gets 15 taels. The women were all stunned. 120 taels a year? Even maids in wealthy households couldn't earn that much. 10 taels of silver could buy 7 or 8 women. You heard right. This month's allowance will be distributed right now. If there's anything you want to buy, let me know, and I'll help you get it. Previously, I mentioned that for the peace of this paradise, they couldn't go out freely. They felt a moment of disappointment, but quickly came to terms with it. This place, with its mountains, water, food, and shelter, was simply heaven compared to the hellish world outside. I took out silver to distribute, and when the small pieces of silver weren't enough, I gave 100 taels silver notes for every 10 people. After all, whatever they wanted to buy, they had to come to me, and the money would eventually return to my hands, so I didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. The women held the heavy silver in their hands, their eyes red with excitement. A few of them couldn't resist biting the silver, grinning as they looked at the teeth marks. At this moment, a tall woman with a cold and elegant appearance suddenly knelt before me with a thud, holding the silver in both hands as she pleaded, "Young master, your great kindness and virtue, Nangong Shui will never forget in this lifetime. I am willing to be your servant, without any monthly allowance, as long as you buy back my younger sister. In a few days, once my parents finish eating the grain I exchanged for selling myself, they will sell her. As long as you are willing to buy her, my sister and I are willing to serve you as concubines for life." The other women also looked at me nervously, each of them having loved ones outside they couldn't bear to leave behind. I remained silent for a few moments. Though this place is good, it's only so big, and the number of people it can hold is limited. If we let people in freely, each bringing their families, how can we maintain the peace we have now? Nangong Shui bit her lip and lowered her head, unable to respond. The other women also hung their heads. I sighed. "Fine, since all of you are my trusted confidants. I'll make an exception this one time and help you bring some of your relatives in." Nan Gongshua looked up in surprise, her eyes glistening with tears. The other women also cheered excitedly. "Don't get too excited just yet." I poured cold water on their enthusiasm. "You can bring people in, but there are conditions." The women immediately quieted down. I glanced at this group of beauties, the corner of my mouth curling up. "Since I've already tricked you all into coming here, I won't pretend anymore. I'll come clean. I am a lecher." I looked at them expectantly, waiting to see expressions of panic and shyness. The result, there wasn't a single blush. Over 20 pairs of eyes calmly stared at me. I lost my composure and repeated, "I said I am a lecher." "Understood, young master. Quickly, state your terms." Qin Zhuyu's expression was calm, as if she had known all along. "You're not afraid?" Qin Zhuyu covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. "We already knew when you examined our bodies, young master." Your eyes didn't wander, but your hands were far from honest. However, young master, don't be upset. It's normal for men to be fond of beauty." They spoke one after another, and in the end, they even turned around to comfort me. I curled my lips, finding it all rather dull, and had to rein in the joke. "Since I'm so fond of beauty, my requirement is, only women can come in, and they must be good-looking." The women exchanged glances. Could it be that the young master wants to choose a consort here in the inner city? However, on second thought, it became clear. He himself admitted to being lustful, gathering beauties around him, which at least was genuine and not hypocritical. I waited for them to object, but surprisingly, not one of them said a word. No wonder. Most of them had been heartlessly sold into this pit of fire by their parents, brothers, or sisters-in-law, and had long since lost faith in familial bonds. The only ones they truly cared about were their equally unfortunate sisters. I helped Nangong Shui up. "Keep your monthly allowance safe." "What does your sister look like?" She is my twin sister, identical to me." Her voice grew softer. My eyes lit up. This cold beauty has a twin sister. "What's her name? Where is she?" "Nangong Yu. She should still be outside the south gate, behind a brown boulder by the roadside." I nodded and took note. Immediately, a few more young ladies gathered around. "Sir, my mother is only 32, graceful and elegant, with a gentle temperament. Her name is Zhang Chunhua, and she lives near the west gate." Sir, my elder sister is beautiful and kind-hearted, and she's skilled in needlework. You'll definitely like her when you meet her. I have a childhood friend who's like a sister to me, outside the north gate." Soon, 11 people were reported, and I remembered each one of them. At this moment, Wan, with her voluptuous figure and charming appearance, stepped forward hesitantly and said, "Young master, I have an aunt who is even more beautiful than me by a few degrees. She should be among the crowd outside the north gate right now." As soon as she said this, everyone was shocked. Wan was already one of the most beautiful present, and now she claimed to have an aunt even more stunning than her. I was also quite surprised. "Really?" Wan nodded vigorously. "Absolutely true. My aunt and I are originally from Jiangnan, born into a scholarly family, and came here for leisure. On the way, our convoy was attacked by refugees, and we only escaped by changing into the servants' clothes. Afterward, we smeared mud on our faces, rolled around a few times, and even hid with dead rats to mask our scent, blending into the crowd to escape to Qingshi City. Unable to afford the silver to enter the city, we had no choice but to endure outside. I couldn't bear to see her starve to death, so I traded myself for food." So Wan turned out to be the eldest daughter of a wealthy Jiangnan family. No wonder her demeanor was so extraordinary. And there's another stunning beauty like her outside the city. This must be resolved by tomorrow morning. "What's your aunt's name? Where is she?" "Her name is Shizi. Probably near the northern part of the city, close to the gate. There's dried mud on her clothes, so she's easy to recognize. Shirzi. The name doesn't sound like it belongs to a peerless beauty, but I still made a note of it. I looked at the woman who hadn't stepped forward. What about you? Do you have anyone you're worried about? Qin Jiyu gently shook her head, her voice carrying a trace of sorrow beneath its calmness. My mother starved to death a few days ago. My father traded me for a liter of millet. I have no other family left. The other women who hadn't stepped forward also nodded one after another. Their situations were similar, abandoned by their closest kin, long since left all alone. It's all right. From now on, you are my trusted companions, and we are family. I comforted them gently. The women blinked, a warmth rising in their hearts. After confirming there were no other lingering concerns, I told them to go back and rest, then turned to leave. However, they insisted on watching me until I was out of sight. I smiled and waved my hand, and a door of light appeared out of thin air in front of me. I pushed it open and stepped through. The door of light disappeared immediately. Everyone, go back and rest. The young master should be able to bring your loved ones in tomorrow. Qin Jiyu called out to the women, dispersing them. She couldn't help but glance back at the area outside the city. After leaving the inner city, a crucial question suddenly came to mind. I silently asked the system, is the time in the inner city synchronized with the outside? The daily time is the same, but the seasons are different. 1 month in the inner city equals 3 months in the outside world. This month is spring, and next month will be summer. So the growth rate of organisms in the inner city has significantly accelerated. A cow that takes a year to raise outside only needs 4 months in the inner city. I was startled. Then planting crops now means they can be harvested in just 2 months outside. The same goes for poultry and livestock. They can grow over a year's worth in just a few months. This is practically a paradise for developing agriculture and animal husbandry. I hurriedly asked, what about humans? Will they age faster too? Rest assured, host. Inner city residents are not affected. Their aging rate is consistent with the outside world. Only then did I feel completely at ease. I wouldn't want to accidentally turn my hair gray with worry. Pushing open the guest room door, I was about to leave when I noticed the kitchen at the end of the hallway was still lit. I walked over quietly and heard a low muttering coming from inside. What young master? Big liar. What's seeing a doctor? Humph, I'll let it go since Yunner is kind-hearted. Left without even saying a word. Peeking through the crack in the door, I saw Yunner scrubbing a pot with her back to me. Her tone was playful and endearing, not like she was truly angry. I quietly slipped into the kitchen and tapped her shoulder. Smack. Who? Yunner turned around in shock and anger, swinging a broom at me. I grabbed her wrist, took the broom from her, and started scrubbing the pot for her. So it was you, young master. Upon seeing it was me, she let out a sigh of relief. Then, as if realizing something, she blushed and lowered her head to look at her toes, like a student caught doing something wrong. I said nothing and quickly scrubbed the pot. She tried to snatch the broom back, but I wouldn't let her. After hesitating for a long time, she stammered, Young master, didn't you leave? Why have you come back? I came back to bid farewell to Lord Yunner. Yunner's face turned bright red. Those words she had just said were overheard by me, and now I was teasing her about it. After a while, she finally mustered the courage to change the topic. What about those women? Sent out of the city, to where they should go. I had finished scrubbing the pot and wiped my hands. How much were those clothes just now? Yunner lifted her little face. 69 outfits, plus undergarments, shoes, and socks. That's half the store's stock, totaling 1,103 coins. Forget about the 3 coins. I nodded and took out a silver note to hand to her. Yunner's small hand excitedly reached out. This was the biggest deal she had ever made, and tomorrow the madam would surely praise her. As a result, I took the silver notes back. You really dare to take them? Do you believe the madam won't sell you off tomorrow? No way. Yunner shook her head in disbelief. Who would punish a servant after earning money? The world is about to fall into chaos. These silver notes might not be exchangeable for silver. If you take them and can't exchange them, do you think the madam won't sell you? Fear appeared in Yunner's eyes. Then what should I do? Simple. I'll go to the money exchange tomorrow and bring it over. Yunner looked at me doubtfully. I can't exchange it, but you can? Not only can I exchange it, but I'll get more. Nonsense. She was about to retort when I tapped her little head with a silver note. Go to sleep. The shop will be closed tomorrow, so you can sleep a bit longer. Yunner rubbed her head and said, Nonsense. Madam has never closed the shop, not even in wind or rain. I smiled and said, Want a bet? If the shop doesn't open tomorrow, you have to promise me one thing. All right. Yunner agreed readily, feeling confident she'd win. Then just wait for the next time I give you a physical checkup. After saying that, I took the silver note and walked out of the kitchen. Yunner blushed slightly, holding an oil lamp as she came out to look around. But where could she find any trace of me? Mysterious as always. She muttered softly as she returned to her room to sleep. At this moment, I am sprinting across the rooftop, channeling my inner strength, lightly tapping the tiles with my toes, heading straight for the Lin residence. I didn't expect to encounter so many events tonight. Judging by the sky, dawn will break in another half an hour. Moments later, I arrived at the Lin residence. I landed quietly and headed straight for the guest room. At the door, I tidied my lapel before gently pushing it open, completely unaware of a figure curled up in the corner. The candlelight inside the room was still lit. Chen Chun'er lay quietly on the bed, her breathing steady. Lu Yunyang was half leaning on the bedside, asleep, her taut clothing outlining her alluring waistline. Lin Mingxiang sat on a chair, propping her head with one hand, nodding off like a little chick pecking at grains. Obviously, the two of them stayed up all night waiting for me, only dozing off briefly when they were utterly exhausted. I quietly walked over to Lin Mingxiang's side, intending to carry her to the bed to rest. Just as I touched her shoulder, Lin Mingxiang instantly woke up in shock. Before she could even see who it was, she threw a punch with full internal strength.